Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start round three at Battle Hardened Houston. Thank you, everyone, for being patient. We had some technical difficulties that should be resolved now with the stream, and we should no longer be having any issues. So we are just waiting for who we're going to get for round three and all of that. Josh, it's
Charles.
been a interesting start to the stream so far, but we are back.
Yeah, I'm excited to be back here. We're gonna see what we have going in on feature on this next round. Right now, Jonathan is out there scouting the tables, gonna see who we how we have picking out. I was perusing around, and I saw Levi Rouch playing into a Kasai, and Levi being on Marlin, and super tight match, and I think it ended up going to a draw, which is a shame. But
And I think Marlin is one of the heroes, and we'll switch you back over to the meta breakdown that we did not talk about when we originally were talking about the meta breakdown. Five Marlin. What is your take on that? You know, been seeing some play, but I don't think anyone has really tried to push her over the other rangers. So seeing that there's five of them means that maybe there's been some middle ground that is reached as High Seas has been released that would make you want to play her.
I think it's just big numbers, right? Doing big numbers, being able to send maybe even an endless arrow to be able to pop back on the gravies, but it's big numbers. Getting a look at the other player's hand, a lot of good information. So, I mean, I can see why it's good. I did play some of the lists that I just found online, just in testing, just to kind of prepare for this, and it is prone to breaking a fair amount, which can be a little rough. But um, it looks like we are going to have. Oh, I'm excited about this. It looks like we're going to have a Puffin versus a Kato. A KO. I said a Kato. A KO. A Puffin versus a KO. Now, I played last night a Puffin in the Super Armory and had some really close games. And I'm excited to see how this goes. The list I was on, I was running the list from the Canadian Nationals. There's a top 16 list from Canadian Nationals, running 13 copper cogs. And I actually played this exact matchup, and my opponent and I were essentially just racing down. And I think that the one thing that saved me was the KO bricked. Essentially, they played a wild ride and bricked, hitting a discard of a blood rush instead of an actual. What this Puffin list is, we have a couple of. There's been a few things that people have been looking into with Puffin, with it being kind of either this mid-rangey, kind of almost really fair type list, or or is the Puffin going to be more on a kind of explosive boost type list that's running a bunch of cogs and doesn't block quite as well?
Yeah,
So
and we had just seen a KO on stream for the last game. Kind of show why you would like to play KO in some of these matchups. Unfortunately, didn't quite get there against Michael Ramsey, but did show us a good bit of what the KO player can do. And then again, Puffin also one of the more mid-range style decks. Is going to be very interesting to see just how effective KO can be against Puffin.
I am excited to see this one play out. So for those, I guess we'll go ahead and pull up the Puffin hero here just so that we can take a look at it. Um, it is a lot of drawing. You definitely are trying to draw almost, at least I was trying to draw almost every turn, especially playing out the cogs. The bird, I've had a couple of games where my opponent has left Polly Kranka on the board. And with leaving Polly, it's so much value. It feels to me like it has to be kill on site. You
And
know,
that makes a lot of sense. It's just one free crank every turn. It's half your hero's ability. If you have any gold, then your hero ability gets you or nets you the card draw.
it costs and it yeah, and it costs you nothing, right? It doesn't cost a card in hand, nothing. It's just there.
Now I think Hayden Porter here on KO will have an easy time dealing with the Polycranko since that claw on most turns is just normally 3 damage to the face, doesn't really cost anything, and it most likely will have go again from the discard of any card played on the turn. So not a very large opportunity cost in that aspect, and we are seeing the roll off.
Seeing who's gonna go first here. I'm wondering what Blake thinks about going first versus second. I liked going first because I like setting up the first 5 card hand,
Hmm.
being the and especially whenever especially if I have a cog in hand or even 2 cogs, I liked going first. So, um, I mean as KO, you're kind of this in the same boat though, right?
Yeah, KO definitely wants to go first. Maybe discard a card, set up the Might token. KO also has access to the windups, so if he's going second and the Puffin player wants to threaten damage or just Arsenal pass and just set up an item, there could be the chance the windup is played. And
Yeah.
in that case, would help Hayden not only sculpt his hand for his turn 1, but also give him a little bit extra value going into his first turn.
I'm actually, the more I think about it, I am excited because these are 2 heroes I actually play. So I'm feeling pretty excited about this.
Yeah, just two aggro mid-range style heroes that both have their neat, finicky tricks to them. As we're seeing the equipment revealed, nothing too out of the ordinary for Hayden Porter on KO.
Got the unicycle, have the Tekla Foundry Heart, the Cogworks rings, and gonna start with the gold with the Crown of Dominion.
So the Crown of Dominion, I think, is the headpiece that Puffin likes the most. Of course, in some matchups, I'm seeing it being subbed in for Crown of Providence. Also, the Tekla Foundry Heart I've seen in a lot of lists be shifted around with maybe Tunic to help with some of the plays because she does have a lot of 2-cost attacks. And we're seeing some styles of the deck run multiple pummels, and the Tunic is better in that aspect. But it looks like we're going to see a slightly more aggressive version with that Tekla Foundry Heart.
Just going to get the Agile Windup Red, actually, which is pretty interesting. But I think with a lot of prisms running around, that Agile Windup Red has its place for sure.
Yeah, and it's just going to be a very basic turn, just the claw, setting up the might and agility, and then the arsenal pass as Blake moves into his first turn.
We shall see what the Crown Dominion, like you mentioned, is super good. Just it's essentially another free crank on the board, and that's what we'll see happen here as we activate Puffin, make it Golden Cog, and crank it Copper Cog. So there it is, gonna crank that
Now,
and have our draw.
Blake's turn 1 is actually very good. I saw a soup up in his hand. It's going to have go again because the gold was destroyed on the turn, and he also has a Palantir in his hand.
Oh wow, yeah, that's really good. And then with the unicycle, do we want to? But I guess we haven't had a chance to block with the unicycle yet. But
But that's
essentially,
fine because Hayden is forced to give the Scowling unless he wants any of his other pieces of equipment to be destroyed from the Palantir.
that is true.
And a very early block on Scowling for almost no value is exactly what Blake wants to see on Puffin.
It looks Hayden thinking about uh reaching for the sash there.
And that's another thing about the Palantir is that it just destroys a defending card. So if Hayden goes for the Sash block, and then the follow-up is the Palantir, and he decides to activate it 3 times, he can destroy the Savage Sash on the previous chain link.
So it looks like we are going to see the Palantir come out. And 3 times you can tap a cog, and when you do that, then you can destroy a defending card in general. So it looks like we're going to put out the Apex Bonebreaker as the equipment here. See if Hayden's going to block with anything else. Looks like he's just going to block with the Apex Bonebreaker. Tapping a couple of cogs. Do we want to unicycle here and destroy the Bonebreaker?
Looks like Blake is just deciding to take the value off of the Palantir. Of course, the other part of the text on Palantir is that your opponent is forced to defend with a piece of equipment.
Letting it go to reactions before breaking the unicycle just to make sure he doesn't get blown out here. And 9 destroying the Apex Bonebreaker. So 0 value from the Apex Bonebreaker. A piece of equipment that a lot of times gets you upwards of 4. Getting Hayden nothing.
Yeah, not only is it no value, but because the card is destroyed before damage is dealt, that doesn't even get the block value on it as well.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
just 9 damage coming straight through with the Palantir, and it's going to be, believe the Cogworks Workshop put an arsenal.
And like
for
you
Blake.
mentioned, that's a crazy first turn. But now Hayden, with one of his power turns, going to come out with a Blood Rush Billow. And does he have the agility? Did he have the agility this turn? He did because
Yes,
he
he should have
discarded
the
the agile
agility,
windup.
yes.
So this can be a really big turn. With the agility and a might in a blood rush turn can go pretty insane. And we did see Hayden were thinking about using the sash earlier to block. Good thing he didn't, but maybe you want to get the value because he may crack it here. And this is really cool. You get a discard and then a draw off of this Savage Feast. And with the go again, it is such crazy value here.
Yeah, it's going to definitely allow Hayden to potentially draw maybe another go again piece, try to extend the turn while this Blood Rush effect is active.
So this is 9 go again with a card that he still has 2 cards in hand.
2 in hand, 1 in arsenal. Hayden not quite showing his hand enough for the camera to see, although in Blake's hand I think I did see another Copper Cog and another Soup Up. Soup Up also a good card, not only on offense but on defense. Of course, the Golden Cog will be destroyed at the start of his turn anyway, and being able to defend for 4 in that aspect is just going to provide extra value.
Yeah, Soup Up really does everything that this Puffin deck wants. 0 for 4 on, and then able to use the Golden Cogs whenever they're about to go away. Actually get value off of that. But we have 9 into 5, 14 damage coming in so far.
We're seeing the galvanized trigger on that Soup Up. Gonna block 6 on the 5 to prevent the damage. Still 2 floating for Hayden.
And weakest link. A really smart inclusion here, especially with so many of the items that are shown in that come up in these Puffin lists.
Yeah, and like you were saying earlier, with some of these decks potentially having up to 13 and just Copper Cogs, not even including maybe any of the backup protocols or boom grenades we've been seeing in some of the lists floating around, that this most likely will hit every turn. And we're seeing the Tinker Rings and the Soup Up being defended here. The Copper Cog being galvanized, gonna clean block the 6. Does not want to lose the other Copper Cog in hand.
Then it looks like that should be it for Hayden. So would have IP1 if he would have if the weakest link would have hit, but instead just has the arsenal here. And Blake gonna move over into their turn, and we'll see.
I did see a cog in the machine in the hand, so another one of the more powerful cards that Blake has access to.
And Blake did have a no block in hand, cog in the machine, like you said. And this is just a free draw with an extra action point on top of it, and puts the cog of the machines back on the bottom. So cog of the machines able to able to recur itself for kind of an in-game state of being able to send the gun each turn.
Yeah, and I think we were seeing on some other streams that happened that Max was playing it, the cog in the machine with the Teklo plasma pistol. The fact that it just gives you 2 action points and 2 pistol shots could be a consideration over the Spitfire in this case. The Spitfire being free in most cases is also a very good weapon for Puffin, as we're now seeing a Cogworks Zeppelin coming through, going to threaten an additional golden cog on hit.
So the Cogwork Zeppelin going to come over. It can be twice per turn tapping cogs, and there are 2 cogs that are left up. So essentially representing 8. No reactions here. And it looks like Blake is just going to tap the cog to create the cog and crank it.
So now it's a Spitfire for 3 is that follow-up. Even though Blake had to defend with some of his hands, because that turn, the Blood Rush turn was very powerful, still the cog in the machine gave him that Cogwork Zeppelin, and he was still able to come out ahead. 4 golden cogs on the side for Blake. Did he draw the golden Sky Warden, though?
Oh, that would be so good here. I don't think it's in hand, though, but it would be absolutely insane if he did. But instead, we are going to pass it over to the KO's turn, and we're going to see a wild ride coming out. Classic KO stuff here. Just 2 for 6. Go again. Discard. Draw and discard. I would imagine that Hayden is not running Cast Bones, and that the only misses in deck are going to be the Blood Rush.
Yeah, and that could be a stark difference from the previous KO that we saw that was running Cast Bones, wanting to keep as few misses as possible just to make sure that you always get the benefit from your attacks in this case. So 7 go again is the ask. Blake Freeman taking 7. It's going to be falling 24 to 22. Hayden still has 2 cards in hand, 1 floating. Could see the claw into another attack.
Hayden going to pitch the Savage Feast. A little red heavy this turn, but still presenting 14 damage.
Yeah, and this just goes to show that KO's numbers are not to be taken lightly. These hands can push a lot of damage that you may not be expecting. Has a lot of go again. His hero ability to just carry mites every turn just also lets him push more breakpoints. And he ended with an arsenal, so now we're going back into the 5-card hand.
And it looks like we're going to see Polycranker come out, just get that free crank that we talked about earlier, and then going to play the Cog Workshop.
So this will give the second crank for the turn. That's going to be the card drawn. And now we're seeing the side of Blake's deck that was the reason for the Teklo Foundry Heart. All the cards we've seen so far have been the new High Seas cards that we expect, along with the soup ups, but now we have boost, and this is going to be something that Blake is going to be hedging on for this turn.
So Fast and Furious going to come through. Just a 0 for 4. Oh, he banishes over another one. So gets to put a steam counter on the golden cog. So that golden cog essentially turning into a copper cog. Pretty great. That's pretty good. That's really great.
It's good value, and Hayden, noticing that, hey, this hand has a lot of boost and go again, is going to decide to block with the Scowling Flesh Bag, wanting to not take as much damage for the turn.
I think that this is as good a place as any. If I see my Puffin opponent, already sending out 0 for 4, and able to pull out Poly to draw, it seems like a really good time to go ahead and do it. Off the top, gonna lose it's one of the things you want to keep track of in these Mechanologist decks is what comes off the top into banish. And a copper cog and a yellow zipper hit is definitely not hitting tons of power.
But I believe there might be a heist in Blake's hand. I think I saw one before the Scowling Flesh Bag was blocked with. I don't know if that's the card that was banished face down or not. But the Copper Cog will provide not only Blake with an extra action point should he crank the copper cog up to 2, and it looks like it was the heist that was kept in hand. So yeah, 5 damage on hit, get your copper cog back is pretty good.
It's pretty good. I'm not. I mean, and there's 2 of them in there. It's always great to like have those items pop over. It's heist just is just really really good value in this puffin deck. I really like it. I actually run a boom grenade too, so I can even pull the boom grenade out sometimes if I boost it over, which is pretty good. Um,
Yeah, and I think at this point, no cards left, just that banished card that was face down. Even if it does hit, won't be a ton of value. It would just add 1 damage onto the Spitfire and then carry over extra points of damage potentially on the next couple turns.
for sure. So just gonna finish up with the Spitfire there. And now we'll see if how much damage the bird can save if it is going to attract any attention from Hayden. But these life totals are staying pretty close. No one getting an insane amount of stuff. No one getting like an insane value. And as I say that, the Savage Sash is getting blocked with, or getting taken out here. As we see a pulping coming out, this is probably hoping for 6 dominate.
I would assume that with how few misses are in Hayden's deck that it would be Dominate. Now, another thing about playing these boost versions of Puffin is that you don't have the mid-range packages that have the defense reactions. And so I think Hayden can safely say that there is not a defense reaction in the arsenal of Blake's to kind of snuff out this pulping turn.
Yeah, it definitely is a so explaining what pulping is, it's going to be 7 dominate right now, and it doesn't look like there's going to be anything that Blake can really do to stop it. It's just going to be the dominate, and if he wants to get the value block, he can. So we will see what Blake wants to do here.
Yeah, Blake's hand looks pretty good. He had the Sky Skimmer, a cog in the machine, another Zeppelin, and I believe another Copper Cog. Definitely a hand he wants to hold on to, but taking 7, going to 9, knowing that Hayden still has 2 cards in hand could be very risky at this point. Of course, the Dominate damage is not hard to stop to begin with, but it looks like Blake just wants to take it.
He's going to take it. It looks like he does have the cog in hand, and with a Bear Fangs coming out, Hayden going to let the bird stay. And I think there is 1 cog in hand for Blake.
But I think this is fine. This is pushing 8 damage. If Blake decides to not block at all and goes to 1, he's threatened by any reckless swings that could be in Hayden's deck. So going to 1 is definitely a sticky situation here. Also, not clearing the poly, I mean, for a good reason. Taking your opponent potentially to 1. There is the cog in the machines, so Hayden is not punished for not killing the or clearing the poly, as the cog in the machine would just make the 2 cranks anyway.
Able to use the Savage Sash to kind of bail, and Hayden using the Savage Sash to kind of bail themselves out of a resource light hand. You know, just using the Beast Within as the only pitch here. But making very good work. 15 damage with some dominate on it is, you know, nothing to shake a stick at. And Blake thinks that he can make Hayden
He's telling him he's
blink.
got to have it.
Yeah.
If you have the reckless swing, then Blake will lose. If Hayden does not have the reckless swing, then Blake gets to throw his whole hand out back at him. Now, Hayden has been doing a very good job of hiding his hand from us, so we don't have the information for that.
So like you said, we see the cog in the machine coming out, getting a couple of action points, cranking both of them, getting the draw.
And we drew a Palantir.
Palantir is an insane pickup here. I can't tell if he has the resources to send two Zeppelins or send a Palantir and another Zeppelin.
With the 2 action points that he got off both cranks, he could just swing the Sky Skimmer for 4, do nothing, go down to 1 action point, and then have the 3 cogs for the Palantir.
Worry about the pitch resources here because they are all 2 cost.
It could be that there is a boost card left in hand, and no, it's just going to be the first Zeppelin. So we will have access to the whole turn in this case.
So going to see the, this is where it gets also really difficult to block this this Puffin deck, where they just say, okay, well that's fine. You don't do the thing. You don't block, and I just I bump over 1, and now I make the golden cog and essentially get go again on it.
Yeah, so making the action point back, going back up to 2 action points. Still the Sky Skimmer and the Palantir in hand. This turn is not done, and nowhere near it as well. Potentially 13 damage left on the turn, and the Scab Skins destroy.
Here, and just like you said, here comes the Sky Skimmer.
Both players chuckling about the board state that Blake has amassed with all of his cogs.
The Sky Skimmer just going to essentially be a 0 for 4. Actually, I guess it could be a 0 for 5, and then Blake has the extra action point.
It could be, but you want the 3 cogs off this Palantir to destroy any defending card.
Yeah, so he just did not tap anything for the Sky Skimmer. And then the Palantir coming in. And this is a really tough block. So Hayden does have the space here to put a card down and still take the full 9 and not just die.
Yeah, so Hayden forced to take 9 will fall to 2. And this game got very close very fast. We saw one very strong turn from Hayden where he just brought Blake all the way down to 1, and then Blake retaliated with a very strong turn back to Hayden down to 2. Both players really going at it in this endgame state right now.
So we'll see if Blake is able to pick up something that blocks here. That can be a little scary in these Puffin lists with all the items running around.
So we saw a soup up in the hand, and that paired with a 3 block is just going to cover up the 7 from this Wild Ride and still leave Blake with a 2-card hand.
Let's see. Looks like we are reaching for the exactly what you called for, Charles. And galvanize, give the 4 block to the soup up. And just cover it up. And now we're gonna see we're gonna see 2 of these cogs go away, left with 1 golden cog and a poly.
And I think we have a boom grenade in the hand. So
And
boom grenade and poly is going to give the 2 cranks needed to draw the card, and then we have, I believe, a zipper hit left. So the boost and then the weapon attack. So this turn is definitely going to be
asking for some cards. Asking for some cards here with KO.
Yeah, in the night, the amazing thing about this boom grenade is now Hayden can't even take 1 point of damage or he dies. So he couldn't, block in a specific way to take 1, go to 1 in that case. He has to cover everything.
And it looks like this is going to be the yellow Cogwork Zeppelin coming in for 5. Can tap it twice to give it +1. And like you pointed out, cannot take a single point of damage. So has to block at least 7. But whenever you block 7, you leave blocking 6.
Now, do you think it might have been better to throw the zipper hit instead? The zipper hit will come in for 4. And Hayden has to block with the 2 cards in order to not take the boom grenade effect. And he could still follow up with the Spitfire for 2 afterwards. So that hand would have bought 3 cards rather than just the Zeppelin buying 2. So maybe Blake not seeing a line that was there that could have bought a couple extra cards from him.
Instead, we're going to see the red agile windups that we talked about earlier coming in 4/7. So blocking 7 with the galvanize on the boom grenade. These soup ups do so much work in this deck. It is pretty crazy just how much work it does on offense and defense.
Yeah, especially in these in-game states where you just have these golden cogs that are being left around because your opponent is blocking in ways that you can't really utilize them.
0 to 60 going to come in, and there it is. The reckless swing. Let's see.
Now
It may be a foregone conclusion, but we're still gonna do the needful and do the discard.
this card is of the 5, and it is
It
the
is
6
a
attack.
6, and that is the game. Great game there from Hayden and Blake. Really living on the razor's edge.
Yeah, it came down to the very end, 1 to 2. Hayden finding the reckless swing, and you have to think Blake thought in the back of his mind that this KO deck could be running it, and that could be a possibility, and just decided to go to 1 in that case, and really took the chance. And I guess you could say he was rewarded for a couple turns as Hayden just was not finding it, but of course, now at this point, Hayden had found the reckless swing to close the game out. And that'll be our round number 3. Anything you'd like to say about this, Josh?
I think it's a really good showing from both decks. It's super tight, as you can see. This matchup is super tight, super close. Really exciting to see coming down to a reckless swing. Just good stuff all around, and I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see if KO can hold it up in this meta, and we'll see how this goes once we see some. If we see some gravies come out, but yeah, I'm excited.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. We will take a short break for round number 4, and then we'll be right back. Thank y'all.
We messed it up.
What do we do?
I had it muted.
Oh no.
So welcome back.
Yeah.
And we were talking about it. I'm Josh. This is Hayden, and Hayden is telling me about him being a brute player.
Yeah.
So Hayden, for everyone who missed it, since I so elegantly missed hitting the mute button, tell us again where you're from and how it's going out there.
Yeah. My name's Hayden. I'm from southern Louisiana. I'm from a smaller town called Hammond, which is about 45 minutes north of New Orleans.
Very good.
Been a great day so far, 3-0. Just really, really loving the deck, how it's playing so far. Yeah, it's been a good day.
Very good. And you were telling me that you guys are that you all out in Hammond are having kind of this resurgence.
Yeah.
That you're having a lot more players come out.
Yeah.
And started playing in Everfest.
Yep.
So that's really good. That's really good to see. I mean, that almost makes you an old head now.
Oh, come on. Don't look. I'm 26. I have a kid. Everybody around me already makes me feel old enough. So.
Hey, if you wanna feel really old, I got 10 years on you.
Okay.
And one extra kid.
Well.
So we're doing our best out
Yeah,
here.
exactly.
Dad Fab is where it's at.
For sure. For sure.
So why you bring? So you brought K-Vox. You're a brute main.
Yeah, I'm a brute main. So I've been playing brute for the entirety of my Fab career. I started on Rhinar, and when KO came out, I really fell in love with the deck. I've stuck with it consistently for the past 2 years that it's been out. But I think KO really got a big buff with sea legs. And
Okay.
so in my deck, I've kind of reconstructed things to work more around the beat chest mechanic.
Oh, okay.
So I've swapped out for more of the heavy hitters, blues for my off turns when I do have a sea legs, and I can
Okay.
just throw a sea legs in there. You get more consistent go again. I've replaced pack hunts with rawhide rumbles to have that beat chest and that intimidate that it offered.
Interesting.
But no, it's worked out really well.
How are you feeling into the gravy matchup?
So I haven't played much of the gravy matchup. I feel in the few games that I have played that KO kind of is in a position where he can consistently clear allies
Okay.
and also present the damage that he needs.
Very
so
good.
it doesn't concern me as much. I'm actually more excited to face the gravies than nervous.
Very good. And then the other big meta hero that we have here is Syndra.
Yeah.
How do you feel positioned in a Syndra?
It's a 50-50 matchup.
50-50?
It's a slog fest. I ran a lot of Syndra games with my buddy Dan before we came to the Battle Hardened here. He really kind of showed me what Syndra's wanting to do, when she's wanting to do it. And we had that conversation and worked it out. And it really is just who has the better, more consistent lineups, who's forcing the other to block first.
Yeah. Classic aggro.
Yeah, classic aggro. Aggro and aggro.
Are you running any of the Clash cards?
I am. Just Clash of Might.
I agree with you.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like Clash of Agility just kind of feels like a dead card most of the time because if I'm in a position where I have to block, why would I want an Agility token over a Might token?
I agree with you. Any shout-outs you want to give, Hayden, to anybody out there?
Yeah, shout out to Team Breakpoint. We're a smaller team. We love traveling, coming out to events. Kyle, Matt, Dan, Jordan, all the boys out there. Love you guys. Thank y'all for supporting me and being out here.
Well, thank you so much, Hayden. I appreciate it, and best of luck the rest of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. We're having a little bit of a delay here starting our next round, and so while we're doing that, I thought I would bring over one of our very good local players, Michael Ramsey.
That's me.
Michael Ramsey, what is your record right now?
I am currently 3-0.
3-0. What are you playing today, Michael?
Kasai of the Golden Sands.
Kasai of the Golden Sands. Can you tell me a little bit about why we're playing Kasai today?
To be honest, it's mostly just a pet pick. I love that deck. I've loved it since Heavy. She had, a really good showing in Heavy Hitters meta, and then Parthemisial came out, and we didn't really see her again. But with the way the meta's kind of shaping up, she's got like a very unique angle, particularly being like pretty good into Gravy.
Yeah.
And having like a very playable matchup into Syndra. And, those two have come out far and ahead as just like the two most played decks.
That's very evident by our meta here.
Yeah,
as
even
well
here,
today.
even Houston, which is notorious for bringing their pet decks,
Yeah,
can't stop the Gravy train.
that's true. That's true. Well, that's very good. Can you just give me a little bit of your history? When did you start playing Flesh and Blood?
Oh, I'm kind of a Flesh and Blood boomer at this point. I've been playing since a little bit before Monarch. I was there for that spoiler season when
Yeah.
they just revealed like a Blood Debt card every single day for Leviathan. And it was just like, oh, this is a 2 for 6, and this is a 1 for 6, and this is a, over
Very
and over
cool.
again.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an old head, huh?
A little bit. I've been
Yeah?
around the block.
Yeah, that's very cool. So can you tell me just a little bit about your, I guess, what was your last match that you played?
I played into a Gravy Bones piloted by Michael Fung.
Oh, wow. Okay. That's kind of a big deal. And you still you walked out of there saying you're 3-0.
I walked out of there saying I won the match. Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit, just give me some of the highlights, like what in your mind was one of the big, if there was a big turning point in the match? We weren't able to see it, but maybe a little bit of just like some of your high level strategy going into it and things that helped you out through the matchup.
You're on cleanup duty for a lot of it.
Okay.
Kasai is pretty uniquely able to clear 2 allies a turn pretty consistently. And she has the benefit of making some copper at the same time.
Okay.
By doing that, and she's got these really good 2-card hands.
Mm-hmm.
You're able to threaten fatigue, which is what ended up happening on that match.
Oh, wow, okay.
He just ran out of threats on deck. He ran out of allies, and he couldn't, finish it.
Yeah.
And so, as Kasai, you've just got so many adaptable game plans into the Gravy. Like I mentioned, fatigue. If they don't put out 2 allies a turn,
Yeah.
you have really easy ways to clear one and then attack the face with your higher damage, because you just have ways to choose which saber is coming in for a bigger number these days. Withdraw swords and unsheathed and all those cards.
Yeah.
And along with that, you've got a backup plan. I consider it more of a backup plan of Raise an Army.
Okay.
I do put them in the deck for that matchup.
Because you're generating so much copper, right? Just because you're getting all of your on hits.
Raise an Army is for gold.
Oh yeah,
which does actually
I
have
know
to hit
that.
a hero. Yeah.
I knew that.
But yeah, you need to sacrifice gold, which needs to hit a hero, which is why I consider it more of a backup plan. If you're on cleanup duty the entire game, and the game is heading towards a more fatiguey kind of state,
Yeah.
you don't really need to summon the guys. It's
But you're
more
still
of a
running
step-
blood on your hands too,
Oh,
right?
of course,
Yeah.
Blood on our hands is a star in that matchup, as it is in pretty much any Kasai matchup. Just because you get to farm allies. You see a Spoils War, they have 2 allies on board. You go, okay, I'm going to play the spoils.
Yeah.
Clear the 2 allies, walk out of that turn with my dynamos refreshed, your allies dead, and 4 copper. But in
Seems
that
pretty
game,
good.
I didn't actually play a single one. I blocked with 2 of them, and the other one was at the bottom of my deck.
Ah. Well, it sounds like been doing pretty well, Michael.
I've got a run going right now.
And it sounds like we're about to get ready for the next pairing, so I'll let you go. And thank you so much for talking to us,
course.
and best of luck.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to Blood on the Bayou, or Battle Hardened Houston.
Battle Hardened Houston,
hosted
by
Blood on the Bayou.
yes, and Game
Guys.
Guys. Yes,
There we go. We're getting it. We're getting it. In a
we'll get it
groove
eventually.
now. We're
It's a
getting in
little
groove now.
new for us.
It's all right. It's all right. But we just had that interview with Michael, who's doing very well.
Very well. Beat Michael
Michael
Fung,
Fung.
on Gravy, and that it was his third round. He's now 3-0 on Kasai.
Yes.
We also just saw Hayden on KO, making
Yeah.
it to 3-0.
And I've been going around the hall talking to a few people, and it seems like KO is actually doing really well.
Yeah. So what do you think about this KO in the sea of, I think, Gravies and Syndras and Verdants? I mean, why does KO do so well here?
Definitely dodging the verdants
Yes.
because that matchup is not fun. Having played it from the KO side, not very fun. But it seems, I mean, just if the deck cooperates,
Yeah. The Blood Rush Bellows
you
hit.
can see the blood rushes hit. You draw some resources. You don't just, play a wild ride and rip a miss and then
Yeah.
discard that. Like stuff like that. If the deck can do what it really wants to do and not just throw you the 5% variance, like puts out some impressive numbers.
Yeah. And we did see a KO on the other side of the variance with Austin earlier in the day against Michael on Kasai. So, I mean,
Yeah.
definitely the KOs are out there, and some of them are doing well, but, it could also be the variance. Why don't you tell us about our round 4 pairing that we have?
So round 4 coming up, we are going to have none other than Houston local Himmel Patel. Some of you may know him as Hammurabi TCG.
Buy from the Bazaar.
Buy from the bazaar. But this is not an ad for him. This is just for us. He's gonna be on stream. He's playing Gravy today. We have not had a Gravy matchup, and he is going to be playing Alan Rogers on Kano. And strangely enough, this is the second Kano matchup that Himmel has played today.
Wow. So has already beaten one Kano today.
Sorry, taking one down, and now he's gonna be playing another. And we went into this round
Yeah.
saying we just want Himmel on stream.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna tell you right now that Himmel's deck is worth more money than my car. Okay, so so Himmel is gonna be out here. So we told the TL we want to have Himmel on stream. We want to see a Gravy matchup. We did not know it was going to pair into a Kano, so we thought we were going to be here a really long time. We may be here a long time.
We may be here a little longer, but we'll at least have Himmel on screen showing us his very cool cards.
Yes, so we will get to see some of the the very high rarity stuff that he's running. If anything, just enjoy some beautiful cardboard at very least. But yeah, I honestly I don't really know what to know about this matchup. I can say that Gravy runs a ton of blues.
Yes.
Always gonna have AB3.
Yeah.
If he can get Sawbones out, it's basically Spell Void every single turn.
Yes.
So, I mean, it
could be tough.
It seems difficult from the Kano side.
Yeah. But we have seen arcane damage kind of push through a Gravy Bones at U.S. Nationals in terms of the Verdant's Gravy Bones matchup. So wondering kind of what the main differences between those are and what Himmel can bring.
Yeah, I think that there was a lot more like split damage that was happening with the Verdants coming out. So having to respect both of those, the split and the arcane, where here
You only really have to respect
you're
arcane.
only respecting the arcane. Yeah.
Okay. We're going straight into the game. This is round 4 at Battle Hardened Houston here at Game Guys. Blood on the Bayou. It's a Saturday. Now it's a little rainy, but we're safe inside. Alan Rogers versus Himmel Patel. Let's get into it.
So it looks like our players are going to determine who is going first here. Not sure if that's the 1 or the 6. Looks like it's the 6. And looks like Himmel will have the choice here. I'll be honest with you. The Kano knowledge that I have here is just block on wildfire. There's
Yes.
going to be a lot of zaps by different names.
Yes.
And we'll see how this goes.
Might be a little tough for Alan Rogers on Kano, especially because, starting at 30 health, effective life, versus Hemmel, who, when he establishes allies, gets just so much health.
And that's if he's getting targeted.
And those just aren't going to get targeted. I can't imagine. So it's going to be really tough. I mean, I assume Alan comes to this event prepared to see Gravy Bones. I mean, we knew that it was going to be the most represented deck at this event, and it is 17 Gravy Bones out there in a field of 130. So was definitely gonna hit a Gravy Bones. Let's see if he has figured out the Gravy Bones matchup.
Excited to see what we bring here to the table. I'm also wondering just how many allies we're going to be running here.
Yeah.
But we see Himmel starting out with this beautiful Gravy Marvel. Have you seen this thing in real life?
No, I haven't.
It's pretty stunning. But by the same token, Kano Marvel.
Kano Marvel.
Pretty beautiful as well.
Really, really great. And those null runes are cold foil or gold foil.
They're definitely cold foil first edition.
Okay.
But so talking about the loadouts here, AB2.
Okay.
Only AB2.
Only AB2.
Which is I'm a little surprised.
Yeah. What do you think he could have replaced?
And we've talked about this, about what do you replace here. And everything that you give up is such an opportunity cost, right? First, we're going to go ahead and talk about what's coming in first here while it's happening, which is the Golden Tipple. And it's just going to be a Golden Tipple red with a discard. And it looks like that may be a limpet, if I had to guess. So making another gold. Should be making another gold.
So making another gold, drawing a card. Has not represented yet that he's made an additional gold.
This Golden Tipple does everything that the Gravy Bone decks want. It draws more cards. It makes more gold. It gets things in the graveyard. It is an absolute powerhouse of a card. It is quite insane. And then we're going to tip the barkeep.
And Alan Rogers really satisfied to just take this damage. Must like his hand. Gravy Bones' ability to kind of pull something out of Arsenal, out of the graveyard. I think that's an Anka.
Oh, that is an Anka.
Okay. And Alan Rogers saying, now that you've done the Anka, I need to respond to that.
Going to look like... You can just call it.
Attacking with a Cindering Foresight.
So Cindering Foresight.
The Anka is not in the field yet, so must be targeting Hemmel.
So it looks like going to deal some arcane damage. Yeah, so the next turn you get to you play this as though it was.
Oh, okay. So just to do the opt effect.
Yeah, mostly for the op. Gonna see if they can find the combo. Gonna
Pitching
go
to
ahead Kano. Deja vu. Alan Rogers, definitely some bling in this deck too.
Yeah. Lot of money on the table.
And Kano one more time. While Anka is still attacking. Another wow. Developing a board state pretty
and
quickly.
Opted down too. So I mean, just finding it off the top.
Gonna take the 2, able to block. So really good turn there for the Kano. Got two.
On turn 0.
On turn 0, got 2 potions on board. and was able to block out 3. But definitely not much of a problem. No, I mean, Himmel doing well as well, getting the goal kiss rum and having some. He looks like he did miss the gold trigger though, unless he used it
Yeah, might have missed a gold trigger.
from the tipple.
Yeah.
So it looks like off the top. Is this a?
Looks like
Yeah,
Himmel
open the
also needing a read
floodgates.
on this one.
The open the floodgates.
Open the floodgates. Okay.
So gonna try and draw more, which with Anka on the board,
Could be dangerous.
not as profitable. Definitely not as profitable.
Anka, what a impressive card to pull out on turn 0 of this game.
Yeah, going to put the staff out with 2 floating. And then open the floodgates for 4. Just a little buff.
Must target a target hero, so A being 2 and taking 2.
So no surge effect there. But only the 1 pump on it was young. Don't think that Allen really expected to get
To
the surge
draw
effect.
on this? No, I
Yeah.
don't think so. I'm really interested in Allen's strategy. I mean, is he like it does not have the ability to sort of walk down life together like Verdance does, as we saw in one of our earlier rounds. Is just gonna pop off a Blazing Aether, but Hemmel with, one more resource to spare.
So you just got the Blazing Aether coming in, and we're going to pass it back over to Hemmel with still a couple of cards in hand. You still have 3 cards in hand?
Yeah, 3 cards in hand. Has only just pitched 1 blue golden tipple in order to prevent, 3 arcane damage from Alan Rogers on his turn. So
A blue golden tipple.
options to spare. Yeah, golden tipple again, like you
blue
said.
golden tipple, because then that gets the blue in the graveyard
Yeah,
too, so you
yeah.
can pull out the allies.
So he's got something else good in his hand. Is that Portside Exchange?
That looks like a port side exchange if I've ever seen one. And I haven't seen many of them, but especially in that color.
Again, Limpet, Hop Along, making yet another gold. Yeah. Clarifying the close trigger. Hemmel now able to pull that Limpet out of his graveyard. But Murderous Rabble is the move instead. But hits the red. Doesn't have many reds. Probably running Enlightened Strike, Conqueror of the High Seas.
I don't think he runs Enlightened Strike.
He did just show
Oh, did he
Enlightened
show
Strike,
Enlightened Strike?
off the top.
Yeah, I'm really good at reading cards. Is going to use the Death Threats here to go ahead and make a resource so that he can swing the Anka and Anka with Go again because of the rum.
Okay, yeah. The rum has given Anka Go again.
So 5 coming in.
Still hasn't closed the chain, but still has the option to pull that Limpet out of graveyard.
We'll see Anka swing in 4-5. And Allen gonna have a good think about it, about whether or not to set the cards to the table and just think.
Isn't that what Kanos are good at?
I don't.
Just setting the cards on the table and thinking.
I think that as a Kano player, it's like a move you have to master before you can really play the deck at a competitive level.
Yeah. It is the tank.
Set the cards down and put the head in the hand.
Yes.
100% Kano move.
Usually I like when they have one side of the table is their hand and the other side of the table is all of the cards they're opting.
Yeah, that's all. It's always a good spot to be in as the opponent as well, as they opt 5.
Okay. So go again upon go again. Hemmel with a Limpet hop along.
So Olympic going to come out, going to be a 2 go again. just on the board. So right now, just 7 sits on the board off of 2 resources every turn until it's taken care of.
What options does Kano have to take care of these?
Well, I wish I
maybe
was a Kano
some
player. I could tell you that.
yeah.
But I think
Maybe
there's some
some
zaps.
the Midas touch to clear some of these things, but I mean that's definitely not something you want to see on top of your deck.
Very interested about the sequencing here to use the Gold Kiss Rum to swing Anka first and not just get out the Limpet, swing the Limpet, and then swing the Anka because Limpet does have go again.
I think the way to attack Kano is to just kind of slow roll your resources just in case they want to do something on your turn. And so Hemel really trying to say like I am just not showing my cards yet.
I'm just going to sandbag the blues.
Sandbag the blues. And so
Oh, there is a dice on that gold.
yes.
I could not see it. So he probably did not miss that simple trigger. We just couldn't see the dice.
And then Enlightened Strike.
Enlightened Strike for
7? Oh, no, he's
Draw.
choosing to draw. Again, doesn't want to like really kind of overcommit his resources just in case Alan Rogers, found the Aether Wildfire
Yeah,
in his arsenal. Like maybe doesn't want to
Alan does have
put
2
Ghost Shields
potions.
down.
I mean, he does have 2 potions on the board, so can do some pretty crazy stuff pretty quickly. So big turn there, 12 damage with 2 allies being developed by Himmel.
Really good allies too. Limpet just consistent damage.
Limpet
and then Anka just really able to kind of crush any draw effect that Alan Rogers may want to do. Although without Tome of Aether wins, I don't know. I don't remember how much drawing Kano's actually do right now.
Kindle's there.
Kindle's there.
And here comes a Lessons in Lava on the Crucible. I know that card.
Coming in for, I believe.
It's coming in 4/4.
Okay.
As it was pumped by the Crucible and it has a base 3.
So looking for 2 or less.
And Himmel going to AB to it. Yeah, so definitely coming in. Yeah, taking 2. And C goes and gets
Aether Wildfire.
the Aether Wildfire. That was a big surprise. Every Kano player at home is saying he's getting Aether Wildfire. Yes, I agree. I concur. Aether Wildfire is coming out again. So we'll see what Alan wants to do here. If he just wants to chip or if he really is just going to go all in. Just passing the turn. So
wants
wanting
to draw the Aether Wildfire. Interesting.
So wanting to draw the Aether Wildfire. So Himmel having the knowledge that it's in hand. So definitely knows to like hold back a blue 100% of the time.
Players playing really clean right now.
Making sure that everybody gets their priority windows.
You really have to play clean when you're playing up against a Kano.
Make sure that they don't want to respond to anything. Good, clean flesh and blood. You love to see it. Fundamentals, really.
The fundamentals and exactly how Hemel playing this exactly the way you want to play against a Kano. Really slow rolling the resources.
You Call of the Grave coming out to play a boat.
There it is. A big old boat.
Just not gonna have. Oh, it's gonna have the high tide.
Is going to
High
have
tide.
high tide. 8 go again. On hit.
1 floating, arsenal, and no cards in hand. So Himmel actually going to have no cards in hand
Yes.
at 35. With
1 resource floating.
1 resource floating and the boat coming in.
Alan, could choose to pop off here, right? But needs to have a think of, Can we pull up Anka? We should also just be very clear what Anka's doing here.
So
because-
Anka is going to make it so whenever you draw, you have to discard a card. So the next time that opponent draws, but he
Has
cannot
to-
activate Anka right
yes,
now.
because he has no cards in hand.
So he has no cards
So
in hand.
Anka does not affect Alan's decision making here. 1 Aether Wildfire in hand. Probably doesn't want to block with it. Would need to block with 3 cards in order to protect whatever is in Arsenal.
Yes. So
And
we're-
here is
another
the math.
another classic
Another classic Kano trait.
that
Math.
just have to
Writing
decide.
writing on the playmat with their fingers. Calculating, considering every permutation.
How many levels are there to this universe?
Yes.
You know.
There's only this one.
My favorite is still the Peter Buttigieg where he just puts both hands in his hair and
Yeah.
just like flares up his hair really big. That's one of my favorite Kano poses.
He did cut his hair, so he can't do.
he can't do the
yeah,
flare,
yeah.
the lion's mane,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
Peter
yeah.
mane.
Yeah,
We're gonna call it the Peter mane.
yeah.
He
But
did cut his hair.
It-
Peter, grow the hair back out. We need the Kano. We need the thinking Kano mane back.
yeah. And it sounds like Alan going to respond to the command Conqueror of the High Seas.
Conquer the High Seas coming in. Crucible for 1. Crucible to pump the 1.
He could go, a little baby here, right? Just looks like a Kindle in hand, Aether Wildfire in hand, right? Like,
Yeah, the Kindle in hand is definitely why he was wondering
Yes.
about
Yeah.
Anka.
Anka drag under.
You think it's Anka or Anka?
I would assume Anka because it's close to anchor,
Yeah.
which makes sense for Gravy Bones, the pirate. Okay, Alan Rogers pitching into Kano activation. Does he find something good off the top?
With the amount of time that he's spending looking at it, he's not as stoked.
It was a Kindle? Or is that the Kindle from hand? Ragamuffins.
Nope.
Oh, got it.
Deja vu.
Deja vu.
Deja vu. So he's putting blues back on top to draw from the Kindle. Up, Ragamuffins. 1 card in hand.
And I think this is all stacked before the Kano activation.
So we can
So-
assume that's going to be the
Yeah, he's gonna.
Aether Wildfire on top. Blue activating Kano.
Yes.
There's the Wildfire off the top.
And Hemmel just having to watch as this happens.
Well, as a gravy player, it kind of serves him right because most of his opponents just have to watch him do 1,000 game actions to swing
Yes.
2.
The battle of the solitaire players.
There you go.
Aether Wildfire. Metacarpus nodes. Buffed up by Kindle. But what comes after all of these?
Still has 2 cards.
Yeah.
Is this next card on top of this? This is the blue. Yeah, so this is the blue that he put back with Potion of
Yes.
Deja Blue.
Yeah.
Plays in the Metacarpus nodes. So this is going to be
7 arcane.
7.
And Hemmel can only block 1, going down to 29. Aether Wildfire on the stack.
So now
Another
6 has
Kano
been done.
activation.
Do you have the resources for another Kano activation?
No, I think that was a Kano activation that had happened earlier.
Storm Striders?
Storm Striders.
That was
Bef-
paying for the Wildfire.
Oh,
That's
okay,
why
okay.
The Aether Flare is down there. 1 floating. Uses the 1 floating to send a
Lessons.
Lessons in Lava. So this will be Lessons in Lava for 9. Oh, Metacarpus nodes.
So yeah, 3 plus 6 plus 1. And then what? Finds Blazing Aether?
Anything that he wants. But he doesn't have any resources to pull it off the top, so he's just going to... Oh, no, he has... Is this Old Knocker? Old Knocker and the...
Yeah, it is an Old Knocker.
So there's 2 resources. Oh, uses 1 to pay for the Metacarpus nodes.
Bringing it up
So
to 10.
1 floating. This is 10. Going to take 10. Going to go search for literally anything in the deck.
Yeah, can imagine it's a Blazing Aether. Yes, it's a Blazing Aether. And I think there is still 1 Kano trigger? Hemmel doing the only game action he has left. Let me look at the top of my deck.
Could Gravy... no, can't Gravy here. That doesn't do anything for him. Doesn't net him any cards.
Yeah, there it is. Found the lethal. Good game.
And that is it. Himmel overextending just the tiniest bit. and
Kano taking it.
Taking it down.
You know what I'm kind of just sad about is that we did not get to see more of Hemmel's deck.
Yeah. Yeah, that's but it's all right. It's all right. Congratulations to Alan.
Congratulations to Alan.
That was real. I mean, that board state was going to get very nasty very fast.
Yes.
And able to work his way through with, not even lethal on the side, but still just like a pretty crazy line there to work through on the Kano.
Yeah. I mean, just had the goods, having a Kindle, Aether Wildfire that he searched up. I mean, taking the time to either just draw the Aether Wildfire, really knowing that he could navigate it back to the top of his deck if he needed to.
Yeah, that was definitely pretty impressive stuff. Congratulations to Alan. And I guess we will see if we can talk to Alan a little bit after this and maybe get a little bit interview with him.
Yeah, we'll go ask him if he wants to do an interview, see what brought him to Kano, brought him to Houston, and yeah, we'll figure that out. We'll be back.
We will be right back.
Thanks, everyone. All right, we're back. This is Battle Hardened Houston Game Guys, brought to you by Blood on the Bayou. We're here with Alan.
Hello.
Alan, welcome to
Yeah, thank you.
Houston. Where are you from?
Utah.
All the way down from Utah.
Yeah. My wife, she travels for work.
Yeah.
So it just so happened that next week she's here for the week
Okay.
for work.
Yeah.
So then we just added 3 days,
There
to-
you go.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you could make all that. You could figure all that out and come out here for Battle Hardened Houston.
It's been fun.
Yeah, I'm glad. So 4-0, right?
Yes.
4-0 on Kano. That's half of the Swiss rounds already. So you've made it through the gauntlet. How have your games gone so far?
They've been great.
Yeah.
I played against 3 gravies.
Three gravies.
Yeah.
Okay, so we knew that Gravy was going to be a menace coming into Battle Hardened Houston,
Yes.
right? 17 Gravies out in the field. You've played 3 of them, and you have won against all of them. Is Kano the answer in this meta?
I think Kano's really strong.
Okay.
Obviously, the scary part is how many prisms you can see around.
Yes.
Like,
And Prism is the 4th most represented deck today
Yeah.
here at Battle Hardened Houston. So you've managed to dodge those.
so far.
Yes.
Uh,
Knock on wood.
yeah. And the
There's
thing
no
is,
wood here.
I've actually I've thrown the
Yeah.
prism match
Yeah.
because it's so bad.
Yeah.
It's so terrible
Yeah.
that I'm just, if I see a prism, I'm gonna try to Hail Mary it.
Yeah.
And
Might as
if it
well get
works.
lunch.
yeah, exactly. So yes, it is. That is the toughest matchup.
Okay.
Everything else, at least the way I've been playing it,
Yeah.
I feel it's a game.
Yeah.
There's some easier things, and some matchups are almost dictated by how well I can dig.
Yeah.
What's like if there's a wildfire
Yeah.
in the
In
top,
the top. Yeah.
like 20 cards of my deck.
And we saw
like-
you on the first turn of the game able to use the Cindering Foresight to kind of get some stuff off the top of your deck
Yes.
that you didn't want to see.
Correct.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously helping your digging game plan.
Yeah, so this is not like I cannot obviously the Kano community.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're aware of it,
Yeah.
but we Kanos are very like we talk a lot with
Yeah.
each other. I mean,
Yeah.
there's like we have conversations all the time. So there's some pioneers
Yeah.
in the Kano community, like Blazing for Lethal.
Okay.
And recently, Cat Pair, that's his
Okay.
handle. He's been really great at like coming up with cool ideas.
Shout outs to those people.
Yes, and they so we've been messing around with like some digging, so like
Yeah.
like spindles.
Spindles.
Spindles are back.
Yeah.
I am liking cindering a lot.
Yeah.
Some people don't like it as much. So the problem with those cards used to be that they are resource intensive.
Yeah.
And you would hate to see them in your combo turns.
Yes.
But now that we have basically 5 epods, I mean we have 4 epods, and then we have Sapphire,
Yes.
which could work as extra resources. It's actually working really well now.
Okay. So now
Yeah.
that you have the resources, you have something to use those resources on in the Cindering Foresight.
Yes, because like if you have a couple like epods, having a cindering on your combo turn, it's fine.
Yeah.
It's amp 1 and then up 3.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Now, if you didn't have those pots, that's almost a brick hand. You're like, this is not working.
And
Yeah.
you were able to see those pots, Deja Vu pot, Energy pot, turn 0.
Yes.
So, I
yes.
mean,
That
really,
was pretty crazy.
Yeah, pretty good.
I was pretty happy. One of them came from the cindering.
Yes.
And then I shipped some, and then
Yeah.
I played the Deja Vu. Yeah, that was really nice.
Yeah.
That was super nice. And then I was trying to figure out what I was gonna do with that amp or whatever. And
Yeah.
then I did a Kano, and it was a EPOT. So
Yeah.
I was like, well, not what I was searching for, because I wanted to kill the ally.
Yeah.
But hey, I'll take it.
So how
Like-
how does Kano deal with allies? You've met 3 Gravy Bones so far.
Yeah.
How does that work?
This is one reason why I like cindering a lot.
Okay.
So cindering allows you to opt and get the amp,
Yes.
which means that if you put a zap that has an any target
Okay.
on top, you can kill something with 3.
Okay.
Because then you can do Metacard, not Metacard, but Crucible,
Okay.
and shoot it for 3.
Yeah.
And that's huge against Sawbones, which is,
The
in the
big
matchup, Sawbones is key against
Yeah,
Kano.
I was just talking to one of my friends
Yeah.
who said that they played against a Gravy who hit the two Sawbones right off the bat.
Yeah.
And so we thought over here, Anka, really good target for Hemel to hit turn 0. Were you scared of the Anka at all?
Actually, no.
Okay.
Anka is oddly enough because you can react with it.
Yeah.
So when you draw the card,
Yeah.
the trigger goes on the stack.
Yes.
And then you get priority.
Priority, yeah.
So you can just Kano it away.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So Obviously, you're very well versed and you were prepared for all these gravies. What are you looking to do next? So what kind of what else are you kind of looking to beat in this meta?
I feel fairly
Good.
confident playing against most decks. Aggro decks,
Yeah.
I mean,
You'd
if I
love-
see
love an
Syndra's and
Andrea.
things like that,
Love
I
an
love
aggro deck.
those.
Yeah.
Like, it's because I can dig and block enough
Yeah.
that as soon as I get that wildfire, it's pretty good.
Okay, good.
Then there's some other matchups like I feel confident against slower
Verdance.
like Verdance
Yeah.
or your Guardians and things like that. I mean,
Yeah.
historically, Kano is good against Guardians.
Yes.
Because any deck that gives Kano a lot of time to set up,
Yeah.
it should be advantaged. But I think Kano's good. I do think that with the new additions of Cindering and Spindle and things like that, it has gone a little bit better than the previous version. I don't know if you're familiar with the names.
Yeah.
So we called it ICBM
Okay.
because we just like, get a pot and go off turn 2 or whatever. That's no longer the case.
To be fair, my experience against Kano is I try to play and then I lose and I say, okay.
Yeah, that's right. That's
So
fair.
that's kind of
Yeah.
my experience with Kano, especially with our local Kano players.
Yeah.
What about arcane compliance? I mean, that's something that we have seen and has been talked about as kind of maybe the new tool against Kano.
If I'm being honest,
Yeah.
I feel that arcane compliance is good
Mhm.
only if you are the kind of deck that wants to have it as a blue. So, for example,
Yeah.
I think it's great in Katsu,
Okay.
for example.
Yeah.
Because Katsu just wants those costs. I play Katsu also.
Yeah.
I play all the ninjas,
Yeah.
and then I play Kano.
Good.
The 0 cost blue, that's great.
Yeah.
Some other decks that I feel that there will be better served with Oasis. I
Okay.
really do. I don't think it replaces Oasis
Okay.
in most of the decks.
All right.
I've played against it, and yes, there is always the danger that it'll stuff you. But if you're aware of it and you have the resources, that's part of it. That's why, like, if I'm sitting with like 3 potions or something like that, I feel very confident against 1 compliance.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, okay, I just expect the compliance to slow me down a little bit, but
Yeah.
I'll come back.
Okay.
Oasis is not. Oasis is always great.
Yes.
So
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much
Yeah,
for
for
all
sure.
of your insight on Kano. I
Yeah.
think I have learned a lot of Kano. Do you want to shout out anyone in your local community or the people on Discord?
yeah. I mean, the people in Discord, all my Kano friends, and then my friends from Utah. All the crew up there. You know who you are, and you help me a lot on every armory. We have a really good community. It's a crazy community. Like we get like
Yeah.
armories that have like 28 people.
Okay.
Like,
So
it's crazy.
Where in Utah? Shout out
it's
the
like
store.
Uh,
Shout out the stores.
Okay, so Riftgate, it's amazing, and Game Grid Lehigh are amazing.
Okay.
Those are the 2 ones that are like
If you're
always.
if you're in Utah, head to those stores. If you're in Houston, head to Game Guys. If
Yes.
you're here today, Battle Hardened Houston. Thanks again
Yeah.
for all your time,
Thank you.
Alan.
Yeah, for sure. Thank
Yeah.
you.
All right, we'll be back with round, I believe, 5. So don't go anywhere. Cheers.
Welcome back. We are about to start round number 5, but before that, we just wanted to show off some of the bling we've got. If you were able to come out to the event or participate in any of the circuit series, we have this very cool pitch coin for you. All you need to do is get 4 points. And unfortunately, if you miss this event, then you'll have to find it from someone else because
Yeah.
that is all we have.
Top 16 also at this event. Get it. I think top 8 at tomorrow's ProQuest Plus.
I
Also
believe
get
so.
it. Tomorrow we have a draft ProQuest here at Game Guys as part of World Tour Houston. So a lot of flesh and blood to be had even after we've gotten halfway through the Swiss rounds. Lot more flesh and blood to go. Looks like we're gonna get started on round 5.
Yeah, I believe the players are either walking over there or about to, and it's going to be round 5, Levi Roush on Marlin versus John Milner on Ira.
Yeah. Have you played much Marlin yet?
I have not played much Marlin, but I have played a decent amount of Ira.
Okay, cool.
So I don't know how the matchup goes.
I have been lurking in the Marlin Discord, in the Purple Discord, and have seen the iterations of Levi's list. I'm glad Levi came down and actually, played the list that he's been brewing. That said, I've had very little success on Marlin, and Levi is now 3-1 on Marlin here at Battle Hardened Houston. And so, has clearly figured out something that I just don't understand about this hero.
Yeah, and I think she's very powerful. I
Yeah.
know, or from what I've seen, that she can be victim to some very bricky hands.
Yeah.
Which I think is what some people aren't very excited about her with. Let's see as we
a
transition
bit of
here.
what you would call. So, what do you think about Ira's place in this metagame? What do you think about Ira's place in this metagame?
I think she's pretty decent. Ninjas themselves have always been playable. I think Ira has a lot of good breakpoints. And a lot of people that I've been seeing have been moving to this more NIMBY based list with
Okay.
Nimblism.
Yeah.
I've been seeing that a lot more recently, so I don't know exactly what list John Milner is going to be on, but if it's on this more red line, more low to the ground, NIMBY style list, then it should be very aggressive.
Okay. So, not kind of the traditional Ira list that you've seen before, swing into disruptive effect with a +1 effect. A little more aggressive.
Yeah, and I'm sure some cards like CNC is always going to be good, so cards like that will always exist in these decks, but I think some cards can get cut, be a little bit more aggressive with the Nimbies, the Nimblisms, and the Jackby Nimbles or Jackby Quicks, depending on what the style of build is.
John, presenting Pouncing Paws. What do you think about that
It is
equipment
a
choice?
perfect card for dual threat. It just enables you to attack with the Kodachi, crack it, attack with the Pouncing Paw, the Crouching Tiger for 1 off of Ira's ability, and then closing the chain and still keeping 3 cards in hand, and then playing the dual threat and having 2 or 3 more cards depending on if you have the arsenal or not. And just lets you go very wide on the second half of the turn while also getting the +6 buff basically from dual threat.
Yeah. So dual threat, kind of a key. Once you kind of break that 4 value in a card, that's kind of really where you want to be, and that's kind of exactly what dual threat does.
Yeah, and Ira herself doesn't have too many power cards. Her
Yeah.
whole hero is based off of the value that the hero power gives.
Yeah.
And dual threat is the closest thing to a power card just because she is the best one to use the card. No other hero can get the full effect as easily.
Levi has not presented his equipment suite yet, but having played the deck, I can imagine Harpoon, Skullbone Cross Wrap, I believe Tunic, Gold Baited Hook, and then Sarong.
And that's exactly what Levi
Yeah.
is showing.
I've played this deck.
We got the
poorly.
Quiver of Wrestling Leaves and the Cannon, Hammerhead, at the ready.
And looks like they're about to start. So Levi 3-1 lost to a Kasai in round 2, I believe. John Milner, I believe, is probably 3-1 as well.
Yeah, and Ira is not to be underestimated. The breakpoints that Ira can achieve can be very difficult to block, and depending on the build, the on-hits can be very annoying as well. And if we want to talk about on-hits, of course, Marlon has all the on-hits.
Yes.
All of her Fin Harpoons in all colors threaten to rip cards from hand, as well as the King Kraken and King Shark Harpoons.
Yeah. And obviously Levi running kind of the entire suite
And
of those harpoons.
if I'm not mistaken, that's a predatory streak from John.
Wow. Already looking to get some of these Crouching Tigers.
So this could potentially be a very different build from what we were thinking, running blue predatory streak.
Could be a Crouching Tiger type list in Ira. Something very new. Taking advantage maybe of these Tiger Stripe Shukos.
Yeah, maybe the Ira's ability to give it +1 as well as the Shuko for later parts of the turn.
But Levi with the Tar Pit Trap. A lot of John Milner's attacks will have go again, and so Tar Pit Trap will have a lot of value here.
Yeah, unfortunately, drawing it on this turn,
Yeah.
not going to get the value that it's meant for in these kinds of matchups. Looks like John was just deciding to pass the turn. Levi activating the quiver, either trying to find the arsenal or just filter the hand out.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Levi pilot this deck. Talk to him a little bit about this deck, having tried to pilot it myself. A lot of really cool insights. A lot of really cool advantages to be gained. Judge. Looks like there's a judge call. We'll come back to all of these guys in a second as we get this judge call kind of sorted out. I think that John may have drawn an extra card because he had one card kind of offhand there today.
Yeah, so give him 1 second. We're going to grab a judge out there. They're going to resolve the situation. If it's just an extra card, it should be easily fixable.
Rectified. I don't think he even looked at the card. It just looks like he
No.
might have. So we'll get a judge in there to kind of fix the situation. Again, here we are at Battle Hardened Houston, Texas. Game Guys, sponsored by here at Game Guys, and this is Blood on the Bayou, Houston.
Yeah, and
this
we're
is
very excited. We got 3 more rounds until our cut to top 8. So
Yes.
we've got plenty of flesh and blood.
a lot more flesh and blood to play. All CC. Shout outs to all the nationals going on. I saw Singapore. I saw France doing their nationals, United Kingdom. Shout outs to all those guys. A lot of Flesh and Blood this weekend. We hope you guys tune into ours as part of that kind of giant Flesh and Blood weekend.
Yeah, so there we hear the judge speaking with both players. They're going to continue to resolve the situation. We'll get you flipped back over. Yes. The card off to the side, most likely the card that was in John's hand. And then he drew back up to 4 here.
Yeah, so they're just resolving this judge call, and we'll get back to the game in a second. It sounds like just one extra card. So
Yeah,
they're
shouldn't be that big of an issue.
shouldn't be that big of an issue. Just trying to make sure that everything is above board on the stream. And
it looks like the judge call.
it's not done. Yeah, it's still being resolved. So we're gonna sit here and wait while they do that. Charles, what have you thought about the meta so far? We've
Well,
seen.
let's take a look at that real quick as we are waiting for the judge call to resolve. As this is the meta breakdown, if you had not had the chance to look at it, Levi, one of 5 Marlins.
One
to
of 5
participate
Marlins, yeah.
today.
And we saw the other High Seas hero, Puffin. We saw one earlier today. Only 4. High Seas well represented at Battle Hardened Houston, primarily by Gravy Bones.
Yeah, everyone likes to play the new Necromancer guy, so we're seeing him come out in full force. And then these like one-off, with 2 Bravos, I think we mentioned earlier that was very interesting. Vincettes, Dios, Fies, Levias. I think Levia is prone to be very good,
Yeah,
especially with the addition of sea legs.
yeah. I saw a Fi kind of in the top tables earlier today. Now 3-1, I believe. There's a Fi. That and Dash IO kind of just like good aggressive decks, though the Syndra kind of out competing them, I think, in that aggressive slot.
Yeah, and what's your take on Fi versus Syndra?
So Fi, I think I kind of like Fi a little better in this kind of Gravy Bones meta. I don't know, maybe personal opinion. I've played Fi probably a little bit more than Syndra. I think Syndra really wants to trigger those mask effects and has ways to get around the mask effect. But I think in the Gravy matchup, sometimes you just kind of want to blow them up, and I think Fi is maybe a little better at doing that, maybe with the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. We saw, I believe, one of the earlier Road to Nationals where there was a Fi against the Gravy Bones, and I think although the Gravy Bones actually won that game, I think the Fi was really in it for the long run. But maybe can't deal with the, allies as well as a Syndra can.
All right, and it looks like the players are finally resolving the judge call, so we will get back and into the action. All right. Levi taking up Tunic, moving to the first turn of his game. We saw that the big game trophy shot was revealed to the Quiver of Rustling Leaves, so should he have another arrow or harpoon to load off of the draw discard, definitely will start to a great start as we see the Redfin harpoon in the hand.
Already making a gold. Marlin ability to get a Goldfin harpoon to a big game trophy shot.
Pitching the Redfin harpoon and choosing to discard that Goldfin harpoon.
Yeah, so definitely the Marlin trigger Oh, finds
A
a
King
oh,
Kraken harpoon.
but isn't hammerheading here?
No, unfortunately, not enough resources to do that. But Levi is pitching the Eye of Ophidia. So he's going to get that opt for the next turn, try to find something a little bit more potent.
But this King Shark harpoon, already buffed up by the big game trophy hunter, or the King Kraken harpoon.
Yeah, so this is going to be 8 or 9 going out.
How do you get?
Or
Oh,
plus
plus
4
4
for him, so
because it was
10,
plus
yes.
6, yeah. And
Uh,
so doesn't have.
Doesn't have the on hit
Doesn't have
where
the-
Marlon
where
gets
they
to
get to choose.
choose. It'll be John's choice should it hit. If John has a non-attack action or a non-attack card in general, he can choose to reveal it to this or an attack action card.
A non-attack action card.
Well, it wants to get non-attack action.
Yes,
correct?
yeah.
Yes, so if this hits, he reveals an attack action. He doesn't have to discard it. Marlon doesn't get the benefit from the King Kraken harpoon.
But Levi using the on hit on the gold baited harpoon, and also big game trophy shot also with a on hit as well. And John is gonna take it, revealing something, revealing an attack action.
Yep, so the Biting Breeze will be revealed. No doubt that'll be the card that is played on next turn.
Levi already off to a significant life lead, but John with, all the cards that he has available to him.
So we're going to start off with the Harmonized Kodachi for 1. The staple of all Ira decks nowadays. And it's going to be the Biting Breeze. This will be 4 go again, on hit, threatening the Crouching Tiger. So starting off, making these breakpoints very awkward.
+1 because of the Ira ability. Levi gonna use the armor, drill shot, and the gold baited harpoon. Dual threat.
All right, the first power turn of the game for John. The dual threat is going to give +3 to the next weapon attack and then +3 to the next attack action because he had already attacked with both a weapon and an attack action on the turn. So this now, measly 1 is now a hefty 4 for a Kodachi as John keeps pulling on the threats.
Dual threats.
The dual threats.
I think as we've progressed in the game of Flesh and Blood, Pain in the Backside is the next attack here for 6. As we progress in the game of Flesh and Blood, these daggers are no longer coming in for 1. Play against Arachne Marionette. These daggers are coming in for 9, 10. Ira doing her own impression here.
And Ira also has access to cards like the Up Sticks and Run that
Yeah.
can buff these daggers as well. So Ira also has the ability to make these daggers very tall. When we're seeing the cut through come through here.
So this Ira deck really dagger focused.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see more of John's deck because he is taking it. It looks like he's taking it more in a,
Kind of a
Tiger-based deck. A lot of the experiences that I've seen between the more tempo-based, mid-range-based, or like the NIMBY list,
Yeah.
some of them are running more the Flick Knives Retrieve package. In this case, this is the Tiger Stripe Shuko, so definitely leaning more into the Tiger package. So I wonder what the real payoff for that's going to be.
Levi using his entire hand to block in that situation, but able to arsenal something with the Marlin effect.
And it could just be that Levi couldn't have loaded an arrow or a harpoon,
Yeah.
and so the hand was a dud, and the best thing he could have done in that situation was to just block, and then arsenaling a harpoon so that on his next turn he could activate the hammerhead and then swing.
Another one of these Crouching Tiger.
It's going to be, I believe, the Flex Claws here. It's going to be a 1 for 4 on hit, create a tiger.
John really pushing these awkward breakpoints, the 4.
Looks like Levi has decided his hand is good enough to take a little bit of damage as he will allow the flex claws to hit. The crouching tiger going to be played on the next chain link for 1 thanks to Ira's ability. And we're going to follow up with the harmonized Kadachi.
Kadachi crucially not triggering the Mask of Momentum, but there is a Mask of Momentum.
Yeah, that is interesting that John would order it like this. But the sound, the alarm being played here, a very interesting tech that a lot of IRAs are on. It's going to look at Levi's hand, and if there is a attack reaction, I believe, in the hand for Levi, John is able to get a defense reaction to put on top of his deck.
Yes, exactly.
Unfortunately,
unlikely to see an attack reaction
yeah,
in
unlikely,
Levi's deck.
Unless Levi is on a very spicy pummel. I don't think he is, but it would be funny if that was the case. But just a 1 for 5. It works very well with the Kadachis, and then in some matchups it gets value off of the defense reactions or attack reactions.
Even just hand information, though, obviously very valuable in this type of game. Knowing what the opponent wants to attack you with and wants to hit you with. I was talking to Levi earlier, and he was saying that, even if some of these yellowfin harpoons don't hit, they give you some information about the hand that you can use to your advantage in the future.
Yeah, and information is definitely one of the most valuable resources in the game. It just lets you play around everything. As we were seeing this Goldbone cross wrap be activated here, flipping up that gold harpoon.
Just shooting a harpoon for 6 with overpower.
John looks like he's eyeing up a block for the first time in a while. Sometimes these Ira hands can get a little clunky. You have the blues that fuel your turn, but they're also not great attacking cards. So you have to defend with a couple. I don't know if he's on something like the Looking for Scraps that you see in more standard Ira decks to go in along with some of the other cards that he's teching for. But it looks like it'll just be the Sink Below from Arsenal played here.
Doesn't want to give any additional cards, but does want to sink. Maybe trying to get rid of one of those extra blues that you were mentioning. So John taking 2.
36-38. It is still a very close game. As we see Levi draw back up. John, let's see what his 4-card hand has in store for us. Ooh, it's gonna
Bittering
be
Thorns.
a very good start for the turn. It's going to be the red Bittering Thorns. 1 for 4, go again. On hit is going to give the next attack or next action card, or just attack +1. So, very good card. We've only had seen the yellow and blues printed up until the Round the Table product where the red was finally printed. And this card is just a staple in Ira. Just a 1 for 4 that gives you next thing +1. It's your opponent has to block it, or you get extra value, or it's a 1 for 5.
1 for 5, yeah. Very good in Ira. Maybe something we'll see in the Ira Armory deck once that comes out, along with those cool new equipments.
And we're seeing a Censor come through. This is a very interesting card as well. Just another 1 for 5 that presents an on-hit that matters. Of course, John has to have some knowledge of Levi's deck in order to guess correctly of what card can't be played.
Very good with Sound the Alarm.
So it looks like we're going to have a block for 8 here. Sile Serong being used to block here, not getting any value of giving or offering go again on cards. And of course, the Sunken Treasure is going to bottom that dual threat and give Levi another gold. And John just flashed the camera there with his last card. And I think it was another dual threat.
Okay. Can anticipate another power turn in the next hand unless Levi can do something to kind of disrupt this hand.
Yeah, but we're seeing a 3 in the of a kind turn face up from the Skullbone cross wrap. So definitely some options on the turn.
Yeah. 3 of a kind. One, a loading mechanism for Marlin, but also kind of a mechanism in order to get the resources. Looks like drawing with the gold. Pre-med.
This makes sense. Wanting a little bit more information, wants to clear the rest of the cards out of his hand.
Oh,
Seeing the
3 of a kind from hand.
He played from hand.
A little awkward.
And then the 3 of a kind being played from arsenal. 3 of a kind, of course, the text on it says you cannot play cards from hand after resolving the card. So playing the 1 from hand first, allowing him to get more information before playing the 1 from arsenal, just to have as large of a hand as possible.
So a huge hand for Marlin here. What is Levi going to load? Has options for...
I saw a drill shot, maybe a searing shot. Don't know if
I
he drew...
saw there one of the harpoons, the big red harpoons. That looks like a
It looks like it's
blue
just
harpoon.
going to be the red fin harpoon.
Yeah.
Which is a very good card in this case.
But doesn't have any go again, so would only be the... Would be the only thing that Levi is going to throw at this turn. 2 cards left stranded in hand.
Yeah, but this is a red fin harpoon for 11.
Overpower.
Overpower, and of course the on hit, Levi is going to get to look at John Milner's hand and choose a red card to discard from it.
So, and then also the gold-plated.
Gold beta hook, yes, will draw him or gain him an additional gold. And we're seeing a 1 block on the pouncing paws. It's kind of indicative of what John has in store for his next turn.
We know a dual threat is in there already. Probably going to make use of that crouching tiger to go really, really wide.
Yeah, John most likely debating how his turn's going to function without one of his reds. Unless there is the rogue 2 defense reaction hand.
There it is. Another defense reaction. Not going to cover up everything. May not have a red at the end of this.
And he did have the 2 defense reactions.
All 3.
So the Torrent of Tempo, the 2 Sink Belows, and the Pouncing Paws are going to cover up this red fin harpoon.
And now Levi's hook is hooked out of there. Wasn't able to connect, wasn't able to make a gold this turn. So...
Yeah, unfortunately that piece of equipment is
that
gone.
Piece of equipment.
And that's a big deal for Levi because the gold generation that you can make off of it is what helps fuel some of Marlin's turns.
Yeah. And crucially, Levi, not a lot of gold in this game right now. Only the 1.
Yeah, and I think traditionally we see Marlin decks not playing as many cards that themselves generate the gold. It's more of a byproduct of the
hitting
harpoons or the gold-baited hook itself. But John here, just a pain in the backside. It's a 0 for 3 that has an on-hit of dealing +1, so it's really, or 1 extra damage, so it's really a 0 for 4.
That is easily blockable with 1 card. But dual threat is online.
We're seeing a block with a Conquer the High Seas, which is interesting considering that I believe I saw 2 blues in the hand of Levi. Skullbone showing another King Kraken harpoon. opt here. What will Levi decide to do? Is he going to keep it on top or bottom? It's going to be on top.
Levi really valuing the opt effects on Marlin over something like Crown of Dominion, which would kickstart the gold generation.
Yeah, and we're seeing the take A and B played here. The Hammerhead activated. This is going to be the King Kraken Harpoon for a nasty 13. It's going to be a little bit harder for John to block this one, although since it is only King Kraken Harpoon, if John has all attacks in hand, this is just vanilla damage. So let's see if John wants to block.
Marlin doing her best Bravo impression with this on-demand dominate. But it's just overpower, and it's just harpoons.
Yeah, now we're seeing maybe some of the reasons that Marlin isn't as played as someone like Azalea. Azalea's on hits are a little bit more potent,
Yeah.
where Marlin, sure, this is a huge attack that is going to look at the hand, but it is a situational of how much value this card gets.
Situational, no non-attacks in the hand. Yeah. Mentioning, wasn't expecting to see that in Ira. Was looking for a non-attack. Little does Levi know, the non-attack is sitting in Arsenal. If he wanted to kind of attack a non-attack action, maybe wanted to keep the Conqueror of the High Seas.
Yeah, it was definitely an interesting play for Levi to block that card. Of course, Levi knows this deck a lot better than I do,
Yeah.
so he might have thought that this was the better decision.
Definitely knows it better than I do, having played the deck a couple times now.
Yeah, but we're just going to see Kadachi for 1, Levi at 21, John at 18. It is still a very close game.
Yeah. You know, for as much as Levi is missing on these disruptive effects, he's still doing a ton of damage here.
And we're seeing the Pouncing Paws
Pouncing
being
Paws.
cracked, Crouching Tiger being created.
For 1, using Ira's ability, dual threat in Arsenal, ready to be deployed. There it is.
It's the dual threat coming through. It's going to give both the next attack action and the next weapon swing +3. As we see the Bittering Thorns coming in for 7, go again on hit. Give the next attack +1.
Now this is definitely an on-hit you want to avoid, but, you know, at 7, very awkward breakpoint. Levi just blocking with 2.
And it looks like the Tarpon
Tarpon Trap.
is coming out. It's going to prevent the on-hit of Bittering Thorn, so it's going to reduce 1 damage on the turn. And every time I see a ranger using one of these traps, I always think to myself, oh, you forgot the 1 damage.
Yeah.
But it's never Riptide.
It's never Riptide.
So it'll just be the measly Kadachi for 4. Levi leaking 1 over it. 18 to 18 is the play.
Levi with another 1-card hand. Last time we saw Levi with a 1-card hand. Oh, no, that was when he had no cards in hand and he popped the gold.
Yeah, but it looks like just the arsenal for it.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense, but John has tempo again.
Levi playing this a lot like a Guardian, just blocking out. Choosing.
Yeah, Marlin, I think, just has more 3 blocks overall, and it allows her to be slightly more defensive if she has to. So Kadachi for 1, Levi just taking it. John deciding on what he wants to do for the next turn. We know we have a Chase the Tail in Arsenal. As the Biting Breeze comes out for 4, threatening to make the Tiger on hit. Levi has to decide. He should know that chase the tail is there. Should this hit and he gets the Tiger, it'll give it go again. Levi doesn't know if there's an additional way of making a crouching Tiger for this turn for that Tiger to get the benefit from chase the tail. So maybe deciding to not block this, or maybe committing to blocking the 2 cards on this just to make sure that a Tiger can't be generated for the turn.
Levi really in the tank here. This 20 life around that, both players are at right now. Someone is going to have to start really blocking out for lethal. And I think this is the turn where John Milner really wants to kind of push the tempo.
Yeah, because John has inevitability in the weapons.
Yeah.
The Kodachis are very good at grinding your opponent's life total down, and when your opponent's life total is very low, then they have no choice but to block, and it just forces cards out of the hand, and it makes it much easier to close the game out in that aspect. So Levi is really going to have to decide, does he want to try to keep his life total very high while he tries to find a hand that cooperates with what he wants to do and is big damage and disruption, or does he try to take the damage roads that he has access to now and try to get the life total low on John so that maybe he has to commit more cards to defense? So yeah, Levi having to make the tough decision here.
Still has some blocking equipment left. Hasn't got much use out of the tunic. This Irelest, kind of a surprise, right? We haven't seen a NIMBY. I mean, it could still definitely be in the deck, but haven't seen one yet. We don't really see the big disruptive on hits, the CNCs yet, although we have seen a couple sensors.
Yeah, I think John has a Shelter from the Storm and a CNC in hand, if I'm not mistaken. And this play is indicative that he wants to clear the rest of his hand out, maybe play that CNC. Because at this point, the Shelter is not giving him any value. He's the aggressor, he has the tempo, he just wants to get rid of it.
Exactly what you mentioned.
And an easy 6 block. Levi just giving the whole hand on this turn. Just deciding that the life total is a little bit more important. So John still has the chase the tail, still is going to try to look for the opportunity to make the crouching tigers. We did see a blue predatory streak, so I'm wondering if maybe he has the yellows or reds to fuel cards like chase the tail.
Yeah. Levi really thinking about what he wants to do with this gold. Just wants to clear out.
Yes, I believe the port side exchange just played. Don't even think he bottomed any card, even though there was a dual threat in the grave for John. Just wants to clear that arsenal out.
So port side exchange, very good when you have no cards, because it just draws a card.
And then back to John. Easy Kodachi for 1. And then into the Kodachi for 2. Should Levi take this, then the mask will be trigger on the next chain link.
Levi really has to choose his spot here to go on the offensive. Just taking the 2. Sensor.
This is interesting just using 2 cards out of hand. Maybe John just had a hand that wasn't very aggressive, or maybe John is very sneaky and is running Razor Reflex. We haven't seen any from him so far, so there's a chance that they could have been put a little bit deeper into the deck.
Blocking with 2 has the D-React in the Tarpon Trap.
Tarpon Trap, not going to trigger, no go
Yeah.
again on this attack, and that looks like that'll be it. It looks like John just kind of drew a hand that didn't have go again, just wanted to choose the cards that had the best value.
John tried not to make the same mistake he did on turn 0. Levi with 2 cards in hand and a Codex.
So it looks like we activated the Hammerhead. We're floating 2. We're activating the Codex. We're going to
Get a 0 cost.
or a 2 cost because we do have 2 floating.
Oh, 2 floating, yes, because of
So
the...
that'll
yeah,
allow
yeah.
him to get the King Kraken Harpoon.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Levi has not seen any King Shark Harpoons, which is the best card in this matchup, the card that is going to target all the attack actions in John's hand. So,
Maybe is thinking about a Redfin Harpoon?
and that seems like the next
Yeah.
best thing. It's just going to
2 floating.
allow him to look at John's hand and strip something that is going to attack for more
Don't
than a
forget the
block.
frailties and the ponder. Yeah, going to be very important against John on Ira.
Yeah, Frailty just really good against the Kodachis. Going to slow that down. The Ponder, of course, going to make sure Levi has an arsenal to play with.
This is just an 8 overpower. John cashing in equipment.
Oh, and we're seeing the block card coming out to help cover up this Redfin Harpoon.
Tiger Eye something?
Reflex.
Yeah, Tiger's Eye Reflex.
When it defends, it'll make a Crouching Tiger in the Banish Zone. He can play it on his next turn. It also has a keyword that allows it to be defendable from the arsenal, the ambush.
But not a defense reaction.
But it is not a defense reaction. Of course, Overpower, not as good as Dominate, you could say, where it can be blocked with in addition to a card from hand.
Kodachi for 0. Kodachi for 1 this time, thanks to Ira's ability.
John with 1 card left in hand and 1 floating,
And
deciding.
we know the card in Arsenal has still been this Chase the Tail.
So if John wants to go a little bit wider and throw his whole hand, he could Tiger for 0 into the Chase the Tail. But it looks like it's just going to be the cut through for go again because that Kodachi is hit.
Could let it hit. No chance to draw a card off the mask because only 2 chain links have hits. And if John knows, or if Levi knows that that's a Chase the Tail in Arsenal.
So there could be the heads-up play from John to just swing the Chase the Tail. He has the 1 floating, just
Yeah.
make it a 1 for 4 that threatens the on-hit of drawing off mask if Levi doesn't block this cut-through.
Yeah. Can Levi make the most of this hand otherwise?
Yeah, Levi deciding whether or not he actually wants to block the cut-through.
Has been on this 1 gold for half the game now. Yeah, no blocks.
Looks like no blocks coming through. Is John
John-
gonna play the
Yeah,
Chase the
he's
Tail?
gonna
He is.
he's gonna run it. Threatening the mass trigger.
Oh, that's right. It has frailty, so it will only be for 3.
There it is, yeah.
So John wanted to buy a card from hand just to make sure that Levi can't go super tall on a turn. So I think it's still a good play. in that
Cross
aspect.
wrap. Big trophy shot. And here comes the buffs.
Take
Three of a
aim,
kind.
3 of a kind is the draw. Marlin going to make the harpoon.
So 3 of a kind used to be the power card in Lexi, really allowed Lexi to bail her out when she had no cards in hand and still put up an offense. Here, 3 of a kind, a little different.
It's the big game trophy shot coming out. It looks like the gold harpoon was discarded. We found the king shark harpoon finally as the hammerhead gets activated and that king shark harpoon gets played. It's going to be for a very juicy 13 plus 4, 17. 6 from the harpoon itself, 4 from the hammerhead, 4 from the big game trophy shot, and then 3 from the take aim.
This is kind of the these are the kind of attacks that you want to hit as a Marlin. John is only at 18, and he's facing an attack, overpower attack for 17.
This is almost casually lethal.
Almost casually lethal.
And it's guaranteed to rip a card out of the hand. Now, we do see a Shelter from the Storm in the hand for John.
So we'll be able to use that to further dull this attack.
Now, John could just try to block as much as possible on this turn. Take the on hit, say, sure, my hand is going to be pretty bad. Maybe just throw Kodachis, whittle Levi down a little bit more, and then try to keep the life total very high. I wonder if John thinks that no matter what card gets taken from the hand, he has enough damage to threaten the life total of Levi, and maybe it's worth it to just go to 1.
I mean, has a Shelter in hand, probably wants to use it. Going to 1 seems ill-advised, considering that Levi has access to more overpower. And is not going to go to 1. Is going to fire off the entire hand. So Levi on hit, make a gold, taking that last attack from the hand, making a second gold.
But a very good defensive hand. The nip at the heels, along with the Shelter from the Storm, is going to allow him to block with 2 extra cards, along with the action card that was blocked with.
So John needing to take some damage, going down to 13, was able to staunch a lot of that assault. But Levi with a huge hand.
But we have no more 3 of a kinds.
No
All
more
3
3
have
of
been
a
played,
kinds.
which means
2 of them in 1 turn.
Which means that Levi has to find ways of not only loading the arsenal off of drawing cards and using Marlin's trigger, but also having resources to activate these larger turns if he has to block with cards.
So Murderous Rabble revealing one of the only red cards in the Conqueror of the High Seas.
Yeah, unfortunately, 1 go again. Shouldn't be that difficult for John to decide to just take 1, unless he's deciding to discard the Shelter.
Levi with another Codex in hand could bring out that King Shark Harpoon again. There it is, Codex, discarding the Goldfin Harpoon.
Yeah, and this is going to force John to also arsenal an attack from his graveyard, discard a card. So it's going to make the defensive options of John a little bit worse.
So we've been so used to waiting till the end of your turn to use a Codex of Frailty. Levi showing, no, Marlin has ways around this. I'm just going to make a Goldfin Harpoon and discard that. I still have all the cards available.
Yeah, John trying to decide what the best course of action here is.
Thankfully not against an assassin, so no, I mean, he's not going to be pressured on this arsenal. Levi did not go for like a Conqueror, just went for a King Shark Harpoon. So we'll have this arsenal on his next turn.
Yeah, deciding the pain in the backside is going to be the card brought back, and a chase the tail, the card discarded.
Maybe not going to go as wide as, you would want.
Still, 10 overpower is a lot of damage in this turn cycle, of course. The on-hit is going to make John lose an attack action card. I don't think there are enough non-attack actions in the deck to make this card non-prevalent. Fortunately, though, another shelter, so John's able to stem a lot of the bleeding if he has to.
But is still under the frailty effect, so will be, weakened on his turn.
So it's going to be the stab wound block into the shelter from the storm.
So taking 3, going to take another card out of the hand, and Levi gets to make another gold. Really been able to kind of maneuver this game without a lot of gold and without a lot of gold generation in the gold-plated harpoon, gold-baited hook.
Yeah, John just deciding this pain in the backside. It's a 0 for 2 now that the frailty exists, but of course has the on-hit of dealing 1 additional damage. Levi's going to have to commit a card if he doesn't want to take 3.
But I mean, we are at the point where another codex is maybe on the horizon, several turns into this game, but John, saying, I'm not going to have an arsenal to protect against that. Levi going to take the 3.
Yeah, and I think John just wants to push damage. If Levi takes the damage, he's taking 3 damage going down to 5. It's going to make it a little easier to close the game out.
With Kodachis.
And it looks like he's even going to swing a Kodachi for 2, or for 1 because of the frailty in this case. Just wants to get as much damage leaked through so that the Kodachis in the end game are just going to be devastating for Levi.
Conqueror of the High Seas. Another reason not to have an arsenal. And not to save the pain in
Yeah,
the
and that was
backside of the
revealed
arsenal.
off the Murderous Rebel
Yeah,
and
so
drawn off the Ponder. So
knew-
John knew that card was going to be
Yeah.
there. It's a very heads up. Of course, can't do much about the 8 go again that it does. So 8 go again is the call. Conqueror of the High Seas, the C and C, so to speak, being played. 6 block. John taking 2.
Has go again.
Has go again. Marlin activated. 2 floating to crack a gold. Instead, it'll be the big game trophy shot.
Big game trophy shot. Kind of the huge enabler for some of these Levi turns.
Yeah, and it's just going to be drawing into another King Shark Harpoon. It's going to be King Shark for 10. No overpower this time, but it is threatening lethal. It's going to buy the last 2 cards out of John's hand.
Bit of a crowd watching on the big TV as 6 minutes remain in this epic battle between Marlin and Ira.
Yeah, and I wasn't expecting this game to go the distance like it
Yeah.
has.
Especially when John came out with such an aggressive Crouching Tigers focused list, but has really been put on the back foot in these past 3 turns with Levi finding the disruptive effects, King Shark Harpoon specifically.
It looks like we're going to have the block for 6. 4 damage coming through. 4 to 3 tempo in Levi's favor. John, unfortunately, now on the back foot as he is just going to draw up and pass.
Levi maybe found an arrow, some blues.
Can make the Goldfin Harpoon. We did find the Eye of Ophidia again. The portside exchange going to discard the gold harpoon, draw another card, trigger the Marlin ability to load.
Marlin's ability to make a goldfin harpoon has only been used as a discard fodder for these codex and portside exchanges.
And it looks like that is the bluefin harpoon, if I'm not
Yes.
mistaken. It's going to be the 8 overpower.
Does this close it out?
John holding 2 cards, it looks like. 3 cards. Ooh, 2 Concealed Blade and a Biting Breeze. Going to cover up the 8. Gives John a 1-card hand. And then John's just going to go 1 into 2. Trying to get those Kodachis to really eke out the end game here.
But Sunken Treasure block card to just make another gold.
And I think if you're John, you just want any card at this point out of the hand because you have no idea what could happen with this Marlin deck.
Yeah. Players talking about the judge call and if it may affect their time. I don't think it'll go to time if Levi has enough overpower to get through John Milner's defenses. John, no armor left. Another point side exchange.
Yeah, 3 gold for Levi here. Of course, the Marlin activation, shortcutting a little bit.
Yeah, shortcutting a little bit.
Destroying the gold, making the harpoon, discarding the harpoon, making a gold, drawing a card, and then loading that bluefin harpoon. It's going to be 8 overpower once again.
Levi really keeping kind of cards in hand, making sure to arsenal something so that they can use the Skullbone Crosswrap to opt away anything he doesn't want.
We're seeing once again a block card, reaction card, and an action card covering up the 8 overpower. 1 card left in hand.
Kodachi for 2.
I don't believe Levi has updated his life total.
Yeah,
From the last
probably
turn?
took 2
From-
off the
From that last Kodachi on the
Yes.
previous turn.
yeah.
And here we go
Here
again.
again,
8
overpower. Does he finally have it?
Looks like a sound of the alarm is a block. Is there nothing else?
No, there it is.
Not.
Overpower.
Levi Roush able to close the game out here at the end. And what an amazing gameplay. Both heroes were able to grind the game basically to time. And these are considered aggro decks.
Yes.
And so very well played from both sides. Both Levi and John, blocked when they had to, attacked when they had to. The life totals were consistently within a couple points of each other for a majority of the game. And it was just an amazing game to watch.
Yeah. Overpower really closing it out for Levi. And the disruptive effects towards the end of the game really made it so that the Ira had no cards left in hand to kind of come back with. And we saw that even if John could keep 1 card in hand, those Kodachis were going to be a real pain for Levi.
Yeah, and I
the
think
disruptive
Levi
effects.
found that those King Shark harpoons.
Really
at
the King Shark
perfect time,
harpoon.
where he was able to just string them one after the other after the other. I think he had them, 3 or 4 turns in
Yes.
a row?
On top of the Codex, which helped kind of recur one of them. So really found the right disruptive effects, found the right buffs, and really shows the power of kind of just having overpower on your attacks.
All right, well, that will conclude round number 5.
That game went the distance, so we will not be long for round 6. We'll see you at round 6 at Battle Hardened Houston. See you there.
and we are going to see who can reign supreme as the Justin.
Yes, it is the Justin off, as both Justins are going to be fighting for who's the better one. As we have Acilio versus Vincent. What do you take about this matchup here?
Well, the Acilio, I mean, I guess Acilio's just going to try and just blow the Vincent up, and Vincent is going to try not to just die to blood debt while blocking out a fair amount. A disruption will be very pertinent here, trying to make sure that whenever Acilio does see some sort of does see like the combo, that they're kind of punished for it. You know, Call I think is going to be a really big player here.
Yeah, and I think it also comes down to how much arcane damage Justin Fryer wants to prevent all the rune chants, because Succumb to Temptation is also a card that Vincent has access to. And so if Justin just wants to take rune chant damage, try to play their more combo-y turns, their larger hands, and can get blown out by that.
Yeah, so there is a little bit going on here. I don't think it's something that these obviously are heroes that are not super like whenever we talk about like the meta, like our tier 4 events, we're not like, "Oh yeah, we need to make sure we know about Vincent and Acilio." We have been seeing more Vincents pop up more and more though. Even at US Nats, we saw a fair amount of Vincents in the top 32 even. So the deck is good. We did see kind of a man, I can't remember what nationals it was, but there was a Vincent in the top 8 that's kind of this almost boomer Vincent that wasn't running the well, I just blanked on the name of the card. It's the one that generates a rune chant whenever you attack.
Oh, the Malefic
Yeah, they're not
incantations.
running no Malefics, which was pretty interesting to me. Seeing some of these Vincents also running Mordred Tide, trying to either high roll or do there is a combo, like a OTK essentially with Mordred Tide that you can do. So we'll see what kind of list we are on with Vincent. I'm excited to see Vincent here in the doing so well.
Yeah, I
So
think it's going to be interesting to see what is going to transpire here. Both heroes, I would say, need a little bit of setup. Of course, Vincent wants to get some Malefics out, needs the rune chants in order to play cards with Rune Gate, and then Vincent is also going to want to put cards with Rune Gate in the Banish Zone through her start of turn trigger. That way she can fuel the turn. And of course, Acilio, damage here and there until you start finding the combo pieces, and then after that you just start going ham.
it looks like Justin is going to present AB0.
AB1 off of the Lightning Greaves.
The Lightning Greaves, that's right. But the Lightning Greaves are definitely a consumable, as it were, for a combo turn. So wanting to, if he is going to pop the Lightning Greaves, going to want to do it and make sure that Vincent does die. This is a really good opening for the Vincent, though. Going to get the Malefic out and get the consistency on the Rune Gate started.
Yeah, and on the Vincent side, we're seeing, of course, the Face Purgatory, a very good card against some of these more combo-oriented decks of just shredding an extra card out of the hand, getting an extra card to either block or pitch to. And we also see the AB3 with the Vexing Quill Hand and the Dyadic Carapace.
AB4 because of the book.
That's right. Grim
So,
War also
with
has
the-
Arcane Barrier on it.
With the Grimoire, and I can't spell Grimoire. So the Grimoire also having it. So access to AB4 on the Vincent side. Sigil Brilliant's going to come out here.
Yeah, so Sigil of Conductivity being played, Sigil of Brilliance being played. Blast to Oblivion coming out here.
Sigil of Conductivity definitely going to be popped soon by the Vincent, right? Because
Yes, it has the Arcane Shelter, which is going to help soak up some of those rune chants.
And Blast to Oblivion going to be coming in as the first attack, going to be blocked out by the Reduce the Rune Chant.
We see the Sigil of Lightning being played. It is an instant that is going to trigger the Blast to Oblivion. Justin deciding not to bounce any of the sigils.
And just going to pass along.
I think we saw a Lightning Press, another Sigil of Brilliance, a Consign to Cosmos Shock, and a mystery card in Justin's hand as we see Eloquent Eulogy being banished at the start of the turn. The Machinations of Dominion being played, and the Widespread Ruin coming in for 6 overpower with Go Again.
So going to be gonna have a 2 attack turn here pretty easily. All right.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Looks like there was a small life discrepancy that got fixed. As we saw the judges heading over to the room. As the turn continues, Justin Fryer just taking the damage.
Going to
Deadwood
Dirge.
coming out.
So 3 Rune Chants with the Eloquent Eulogy. So 3 and 4. Pretty big turn. Like a surprisingly big turn here.
Yeah, and I also want to point out Fryer had played that Calming Breeze to help prevent some of those rune chants that was coming through and keep the Arcane Shelter on the Sigil of Conductivity. Because now if he takes the Arcane and the Arcane Shelter triggers, he'll get that Embodiment of Lightning, but the Sigil of Lightning will also make the Embodiment of Lightning, and double Lightning does nothing. So maybe trying to keep one of those around, try to string along his Embodiment of Lightnings.
Not sure what the proxy that we have, the judge approved proxy we have here is.
I believe that is an Eloquence token.
That is probably, yep, that sounds
Justin
about
had
right.
taken damage from the Widespread Ruin, and so because the chain was not closed, the Eloquent Eulogy will trigger, making the Eloquence token. It looks like that is what that card is representing.
So we have 2 Sigil of Brilliances and then a Mind Warp coming in 4/4. Mind Warp, of course, one of the more disruptive pieces that Acilio has access to. Going to on dealing more than 2, going to make your opponent shuffle their hand into your deck and draw back up -1.
Now it does have to do 3, and of course there is AB4 on the side of Vincent. Looks like it'll just be AB3, take 1.
So down to 38. I am interested to see how blue heavy this Vincent list is. We've seen now the Widespread Oblivion, I think, as well as Machinations. So probably at least 6 blues, and maybe the Deathly Whales in blue.
Speaking of Deathly Whale, we're seeing 1 banished here at the start of turn. Rune Chant generated.
Needs 3 in order to send this. Let's see if we
This
have.
could be one of those setup turns. You know, Vincent typically will have these explosive turns and then have to reset a little bit, fall back before trying to be explosive again.
And Justin saying, no, I'm just going to pop the Quill Hand and send some more damage to make you respect it.
And that makes a lot of sense when you consider that there are 2 Sigil of Brilliance on the side of the Acilio. So Justin Fryer going to have a 7-card hand at the start of his next turn.
Yeah, go ahead and push, and try and get some cards out. If not, at least have some extra rune chance for the next turn.
And I think the Vincent player is fine with doing this. Of course, the Vexing Quill hand has AB1. So you're losing one arcane barrier, but you don't really need 4. 3 works a lot better.
Yeah, you don't want to pitch 2 cards to it for sure. Just gonna block out 2 here.
Yeah, Justin really prioritizing.
And then the call coming in. And with the amount of and with this big turn that Justin's trying to set up, that's pretty backbreaking. Getting another card out of hand.
Glittering Charge gone.
Now, like you pointed out earlier, Justin is going to draw up two cards from the Sigil of Brilliance is popping.
So the Aether Bindings of the Third Age being destroyed at the start of this turn before those 2 Sigil of Brilliances are destroyed. It's going to be amping 2 on the turn. 2 cards drawn for Justin.
So back to the 4-card hand. So you know, unfortunately the Acilio has to play with a standard 5-card hand.
So Blast to Oblivion coming through. We did see a Lightning Press get picked up as well, which is going to be very nice for bouncing the Sigil of Conductivity. This is also just going to continue to amp on the turn.
So bouncing the Conductivity back to hand, making another Sigil of Lightning. So the next attack will have go again as well, going up to 7 on this blast. Reduce the rune chant. Now come out and get the full 5 value off of this, making a rune chant as well as blocking the 4. Taking 3. Maybe. Nope. Sink below.
Yeah, with the amount of amp that's coming off right now, looks like maybe the physical damage isn't going to be there, so deciding to use the 2 defense reactions just to get the value now, on the off chance that it might be a Comet Storm Shock or something larger later.
Going to break the chain. Have 3 amp on the gloves and 2 on the Volzar right now. There is a Channel Lightning Valley coming out. So now 7 total amp available.
So Etchings of Arcana, it's going to be for a very large 10 arcane. Of course, only 3 AB on the side of the Vincent player. It's not going to be able to prevent the Surge, and the Surge is going to allow Justin to get back one of his sigils.
And of course, Sigil Brilliance being one of the most powerful.
In addition to also getting the Surge effect, that Channel Lightning Valley that was just played will also net Justin Fryer an extra card. Although no lightning card pitched on the turn, so it looks like it'll just stick around rather than, it'll be destroyed rather than stick around for the next turn.
It looks like, yeah, Justin just going to have a little IP penalty here. Draws for Lightning Valley. Oh, he has 2 cards in hand and an arsenal. And Shock for 1.
Okay, so just clearing out the arsenal, playing out the Sigil of Brilliance that he just got back off of the etchings, and then we have the mystery card drawn off of the Channel Lightning Valley, which will be parked in arsenal.
So if it actually efficiently using all of his cards, I'm pretty impressed. But here is one of the more backbreaking widespreads. This is going to be Widespread Annihilation, if I'm not, yes, Widespread Annihilation, which basically says if you take some damage that you need to banish a card from your hand.
Yeah, Justin activating Acilio, trying to find maybe some more blocking cards. Does not want to get cards ripped from his hand. He has a Sigil of Conductivity, which is going to have the Arcane Shelter, and although it only is 1 Arcane Shelter, so he'd have to still pitch 2 cards to prevent the Rude Chance. So I think this is going to leak damage in some way, shape, or form. Justin has to decide whether or not, or how much damage he wants to leak, and whether or not he wants to banish any cards. He could take the route of just committing his whole hand, and then when the trigger resolves, nothing happens.
So does take the 1 rune chant. So we'll be losing some card. And now it's going to be the 6 physical, which he is going to block out. And it's a succumb to temptation. So I think there was 1 being leaked through here because I'm pretty sure blast blocks for 2.
But we see the Sigil of Solace being played out. 3 life gain for Justin. No cards left in hand. Succumb and the widespread aren't going to do anything. Although there is Go Again for Vincent. Did not
And-
even want to swing Flail.
Yeah, Justin just passing, or Vincent just passing along there. And Basilio going to filter and send out the etchings of Arcana for 3.
3 Arcane, just maybe trying to buy a card out of the Vincent player's hand.
With
Vincent
no
player-
surge, Vincent says, I don't mind it. Going up to 3 for the Deathly Will. Shadow Puppetry. Big turns coming in. Going to take the pain, or take the 1 damage on Vincent. So that whenever this chain is closed, there will be 2 rune chants made behind this Deathly Will. Justin gonna dig.
Cilio activated electrostatic or electromagnetic somersault, discarded here.
He just discarded it to the Acilio.
Yes, to draw a new card, trying to filter.
Yeah.
I guess he's just trying to find. We haven't seen any Gone in a Flash out of the hand or out of the deck so far. So I think Justin is really trying to dig for one of those turns that he can activate the Lightning Greaves on.
But right now, this is going to be a Deathly Whale coming in for 7. On hit, Vincent gets to look at the top of their deck and decide if they want to banish it or not. And this also gives the Deathly Whale Go Again. So if you can banish another 2-cost rune gate off the top, you can go pretty big here.
Yeah, 25 to 23. We are seeing a pretty close game.
Kind of walking down life totals together. And like you said, 23 playing 25 here at round number 6 at the Battle Hardened in Houston. We have 8 rounds total to play before we cut to top 8. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. It has been a real pleasure and a very exciting and fun day for everybody involved. We have a couple of on-demand drafts that have been happening and on-demand CC events for those that dropped out of the tournament early. Definitely just a lot of flesh and blood and community, people from all around coming together to play great games of flesh and blood as intended.
All right, and it looks like Justin Fryer on Acilio has elected to just take the damage down to 18. The on-hit trigger for the Shadow Puppetry looks like we'll be resolving.
See what the Acilio or Vincent player wants to go ahead and play the call with 1 card left in hand. So we'll banish another widespread. It's the red widespread. You know, that one. The widespread ruin.
Current funnel being the banish off of the call for Justin Fryer. And it looks like the chain will be closed, the 2 rune chance will be generated, and the widespread ruin will come out. 8 more damage on this turn.
So 8, and then the initial offering was 3 and 7, so 10, so 18 damage turn. You know, I think I could live with that.
18 damage turn. So not only is it large damage, you also had a cold mixed in there.
Disruption and everything. Really, everything that the Vincent player wants to be doing, and now up to 23 in playing into 10.
Unfortunately, the widespread ruin revealing the Revel in Rune Blood. I'm sure Justin Fernandez would have loved to have that card in his next hand.
The card is really interesting in Vincent. Sometimes it's really good. Sometimes it is a little clunky. You definitely need the go again, obviously, to play with it. So we're gonna have, and now I wonder is Acilio getting in the range where they can't pop the Lightning Greaves because they're just going to die to the inevitable Arcane.
I think that's a good question. When talking with Justin last night about some of the options in his deck, he had elected to keep in Shelter from the Storms for mainly Syndra, but I could see if he brought it in this matchup just to help prevent Arcane. And we did see a little bit of other options, or a few other options to help prevent the Arcane as well, with the Sigil and the Calming Breeze.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe losing the Arcane Barrier is not that big of a deal, but I'm sure at this point in time, yeah, being 10 or below, definitely want to have the option to prevent that damage.
This play was incredible. So Vincent has to pitch to the reduced to Rune Chant and has 2 left over and is completely rewarded by that Mind Warp coming in for 4 and able to just use the 2 to turn off the Surge all in one card, getting the full value out of the blue pitch. That was really good. I mean, just lined up super well for Vincent there. And now I think we're going to see, I think this is Beseech.
Beseech the Demigod coming out, giving +3 to the next attack played from Banish. Malefic Incantation being played, and then the Eloquent Eulogy being played.
It's going to be 2 and 7 with 1 on the backside. So getting close to threatening lethal here, and I don't think you want to go down to 1 against a Vincent with the inevitable shadow attacks, shadow non-attacks triggering unpreventable rune chants. Seeing the Vincent being pretty conservative with the Vincent triggers, using it only once so far with the shadow puppetry.
Yeah, and one thing to note is that we also haven't seen any activation from the Spellbound Creepers. Of course, that card provides a lot of play patterns if it's set up for it. Justin taking 4 down to 6, getting very low, 6 to 21. This game started out with both players walking each other's life totals down slowly, and then the Vincent player had just taken a massive lead.
But able to get a huge value off of electromagnetic somersault and bouncing the 2 cards back to his hand. So now what can Acilio do with a 5-card hand? And again, you know it and you love it. It's going to be Blast to Oblivion, the yellow for 3. Going to be covered up by the Didactic Carapace. And then here comes the new shock card.
So 1 Arcane coming out. It's going to amp 1 off of Volzar. Does trigger Blast to Oblivion. It's going to remove the Rune Chant on the side of the Vincent player. Is a play that is very tricky that you can do. Not only can you do this with Rune Chants, you can do this also with fealty tokens. And it's going to make it a little bit harder for Justin on the Vincent side to kind of chain together the larger Rune Gate attacks if that is what they were hedging on for the turn.
So yeah, it's a really heads up play to try and keep the rune chant count low and go it, but still looks like with the block card that you can discard an instant and prevent 2 and make a rune chant. Haunting Rendition, that's the name of it. That's the name I was looking for. With Haunting Rendition, going to discard it, prevent 2, and make a rune chant. So still Vincent on a rune chant to start, but looking for 1 more to be able to use. Oh no! With the banish of widespread, then that will get up to 2. So able to still have a turn even with Justin, or even with Acilio, bouncing back 1 of the rune chants. So another 8 being presented here.
Yeah, and with Justin Fryer on Acilio at 6, every point of life is going to start to matter. We see the Tunic counter has been sitting at 3 for quite a while, or at least the last couple turns, because he wants to save it for that combo turn, but I don't think that combo turn is ever going to happen.
And Face Purgatory is still sitting on the board as well, which can be pretty tough to do, pretty tough to deal with in a lot of in these combo turns, is you're trying to do a lot of bouncing of your Gone in a Flash, and there's one of the first Gone in a Flashes we've seen.
So yeah, not only is Justin forced to use the tunic counter, basically forgoing the combo at all, he's blocking with the tunic and the Gone in a Flash. But now we are seeing a Revel in Rune Blood being played here, making 4 additional rune chants, a 5th one off of the Malefic trigger, and it is going to be the Flail of Agony for 5 rune chants and 1 physical damage. So still presenting lethal at this point in time.
So going to take 2 of the rune chants and then block out the flail. Closing the chain and going to do the discard off the top. Can't tell if he, I think that's a Haunting Rendition.
I believe banished off the top was a Haunting Rendition.
It's going to be a little tough. This is a really tough spot for the Vincent to be in with no rune chance to start the turn. So it may be a chance for Acilio to hold an entire hand, but the Eloquent Eulogy gets banished. So it is going to be another 1 for 4 at minimum.
Yeah, and it's just the best card in these situations. And it only costing 1 means that it's playable off any Vincent hand. We're seeing the Malefic Incantation being played. And that is going to start fueling the next couple turns, although Vincent players holding it back, maybe deciding to not play it quite yet.
So looks like, yeah, with the Eloquent Eulogy, would be asking for, let's see, he takes 1 and then it's 2 damage.
You
Yeah,
would
so
still be asking for 1 card.
just 1 card, yeah. Only asking for 1, but still the Acilio player looking to have more than that to do these big combos to try and get down this 19 life that Vincent is sitting at.
Yeah, and I think Justin Fernandez on Vincent is trying to figure out how to order their turn the best way possible. If they either want to try to hold on to certain cards or if they just want to dump their hand at this point.
So Beseech going to be the play here to present 7 on the
Yeah.
Eloquent Eulogy.
So now this is a little bit worse for Justin. Not only is he slowly taking damage from the rune chant that Vincent is paying life for to be unpreventable, but now it is large physical damage. So we're
Going to donate the
seeing-
hand.
Yep. 8 covered up 7. 1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal. Justin at 2.
These Malefics being really nicely spaced out so that Vincent hasn't had many turns throughout the game without them. You know, it's just been nicely spaced out. 1, maybe a 2 overlap here and there to make sure that Vincent can easily and consistently go about. Another Haunting Rendition to prevent 2, making another rune chant. So now our 3 rune gate cards are going to be live. These are some of the bigger ones with the better effects. Again, we're going to see a Deathly Wail coming out. Deathly Wail is going to be pretty crucial here to keeping the Vincent train rolling. Is it a blue? I can't tell. Not sure how much damage we're presenting here, but it is going to be at least 3 rune chants and minimum 5 damage. Actually, I think that is the red, so I think it is 6. Justin going to pitch to all those, blocking with his Comet Storm and Mind Warp, blocking all 6.
Yeah, Justin Fernandez on Vincent is able to just string together these hands that work not only very well, but it's going to start forcing cards out of hand for Justin Fryer. And that is an option that you have access to, the kind of fatigue by damage.
And then here comes an activation of the Spellbound Creepers. Dirge going to eat the rune chance that is here, giving the Vincent an action point back with 3 rune chants, and then swinging the flail, and that's going to be game. Vincent takes it down. Very solid play there. That was pretty solid play from the Vincent player here. We got to move back to us here in the booth. Charles, what do you think about that?
I think it just goes to show why a lot of people are trying to play Vincent in these larger events. You can see that not only was the deck very consistent, we didn't really see a lot of clunking or bricks. I think not only was the deck drawing very well, but every hand just seemed to have played very well. Unfortunately for Justin, while he was able to play a lot of the auras, at least, and even at one point having 2 Sigil of Brilliances, he wasn't quite able to find those Gone in a Flashes. He wasn't able to find that kind of combo that the Acilio wants to bank on.
Yeah.
And it's kind of the identity of the deck itself. And it just started to slowly fall apart as he was taking more and more damage to try to find that combo. Of course, the Succumb to Temptations
The
and
disruption,
the
yeah.
Coals also just made it very hard for him to hold on to large enough hands to matter. So that will be it.
That will be round number 6. And we do have a little bit of time. We'll see if we can get Justin Fernandez over here to talk to us a little bit about Vincent. We'll see if he's available, and we'll be back
stay
here
tuned.
in a little bit.
After the interview, we'll have round 7.
Sounds
Thank
good.
y'all.
All right, and welcome back to Battle Hardened Houston. We are here with Justin after his win on Vincent into Acilio. Congratulations on that.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Going
Felt great.
5-1, 8 rounds today. So why don't you tell us where you're from, Justin?
Yeah, so I'm here from Vegas, just traveling out. Came on my own, but got a couple friends in town.
Awesome. That's great. So did you go to US Nats as well?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about that too much. It didn't do too well in the Nats. Side events went great.
Hey, but it's still a lot of fun just to be there, right? So how long have you been playing Flesh and Blood?
Just over a year now. I started in Misfell,
There you go.
and really, I think I've been loving the limited, especially in a lot of these formats. Like IC's been fantastic.
Yeah.
It's been great. I fell in love with the game from the start. So.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. So what drew you towards Vincent?
It was one of the heroes I kind of had in my like pool of stuff I was going to play, and it's got decently even matchups across like what I think is the meta right now.
Yeah.
So I figured if I play well, I could show up and do all right, and it's doing all right for me.
Yeah, it's doing all right. What has your matchup spread been like today?
It's been a bit of everything. Marlin, Vincent, or not Vincent, Verdance, Azalea, just Acilio that we watched, and a Gravy. And there was one more, I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah. How are you feeling about the Gravy matchup?
That was my tightest, one of the tightest. That's the only one I lost, actually.
I think it's super hard.
But I think it's pretty doable. Modern Skies is pretty fucking hard.
Yeah.
And like I got a couple go against. I think you could do a pretty good job of managing their allies. And like at the end, I was just sending face and we had to block. But we ran the time.
Yeah. Okay, very cool, very cool. So is there anything in this matchup that you felt like was really the big turning point? Because you guys were kind of walking down life together till about 20 something, and then it just kind of blew open. So what was it for you?
Really, I just think when you're doing regular kind of fair fab trades, I think Vincent just comes out way on top. She gets so much more value out of her like ping effects, right?
Yeah.
So whenever I get to do that with an opponent, it feels good. Like if he would have sent a big gun in the flash, so that's one thing that just didn't happen this game.
Yep.
Big pop off turn on the solo side. That's what really would have hurt me. So I think basically, his deck not giving him what he needed is one of the big things that kept him.
There was a really interesting play where you had no rune chance and you had to pitch to reduce the rune chance and you pitch your machinations for it. And then he follows up immediately with a wine wart for 4. So you just get to cover it and you get the full value out of that. That's got to be a good feeling.
I did line it up that way, but I knew that was the card I was going to get the least value on my own turn. So whatever he had coming next, that was what's going to go for me.
And then you got the full value out of the blue. It's super good. Yeah, I mean, very excellent play. You saw your malefics. They trickled out for you instead of just being all right there at one point. So very good play. It's a tough hero. You had some really good lines with the Spellbound Creepers and getting in your Revel and Runebloods. Yeah, so it definitely looks like you've been very practiced on it and doing well.
Truthfully, not so much, but rune chants are good against heroes with water rights.
Well, yeah, there you go. Well, thank you so much, Justin. We appreciate it. Thanks for coming down to Houston and joining us at the Battle Hardened. It's a little bit of a drive, a little bit of a flight, but we appreciate you being here.
Thanks, man.
And good luck the rest of the time.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, hello. There we go. I think that we're live.
Yeah,
now.
sorry, we were a little bit muted there, but now we have Michael Ramsey versus Michael Hamilton in the feature match area. As a heads up, Randall Giles and Dave Cordero at 5-1 heading into round 7. Randall Giles on Syndra, Dave Cordero on Slippy. Those guys are 5-1. Michael Ramsey, Michael Hamilton, undefeated going into round 7. Battle of the Michaels. Let's do this.
Right after Battle of the Justins.
Yes.
So we now have our top 8, or at least our top 4 right now is 4 different heroes in a Kasai, Gravy Bones, Syndra, and Slippy. That's pretty exciting. I mean, that, like, if this is more representation of what the meta looks like, even after looking at all the other nationals and things like that, like,
it's pretty open.
It's very open. There's no, I mean, you consistently see like a Syndra.
Yeah.
You consistently see
Gravy
a
Bones.
Gravy Bones. We're starting to see Kasai sprinkle in here and there.
Yeah, really able to kind of match the efficacy of attacking the Gravy Bones allies.
Yeah, so it sounds like you should just play what you want to play.
Yeah, play something that you're comfortable with. We saw KOs earlier making a big splash
KOs were doing well, and I'm not sure where they are, but I've still seen some
at the tough
higher
tables.
higher up on the table.
Yeah,
So play what you love.
yeah.
You know, practice something, play what you love. The game rewards specialty a lot of times, and that we're starting to see that right now.
Speaking of specialists, Michaels. Somehow Michaels are good at this game, and now we're really seeing Michael supremacy from Michael Ramsey.
Yeah. So
Michael Ramsey took out Michael Fung earlier today.
Michael on Michael violence. happening
Michael on
all
Michael
day.
violence. Michael also on Gravy Bones, and now Michael Ramsey taking on another Gravy Bones and Michael Hamilton.
So we have seen Michael Ramsey on stream earlier. We talked to him. Well, did we see him on stream? He at least interviewed with us. Did he have a match?
Yes, yeah. Michael Ramsey interviewed us before
Yes, and we talked, and that was after his match with
KO.
teammate. Well, after his, we have him on interview after his match with teammate of Michael Hamilton, Michael Fong.
Yes.
And he talked to us about a little bit about the Gravy matchup and how he's approaching it.
Okay. What did you
And-
learn about that kind of?
So basically, Michael Ramsey thinks that he can almost just fatigue the Gravy Bones by just continually and consistently attacking the allies. And by attacking that angle of the game plan, he also kind of has this backup of being able to raise an army, and also just is going to generate tons of copper off of free hits on the allies, so that his blood on the hands are super potent.
Yeah, we saw in the KO game, he had 6 copper, was able to use 2 blood on her hands, and popped it in just kind of, and really went off on there.
So it looks like we are going to be starting with Michael Ramsey,
Just arsenaling.
just arsenaling, and Hamilton going to be checking the top of his deck just to see what's there before going ahead and cracking the. Oh, going to
Cracking one of his gold.
crack his gold on his. So on his turn, he was doing the compass and going to send in Golden Temple. And we've talked about it before. This card does so much that Gravy Bones wants.
Yeah. Red Golden Temple, importantly here, is the ask from Michael Hamilton upon Michael Ramsey.
So sending in putting the Swabby in graveyard, a big chunky boy with 3 and 7, and then 3, 3. The Murderous Rabble getting sent here. Looks like that will be the blue that Hamilton is trying to get into graveyard
For the Swabby.
for the Swabby. 2 cards remaining in hand. I do see at least 1 blue in the Sunken Treasure. So a couple of Sunken Treasures in hand.
Swell. Saltwater Swell.
Send in the red Saltwater Swell, ripping another blue off the top.
So
That was
many,
a blind rip.
yeah, many resources to one, play the Swabby and then attack with the Swabby.
And that was just a blind rip. So great You know what? Sometimes it pays to be just good at the game.
And Michael Ramsey respecting the gold baited hook, blocking fully, using his Valiant Dynamos. Let's see if he can get a refresh there.
And the Value Dynamo just going to put in so much work.
Spoils of War is the ask.
And even with this awkward break point that Swabby presents, you just have the Valiant Dynamos. And again, and like we talked about before, we're going to generate a bunch of copper off of free spoils. And Michael talked about this in the interview where he's always going to, as long as they don't double ally, it's just easily going to be kill an ally and send something to face.
Yeah.
Just make sure you clear the ally, and then whatever sword is left,
Yeah.
whether it's the big sword or the small sword, clear it out, send to face. Hamilton with a really aggressive use of the quick dodge flexors.
Yeah, just
there.
getting it out of the way immediately. Is that probably either
I'm gonna guess that's an
Tropani
eye.
or an Eye of Ophidia?
Yeah, with one floating,
Okay.
that's going to be an Eye of Ophidia. Cracking the gold, opting. This Eye of Ophidia card, kind of good. Maybe there's something to it.
Yeah, we saw Levi using Eye of Ophidia in Marlin as well.
Yeah, Marlin using it to good success. Able to kind of sculpt. I think it has a lot of success in Gravy, just because, especially in Hamilton's list where he's running a lot of these cards that flip off the top in Saltwater Swell, able to really kind of curate and make sure that you hit the blue whenever you need it. Gonna compass and look at the top after we designed the exact draw that we wanted with the Eye of Ophidia. And then going to send a Murderous Rabble.
Murderous Rabble. Again, hits the 3 on the Murderous Rabble. Michael Ramsey takes it immediately.
Waiting for something a little more pertinent to come out. Maybe even just deciding that he can actually do a lot of damage here. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. I think he is definitely playing in the reactionary way.
Backwater break line?
The back alley.
Back alley break line?
Just
an attack.
Just played out.
Yeah.
Just a 1.
Didn't seem like there were any allies in the hand. I wonder if, maybe Michael has cited out many allies, understanding Michael Ramsey's game plan.
So now Ramsey here with a draw swords and
Sharpen senses.
And sharpen senses, so that.
And then a Kasai activation.
And a Kasai. Oh, that's a sharpen senses. Going to be a Kasai activation.
Gonna get go again.
Yep, sword just with go again now. So being rewarded for holding on to all these cards and able to send a big hand back to Hamilton.
No cleanup duty that he has to do right now. No allies presented. No allies even in graveyard for Hamilton right now.
Graveyard is a little empty. It is a sad Gravy Bones yard. 5 is the ask for Hamilton as he is in the tank here at Battle Hardened Houston. We are in round number 7.
Round 7 of 8 Swiss rounds before we cut to top 8.
Looking to see who stays undefeated.
Both Michaels probably locked for top 8 if I'm to guess, but could be some gem magic here too as well.
I was told there is a world where if you lose this match and then happen to get a pair down and then go into the next match and lose, I'm told that you could miss top 8 by that, depending on how things shake out.
Michael Hamilton taking all the damage there.
It's going to take 8
to go for a Call of the Grave.
Call of the Grave and come in. Let's see what we're going to stock the graveyard with.
Another Swabby.
Another Swabby, yeah.
It's interesting he doesn't choose one of the more disruptive allies, maybe a Chum or something like that. Just really prioritizing damage in this case.
I wonder how an Anka would do here with the amount of gold and
drawing.
Draw
Yeah,
that is
absolutely.
Yeah.
But maybe doesn't have the extra ally in hand to discard to the Anka effect, or maybe is hoping not to draw them. So who knows?
Playing the Swabby out. Swoop.
Saltwater sloop.
The sloop going to come in here, and this is a little 2 for 6 with go again on high tide. And
High
then
tide
gonna-
activated here.
High tide is activated and will be able to have the dead threads and swing in with the Swabbies. So a nice little 13 damage play here.
Just really maximizing damage here.
And Ramsey going to use the dynamos to cover up all 7. So that weird breakpoint covered up nicely. And Swabby again only with a little butt. So he only has a
3 health.
Only with 3 health here. Not too difficult of an ask for Kasai generally to clean up on. Looks like Ramsey looking to see if he can activate Kasai. Doesn't have enough.
Maybe
of,
the exact colors that he needs.
Yeah, maybe not enough reds or something. Let's be honest, it's probably the yellows.
Michael, really comfortable in this matchup. Spoke to him earlier, and just feels really comfortable in this matchup.
So we will see. Going to have the draw sword. That's not draw sword.
It's unsheath.
That's unsheath. All these like warrior terms.
Yeah.
I'm gonna draw a sword.
We're gonna sharpen my senses.
Sharpen your senses, and we're going to send it to Swabby here. With the go again from the unsheath.
Activating blood spill.
Activating the grains to get the vigor for the next
Yeah.
turn. Carry that over. Now has all the colors in hand needed to activate Kasai, but not going to be quite as free by swinging in hand. Oh, but actually Kasai says that you have to hit a hero anyway.
So a lot of damage with the Outland Skirmish and threatening a couple of on-hits, copper and gold, for Michael Hamilton. Gravy, not a lot of equipment to block with. Has
You basically get one block out
you
of the
get
hook, and
one
that's
block
it.
out of each equipment.
Yeah, the dead threads, not something you want to be giving up. Just the free resources over the turns. And it looks like Hamilton just saying, you know what, send me the bill. I'll take the 5. You can make your copper. You can make your gold.
I'll steal it later.
Yeah, that is a true story. That is one of the things that is interesting in this matchup is the hook is not create gold, which in some matchups is just saying I create gold. And this one it's saying I'm going to steal it.
Yeah.
And so that can be a little tough for the Kasai to have to deal with. But Ramsey right now sitting on 2 gold. So if he loses 1, not the end of the world, but definitely not something you want to be giving up to the bone man. Hamilton having to think here, still with an empty graveyard.
Michael, no gold at this moment either. Coming in with a tipple.
Hamilton just really starved on resources on
Yeah.
every front. Nothing in the graveyard, no gold. Looks up to the sky, asks, where are my allies?
But I wonder if this is his strategy, right? Maybe he sided out a lot of these allies just because he didn't want to give Michael Ramsey more targets to make resources off of.
It is a very big possibility, but it is a loss. Also, just a huge.
It changes the way that
you have
he's
to
being
play this.
playing Necromancer. Found a chum.
Chum, friendly first mate, going to make it into the graveyard. Make the gold. Draw a card, and the ask of Ramsey is, what would you like to do with 3 damage? Ramsey, snap, no blocks, going down to 25.
I think Michael Hamilton just drew the Conqueror of the High Seas, but attacks with the Saltwater Swell first to find the resources. Maybe gonna ship this Conqueror first.
Ramsey's saying, show me something more than just a 3, please.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in blocking your 3. I can get more value out of my cards. on
Draw,
offense.
discard. It's from Gravy ability. Found an Anka.
Got the Anka. Anka down under. I'm
Do you
not
think that
do
is what
accent.
that's how James White says it?
I mean, I think that if I'm in New Zealand, right, it's like, I play an Anka for 4. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop. My accents are really, really bad and tend to switch between Australian and British very fluidly and sometimes in a Kiwi.
So gold baited hook kind of free here because Michael just made a gold with a golden tipple. And again, this is the card that Michael Ramsey is really scared of. An 8.
8, go again.
Go again. On hit, destroy Arsenal. On hit, make a gold.
On hit, steal your gold.
Steal your gold.
Steal your gold.
Steal your girl.
Break your arsenal. Break your heart. There's 3, 4, 5.
1 card from hand. Found
Draw
one.
swords to cover up the full 8. Still go again available. Hamilton going to just pass. Not wanting
Prioritizing
to-
the Arsenal. Just
Yeah.
doesn't want to put something on the board that Ramsey can take out very easily.
Yeah, going to have the vigor pop at the beginning of turn with 1 resource here easily to swing a sword. Going to go ahead and pitch the blue, crack 1 of the gold, draw, turn on the swords for free, as that is in the Kasai hero text. We'll see what Ramsey can put together here on this turn. It does look like Hamilton did side out a fair amount of allies.
Yeah. I'm not seeing limpets, not maybe seeing the rigor mortises.
I think they're just too easy to farm.
I think they really are just too easy to farm.
Make sure that you have an ally that has either
A
relevant
big butt
damage,
or yeah.
relevant damage or a relevant effect in
Yeah.
some way. And Chum and Anka fitting both of those.
Yeah.
Is that a blood on her hands?
It is a
I
blood on
think
her
it
hands.
is. So looks like it's time to do some damage. Gonna start pushing here, trying to even up these life totals a little bit more. Activating Kasai.
Activating Kasai. Michael Hamilton, I mean, Gravy Bone's not a great defensive deck. Hopefully Michael found some defensive tools in this hand
This is a big sword.
because it's the big sword. Slice and dice, sharpen senses. This is coming in for go again.
Gonna come down.
5.
5 go. Why did I think it was going to be? It's got to be more on the next swing, right? That's what it is. Because the slice and dice is going to be on the next turn that you get the big pump. Just valuing the +1 on the first one. Hamilton's going to look at the top, see if this is going to help him in any way, shape, or form to navigate through this turn.
And while Gravy doesn't have access to good defensive equipment, has some defenses in Blood in the Water, some block cards that have some good effects.
Blood in the Water is, I think it's an incredible card.
Yeah.
I know there's been some gravies that have been turned off of it lately, but basically 6 block getting things in the graveyard. I mean, especially if your graveyard is super lean, it's really good. You can see the compass and maybe rip it off the top, essentially saying I'm drawing a card. I'm a big fan.
Is Michael Hamilton taking this damage?
That appears to be. You don't want to. If this is the sword that gets the swing again, you don't necessarily want to block it because it's going to pump,
Yeah.
right? So maybe you block it on the second attack.
And Michael still with a cards in hand?
It appears
Well,
he has,
Ramsey, Michael Ramsey.
it appears Ramsey has at least 1 card in hand.
Michael Hamilton really thinking about this, kind of being put in the blender. Just a block for 3. Actually pushes the Centauri Saber up to 7. Grains of blood spill.
Walking with the jittery bones. Interesting inclusion.
Hit and run.
And now another sword coming in for 5. With 1 floating. Oh, looks like we're going to correct that. It is a 6 go again on this Saber. Paying into the bracers.
Michael Hamilton taking all of this damage. Might just not have blocking cards in hand.
Taking it down to 7.
I mean, was above 20 life earlier this turn, and now under at 7.
Blood on her hand. Oh, that, never mind.
That's Murderous Rabble.
That's Murderous Rabble. I thought for whatever reason the Call of the Grave was a red, but I know better.
So
that is the third Murderous Rabble.
That is third Murderous Rabble. Michael Hamilton had blocking cards in hand, so it seems like he's got a big turn lined up. Call of the Grave to get something even bigger. Maybe going to try to get a multiple allies out on the board, something that can't be easily wiped out by Michael Ramsey. But Michael Ramsey has Go Again in his hand already. Is it Sawbones?
Sawbones. Nope.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Maybe not. Not a Sawbones. Notably, Hamilton does not have any rum to have Go Again and
no
get
Mage
2 allies
Masters.
out. No Mage Masters. So no real good access to
put out
easy
multiple. Yeah.
and swing.
Yeah.
Right. He can put 2 out and just say, "Here's fodder. I'm just trying to survive a little bit longer." But then it's also the question of, is Ramsey to say, "I don't care," and just swing at face because you're only at 7?
The Chum makes it a little bit more of an interesting decision, but we will have to see. Looks like Chum is the ask.
Chum is going to come out, swing 4, and it looks like that's going to be the turn.
Not interested in developing multiple allies, hoping that just, okay, 6 damage is too hard for Michael Ramsey to beat.
Donating the Valiant Dynamo and
Take it on the chin.
take it on the chin. So now natural Go Again. Going to be able to make that agility turn, or that agility going into the next turn, preventing 3, taking 1 from the Chum.
So maybe Michael has some vigor, has an agility, has a gold, or that may be copper. Not sure. I think it's vigor.
I think he has 2 copper.
Okay.
I think it's 2 copper, a gold, and an agility. He tends to move his vigor into the pitch area.
Yes, he
whenever
does.
It pops
When
at the
it
beginning of the
yeah,
turn.
you're absolutely right. So Michael Hamilton with an opportunity to use Chum's effect if Michael Ramsey chooses to not to. Oh,
So
is
the
just
very first
is
thing
just attacking.
that Ramsey's going to do is just go ahead and swing the.
Yeah, so it was
Oh, it was
two vigors, and so the first thing that Michael Hamilton, he's just gonna swing at Michael Hamilton.
So just going, before
To-
Hamilton has any time to respond with Chum. And then this is, I forgot what the name of this card is, but this is going to give +1 to the card.
Oh, that's Iron Song Pride.
Iron Song Pride, he's been running as a 1-of. And it is so, with these gravy decks, you can't get it off the board because
Yeah.
he's just going to farm your ally. So 3 comes into Chum.
Okay, actually went after Chum, huh?
The 3 in a Chum going to raise an army.
With I believe maybe only 1 or 2 gold. Did not have a lot of gold on hand.
We'll see how many we get made here.
I think just one. And is so has the mercenary who will take out Chum, and Michael still has another sword swing to go against Michael Hamilton. This is looking really tough for Hamilton.
So another Centauri Saber is, and it looks like Ramsey is out of cards. So good news for Hamilton that it's just 2.
But this sword is going to get bigger and bigger from this Iron Song Pride.
I believe Iron Song Pride says you put a counter on it until you don't hit.
Okay.
Yeah. You just put a 1.
Just
plus
so
it-
the one.
Now
So
the
now
sword
it
is always
is
3.
always 3, which is great for the 3 health allies.
And then whenever you swing or whatever you block with whenever you block into the sword, it essentially pumps a 4 every time.
Michael Hamilton with 3 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal, facing an 11 life deficit.
The sellsword only representing 2 health. But we'll see if Hamilton does
Actually
decide
goes after it.
to attack into it with the saltwater swell. Hits the blue off the top for 5 resources.
Has been really lucky with these saltwater swells, Murderous Rabbles. Hasn't hit a charter course yet. Oh, there's a charter course.
Speak of the
Speak
devil.
of the devil. Can he get the 2? Yes, he can. 1 yellow, 1 blue, the perfect mix. Everything coming up Hamilton except for the life totals.
Yeah, there is 7. You think if Gravy had the text that you could convert resources to health, he would be doing really well
He'd
right
be
now.
doing really well.
Yeah.
I think he kind of does if he uses all these resources to summon allies and turn it into effective health.
Now we shall see. Going to go drawing here, cracking the gold to draw another card, and then
Having a think.
head in the hands.
Head in hands. Another gold, maybe? Going digging. Looking for answers.
Didn't like that one. So we give it another try. Golden Tipple with a, here come the allies now.
Here are the
with a rigor
allies.
mortis.
Didn't see them early. Now they are here.
But is it too little too late?
If there's any indication, Michael Ramsey will take this type of damage all day. And he
Take the
does.
3. Vanilla 3.
Another tipple in hand, and I believe another blue, has resources to get an ally, swing with ally, or just develop multiple allies.
Popping the last gold. Just digging here.
Another tipple.
Another tipple coming in.
Enka.
Going to fill up the graveyard.
I mean, how many cards has Michael Hamilton used this turn? Saltwater swell, charter course, tipple.
He can only get 2 allies out, though. Has not seen any tip the barkeep.
Yeah. Would have loved to see a kind of a gold kiss rum generator.
Something.
Has kept his hero upright, maybe for that kind of exact situation.
So now that he's starting to get a lot of allies in grave, the odds of Hamilton drawing up an ally into hand
Yeah.
are getting less, which makes it so that he cannot turn on the Anka ability, as well as Anka does need you to discard a card with Watery Grave.
Portside exchange in the hand. I think another blue. Michael Hamilton really thinking about what he needs to present. And again, none of these cards prevent Michael Ramsey for just going face. Sawbones.
Sawbones with the effect of stealing a gold. I don't think Ramsey has any gold to steal at this point, so we'll actually be creating the gold.
Yeah,
for
just
Hamilton.
vigor and just an Iron Song pride.
Just a lonely Iron Song pride. Gonna get the value block.
Michael Ramsey does not care. Has gone down from 22 to 8 off a lot of cards that Michael Hamilton drew this turn. But has 4 cards to deal with. Deal with this Sawbones and deal lethal. Slice and dice, hit and run. Go again. And damage. Kasai activation.
Do all of the things.
What sword does Michael Ramsey swing? The big one? The small one? Michael Hamilton pointing out, yeah, you have a vigor. You don't need to pay for any of this.
Thank you all for joining us here as we get down to the nitty-gritty of this end game here between Michael Ramsey and Michael Hamilton at Blood on the Bayou. It is a battle-hardened Houston presented by Game Guys and Blood on the Bayou. And we are
Battle of the Michaels.
Battle of the Michaels, seeing who will leave the arena undefeated between Kasai and the Necromancer Gravy Bones. Michael going to bring in the sword without the counter on it. And it's going to come in two-face for 3 go again.
Thinking, gesturing, I think I'm just going to face.
Hamilton going to have the block out
Blocking with a
here.
non-attack.
Stays at 3, does not pump the sword.
Blade Flurry, blown out.
Blade Flurry going to go over the top.
+2. Michael Hamilton would have loved to keep those quick dodge flexors for this moment. Michael Ramsey making a gold from Kasai. It can come out.
Pitch into the gold, drawing
Drawing
a
a
card.
card.
Next sword is going to be free, as as Kasai has drawn. So now this is where it becomes difficult on the attacking side of deciding, do you think the Gravy Bones has no blocks in hand? Activating
And
the
I think
Iron
he
Song.
does. I think he's coming face here. This is a big one because of the slice and dice.
Coming in for 7.
With the Brayford Bracers. Slice and Dice, Blade Flurry, Brayforge Bracers, 1 resource floating for the Grains of Blood Spill to get another vigor at the end of this turn, if this hits.
Presenting 8. Hamilton does have the ability to filter 1 time with Gravy Bones and 1 gold.
Also has the ability to prevent 1 damage
Prevent
with
1.
Sawbones.
It is free. Does not require any.
Michael Ramsey really choosing his spot. Where do I actually ignore the allies and go face? Has decided it's this point in time. Hamilton has 2 blocks on his armor, critically.
Does have 2 in the armor. Has saved the hook block until now. Gonna look at the top and see if there's any hope there. Puts it back pretty quickly.
I love that Michael Hamilton is still running old him sleeves, really repping his original the hero that brought him to some notoriety in the Flesh and Blood community. But now he's on Gravy Bones, the new big bad.
In the tank here.
I mean, I think one of those cards doesn't block.
Trying to see how he can get out of this. Lining up the blocks. Is that a tip the barkeep?
It is the tip the barkeep. 1 armor on the gold baited hook.
So technically this will be blocking 4. Decides against it.
Tip the barkeep does not buff the Centauri Sabers. Very tense in the feature match area.
Ramsey just saying, I have no cards in hand. It is up to you to figure it out. This is the problem I have presented to you. Being the proactive deck in this matchup. Hamilton with 3 cards and the arsenal here. Still trying to work his way through this block.
No fear of this going to time. I mean, 17 minutes left. Both players single-digit life totals.
Looking at an activation of Gravy Bones. Hamilton knowing what's on top.
Yes, he does know what's on top.
Don't know if that's going to get him out of this.
Hand is tip the barkeep. I believe 1 ally? Hard to tell.
Critical juncture here.
I mean, if Hamilton can survive here, he has an ally on board that has not been dealt with and could easily snowball that into a victory at these low life totals.
It is just a 1 for 6 to swing with the Sawbones.
Okay, discarding that was a Sawbones in hand, found something that blocks.
Preventing 1, blocking 6, 7, 8 total.
Blocking
The
8
sword
total.
does not hit. Iron Saw
Will
sword-
disappear?
Swords.
The first one did not hit. The first Centauri Saber did not hit. Yeah. I mean, it didn't, right?
Pretty sure it did hit.
Okay. Oh yeah, he went from
7 to 5.
7. Yeah.
7 to 5 there. So he does have a sword that did
Call
hit.
of the grave to find something. Maybe, probably a chum. There it is, chum, friendly first mate.
Notably because Hamilton did prevent on Ramsey's turn, does not have an ally to swing with. So needs to get something out. There will be a blue that hits the grave in Call of the Grave. Hamilton deciding that he probably doesn't have the resources to pay for this chum. And going
In
to
choosing
get another Sawbones.
Another Sawbones. Really prioritizing this protection effect that's free.
It is, in essence, free, yes. And then going to play it out and swing. Using the dead threads as the additional resource there. Ramsey now has been just taking a lot of this ally or vanilla damage until this point.
Has a Valiant Dynamo he can throw in front of this. Has an Outland Skirmish that maybe is redundant?
We'll see if Ramsey wants to kind of extend this game by starting to do cleanup duty, or if he is just going to try and push again for face and close this out.
The Sawbones make it really tough to kind of close this game out if they're preventing 2 damage each turn.
Blocking 6, saving
Blocking
his life total.
6, preserving life total. Crucially, did not use his Valiant Dynamos. I think he is going Yeah, gesturing that he's going to go on cleanup duty
Can
to
can
prevent damage.
So that is not enough to
Okay.
So that would not be enough to clean up the Sawbones since there is a prevention on both.
But is going to keep the Vigor Train rolling. Oh, no. That might have been the pivot point here. Was not able to keep enough cards in hand to clear out Sawbones.
Did not account for
Did not account for the prevention effects.
or maybe just did and wanted the 6 damage to not be as free.
Yeah. But now Michael Hamilton with 2 allies on board who can protect each other. Another Sawbones in graveyard. I mean, this could be really hard to cut through, especially if there's a chum on board.
So a chum is hitting the graveyard. A blue has not hit the graveyard yet, so cannot play an
Hamilton,
ally
4
out.
cards in hand. One of them has to be a blue, right?
Well, we have seen a lot of like red golden tipples and red saltwater swells, which notably do not. But
Oh, there it is,
Avast
Avast Yi.
There it is. Does give go again to the allies.
Another Sawbones. Michael Hamilton really diligent in finding these prevention allies.
This will be 6 go again.
He is world champion for a reason, clawing this game back in a very difficult matchup.
See a fate foreseen in Ramsey's hand. This is going to be 6 go again with the Avast. Whenever it hits, it does create a gold token.
Hamilton, no gold right now.
Gold really one of the engines of Gravy Bones, being able to do a lot with drawing and being to filter your hands as well as just the discard effect. Shoving in 6, not going to get the gold from the Avast. There is going to be a bigger token on the next turn to swing the sword, but is going to need a little bit more with all these Sawbones on here to clear out one.
Nice.
And there comes the big boat, Conqueror of the High Seas, coming in for 8 go again.
Lethal. Michael Hamilton, the first to present lethal in this game. And Michael Ramsey has to respect it. But has another fate foreseen.
Covers all 8 there.
Found the D-reacts right in time. But crucially, has to face with 3 Sawbones on the field, all protecting each other.
Needing 5 to clear out 1 Sawbones. Sawbones is at 2, and then with the 3 other prevention.
Outland Skirmish, something that he's kept from a previous turn. Going to kill Outlands. Going to kill Sawbones. Is able to do it. Able to clear the first one. Makes copper.
That will be it with no go again. So cleared out 1 Sawbones, now only needing 4 to clear out the second one.
Saltwater Swell is going to be able to play out an ally from the depths of his graveyard this turn.
That is a red saltwater swell.
I think it's a blue.
Is it a blue? I guess if we had the damage dice. He did take 1, so yeah.
He
it's
did
just a
take
blue,
1.
So that is now the.
And now the chum. Is he going to play a chum? He's playing
gonna play
Anka.
The Anka. The Anka coming in. Make it difficult to. And we know that there is going. And there comes the sloop. For 6 go again. The damage is starting to pile up. 6 go again, then going to be followed up with another 6 behind that from
So probably a
the Sawbones,
Sawbones.
for sure, as that is the highest damage ally that is available. And we know that next turn Hamilton is going to pick up an ally to put into his hand and has the ability to discard that to Anka. If Ramsey does choose to draw a card, I don't think he does not have any
He
gold.
has no
in
gold,
hand,
but I mean,
but
obviously,
draw swords.
draw swords, Gorganian Tome, something like that, has options to draw cards. I mean, this is a pivot point. I can imagine Ramsey maybe kicking himself for not clearing that Sawbones in the that one Sawbones on an earlier turn.
And then here comes another 6. Another lethal attack. Valiant Dynamo not able to be refreshed last turn as there has not been go again. And able to clear that up. Going to need at least 2, 3, 4. Has the Unsheath swinging at Sawbones. Getting the natural go again. Or able to find the go again anyway, since it is double its power. Prevents? Taps to prevent?
No, I think that's a trot along.
Oh, it is a trot along. You are correct. Sorry, it's a little dark there. And then the next sword coming in and going to clear the Anka.
So Michael Ramsey, I mean, has taken a little bit of damage in order to do cleanup.
But being diligent in the way that he's doing it.
Yeah.
Saltwater Swell coming in. Hits the blue tipple.
Ugh. Michael Hamilton really finding exactly what he needs off the top. Might have seen it.
He did look with
Yeah,
the
with
compass.
the but it's coming up Michael discarding to make a gold kiss rum.
Drawing a card and going to get his Gold Kiss Rum.
Finally
there,
found
and
a gold kiss rum. Can maybe develop more than just one ally this turn.
Drawing off the tipple.
What an incredible match. 5 minutes remain. 5-5. Michael Ramsey versus Michael Hamilton. Coming down to the wire. Dockside, portside exchange.
Looks like that is
Discard to draw card. If you have no cards in hand, it is just a draw card. Conqueror of the High Seas found.
Does he have the resources to play? Does not have.
He has a blue, I
has one
believe.
blue
Or
in
is that
there.
a saltwater sloop?
I think it's a Conqueror.
Okay, it's a chum.
Going to pull out the Anka, swing the Anka 4-5.
Another lethal attack by Michael Hamilton.
These ally decks just don't want to fall over.
Ramsey did attack with 2 weapon swings last turn, but did forget to tick down his Valiant Dynamo, maybe missing one piece of block there that might be important later on. Here we go. Spoils of War, something that he's been looking for since like maybe the second turn of the game. Hasn't seen one. Just for the go again, and the copper generation. What does he attack?
Coming in with 6. Anka at 3 with 2 prevention would need 5 to get over. Just
Wants
going
a
to hit
Sawbones.
Sawbones. Make it a little easier to clean up future allies. This is all of the Sawbones that are in the deck. So once these are cleared, another sword coming in.
Sawbones prevention. Don't forget your Dynamo. Yes.
The Dynamo being refreshed there.
Michael Hamilton has clawed his way back into this game. Has has gone all the way to find his Eye of Ophidia again.
Yeah, shuffled a couple of times.
Yeah, has shuffled a couple times with Call of the Grave.
With the Avasti here, able to have a go again on this Enka. Ramsey
Blocking, full block. Oh, no. Goes up
should
by
take
one. Should take one.
As Enka is a 5.
Making a gold. And the Conqueror of the High Seas.
Ramsey quickly running out of runway here, just blocks all 9.
And
then the
coming
chum
in
for 4.
Michael
and
Ram. That is
it.
it.
Hamilton able to navigate his way out of a very difficult situation.
Very tough
there.
situation. Very hard matchup. And Michael Hamilton, he's a world champion for a reason. Understands this game. Understands the Gravy Bones deck. And has come out with the win here. What did you think about that game, Josh?
I'm impressed. I'm really impressed that Hamilton was able to work his way out of there. It was a super tough spot to be in, down 20-something to like 7.
Yes.
Taking a huge damage from that blood on our hands turn, and still able to work his way through. I mean, really impressive stuff, showing the power of the Gravy Bones deck to just claw its way back in, even when he doesn't see allies until further on in the matchup.
I think, you really saw the decision making when he was looking through his deck with the Call of the Grave. And, many of us were just like, oh, yeah, he's going to get a chum in this situation. But decided against it, went for the Sawbones, and by getting all of those Sawbones attack, was able to really crush the offense of Michael Ramsey in order to take out those allies. And so, I mean, there was just one turn where Michael Ramsey did nothing.
Yeah, and the Iron Song Pride is normally there to make it pretty easy to just clear one ally, even with Sawbones up. But whenever there's 3 Sawbones, it makes it really tough.
Really tough. So, good game to Michael Hamilton, who goes 7-0 here at Battle Hardened Houston at Game Guys, sponsored by Blood on the Bayou.
Our final round of Swiss.
Our final round of
Swiss
Swiss
will be coming up after this.
Coming soon. That game took the entire time, so we will have your round 8 pairing relatively soon. And we'll see you guys back here in a couple minutes. Thanks for tuning in.
All right, welcome back. It is round number 8.
Final round of Swiss here at Battle Hardened Houston at Game Guys in Houston, sponsored by Blood on the Bayou. We have Neil Corner. Going into the final round of Swiss.
All right, of course, the 8th round, X1.
Winning in, probably.
Most likely,
I
we
think
have a lot of X1s as of
a
now.
lot of X1s, couple Slippies, Verdants, Syndras, Gravy, Kasai. Very open meta. A lot of very cool decks that can make it into top 8 for the $2,000 that are shared amongst the winners of the PTI, of Battle Hardened Houston. And obviously, they're playing for the top 2, get PTIs. The winner ultimately gold foil of random gold foil. So lot on the line here at Battle Hardened Houston.
All right, and the players are just getting everything set up, the deck shuffled. We're waiting for the presentation here. What do you think is going to be the expectation for this matchup?
So Robert had kind of indicated to me that this is kind of a bad matchup for Slippy. Obviously, Verdant's lot of D-reacts, a lot of defensive tools, and big offensive tools, really wants to block. Robert's deck, is the aggressor here and may not be able to push over those defensive tools.
Yeah, and we'll have to see. Of course, Slippy, very good at getting go again. Of course, the first stealth attack will always have go again. So it'll be up to Robert how to psyop his way on which attack he wants to do the sneaky assassin stuff on.
Yeah. So Slippy, 6 out of the 130 participants we have here at Battle Hardened Houston. Verdants, I believe 9 Verdances showed up today. So, still well-represented heroes here at Battle Hardened Houston, Slippy and Verdants. I know that Robert has probably anticipated going up against some Verdances here.
Yeah, both the Ramsey brothers definitely put in a lot of practice into multiple heroes, as they are both doing very well in this event.
Yeah, clearly something going on with the Ramsey brothers. Both now X1 at Battle Hardened Houston. As they're setting up, Slippy, really powerful deck, especially now that New has LL'd. The Slippies can really come out to play now that their Assassin Compatriot is out of the picture.
And what do you think the equipment loadout for Slippy is going to be? I know they have access to all that fancy Spell Void plus AB equipment, but
yeah,
are we going to see AB3? Is Robert going to maybe disrespect it a little bit, maybe only do AB1?
I can imagine that that Robert comes out with some form of Spell Void in terms of the Widow's equipment.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe Robert runs enough blues to kind of really take advantage of a lot of AB. And I think at that point, you just kind of want to enact your game plan and make Verdants react to you. Looks like it's 2 AB is the ask.
It's a respectable amount.
Keep the Flick Knives, keep the Snapdragon Scalers.
That, and it helps you stop the Waning Moon if Niels decides to run that as the weapon. If it's the Searched Aether Tide, then obviously he'll have enough to cover that up as well. And it looks like it is the Waning Moon coming out for Niels. And we are about to get started here.
So looks like Neil on the play. Last time we saw Verdance in in the feature match was round 1 with Evan Ford several hours ago at 10 a.m. And, you know, Verdant's able to take down, I believe, a Riptide just through arcane damage and kind of life gain effects.
Yeah, we're seeing the Everbloom life being played. Nothing in graveyard, so the Everbloom has no effect. The life will still gain that 1 point of health into a Warmonger's Diplomacy. Interesting.
So Warmonger's here. If this was a Marionette, it might be maybe a harder ask. But
It's going to prevent the Saber Bloodsheds.
yeah, it would prevent a Saber
and
Bloodshed.
the codexes, should that be something that Robert was going to do, although being turn 1, I'm
Yeah,
not expecting a
not-
whole lot.
Would not expect a Codex. Definitely chose War in this situation.
Although it does look like there is actually a codex in the hand. I don't know which one it is, since it is the Marvel art.
And they all look very similar. Hunter's Clave for 1. And thankfully, they do have marked tokens, so we know what's going on. CNC.
Command and Conquer is the ask. Neil's fingering 2 cards here as the block.
Slippy, disruption upon disruption upon disruption. CNC just another tool for that disruptive.
When it's very interesting that Ring of Roses is the block here. We do see the 2 block in Fruits of the Forest, so maybe that's just the better blocking card. But the Arsenal is a good enough card to hold on to that the Ring of Roses can be discarded at this point.
And maybe just wants Earth cards in graveyard to start the Decompose train.
So back over to Neil's Warmonger's Diplomacy is
And he just
now
passes
gone.
passes the turn. Robert with all the tempo. Neil ceding the turn.
Gonna start off once again with that Hunter's Clave. Just trying to poke a little bit of damage through. We see a Codex of Frailty being pitched along with what looks like a Just a Nick.
Overpitch too. And we know Robert, I think, has another Codex in Arsenal. Maybe trying to pull back that Codex of Command and Conquer.
I think we're even seeing another Codex of Frailty be pitched. So not a lot of options for Robert, considering that his hand has 2 Codexes, with the only
There it is.
target being a Command and Conquer, but a Leave No Witnesses is a very good follow-up. Although I do see a Rootbound Carapace in the hand for Niels, which will easily be able to cover that up. Snapdragon Scalers is the play. Go again on hand, and it looks like we will see that Codex being played out. Once again, grabbing the Leave No Witnesses. No Arsenal anymore for Niels, but will be forced to get an attack out of his graveyard.
Yeah, doesn't have the resources to get the CNC. Leave No Witness just as good here in this situation.
Yeah, but this is a very early burn of the Snapdragon Scalers, so I
Yeah.
wonder if maybe Robert might regret it a little bit here. Although, for the most part, he's only drawn normal cards. He hasn't drawn any stealth cards
Yeah.
that he could use the hero ability on. So maybe he's considering that the Snapdragon Scalers is good here because the deck has enough go again. And it looks like it's just going to be the other Rootbound Carapace.
And again, thankfully, Codex kind of good in this situation in that Neil's not able to retrieve a Felling of the Crown that he could play on his turn.
Yeah, we're just seeing a line strike for 7, just trying to push damage. Verdant's just doing the kind of Bullander-esque style of gameplay, swinging 2-card hands that do large attacks, whittle the opponent's life total down, and then start coming in with larger and larger arcane spells before finally comboing off with that Storm Striders.
Robert Ramsey taking the damage here as the aggressor. Neil's finding a felling of the crown. Can Robert do something about it?
Oh, and this is a very good turn. This is going to be Orb Weaver Spinneret into the Kiss of Death. Kiss of Death going to have Go Again because it is a stealth card. It's going to be 6 Go Again on hit, deal 1 additional.
Kiss of Death, you never want to block a Kiss of Death because of this card exactly. Tarantula Toxin can really blow you out.
So Neil's taking a big hit here to the Bonds of Attraction.
So Bonds of Attraction, probably red. Oh,
It is
it's a blue Bonds of Attraction.
Threatening to banish the top card of the deck and a card from Grave. Of course, banishing an Earth card
Yeah,
helps the Verdants
helps
a
the
little
Verdants,
bit.
but also could banish something that make it harder for them to decompose in the way that would like.
Or on the off chance that you banish an Earth
a-
card that
a-
is relevant, like a
felling of
Rampant
the
Growth
Crown.
Life or a Felling. That's probably what you're going for in this
Yeah.
case.
Robert forgot to attack react when flick the Kiss of Death.
So going back over to Neil's, we did see the Felling of the Crown in hand. And it looks like he was, just going to discard the Fruits of the Forest, gain the 2 life, clear his hand off so that he doesn't have to suffer the effects of the Decompose off of Felling. And he will be throwing 8 damage as there will be at least 4 Earth cards in the Banish Zone.
Felling the Crown, just such a powerful card that all of the Earth heroes have access to.
Looks like just the 1 card block here, 5 damage coming through.
Like we said earlier, Verdant's very willing to kind of walk down life totals with you.
Although this is not a hand that Niels wants to see. I believe he drew all 3 of his Emeritus Scoldings in his hand.
Oh no.
And that is one of the better cards for the combo finish.
To close out this game.
And you definitely don't want to block with all 3 in this situation.
So Robert with Infect into Leave No Witness. Again, attacking the Arsenal.
Niels has to make a big decision whether or not he wants to keep the Arsenal. I believe the Arsenal is still that Codex target, if I'm not mistaken.
His original Codex target doesn't want to keep it. Crown of Providence away. But still getting rid of another Emeritus Scolding.
Yeah, so that's 2 down. I believe we've already seen 1 Burn Bear blocked with, so that's 3 of the 6 quote-unquote finishers that have already been blocked with, as we see just a simple Command and Conquer coming out from Niels. And the
Easy blocks with the Marks of the Black Widow and another card behind it.
So both players just trying to play off these slightly smaller hands. It looks like
Felling of the Crown retrieved.
potentially E-Strike in hand, so most likely E-Strike for 7, just playing these 2-card 7, 2-card 8s.
Yeah, exactly right. Enlightened Strike. Foil Enlightened Strike.
And I would expect Niels just defend with 2 cards, use a blue in hand if he has one to just play that Felling.
Really back and forth game so far between Robert Ramsey and Neil. Corner up on Verdance versus Slippy. Both players just willing to take damage and send kind of the same damage back and forth.
And it looks like we're actually getting the 3-card block here, so unable to swing this Felling the Crown. Maybe Niels is deciding that he just wants to hold on to it, that the hand is not good enough, although it did somewhat look like that was 3 reds.
Yeah.
So he would be forced to take 7 to swing it.
Yeah.
Instead, we're just going to have the Aether Arc coming out. Just 1 Arcane, nothing big. Robert probably won't pitch to it, and I say that as he's setting 1 card and his hand aside. And it'll just be the drop, drawing the 3rd Felling of the Crown in this hand as well. So pain in the backside coming through, Shred coming through off of the pain in the backside. So unless Niels has the D-React, that pain will go through, flicking one of those Hunter's Claves, and once again marking Niels.
Still has the option to do a stealth attack, and it's Mark of the Black Widow with a relevant on-hit now that Verdance has been marked.
So Mark of the Black Widow is going to threaten
The hand.
on-hit, banish a card from hand. And this also has Go Again from Arachne's ability.
Yes,
So
1 card
Niels
left.
tries to block it, and he could get sidestepped here by Robert.
It's taking the damage, consuming the mark, banish a card.
If Scour is the banish, Scour
Not an Earth card.
not an Earth card, and also not a card that really does much, I would say, in this matchup.
Robert had Go Again, but chooses not to deploy the card that it just puts it in his arsenal. Another Felling.
So this time it'll be the 1 from hand. We do know that there is still 1 in arsenal, so all 3 Fellings seen pretty early
Pretty early.
for Niels, and all 3 getting the maximum effect.
Yes.
And it looks like Robert decided
Really
his hand
content to
was
draw.
not good enough.
He knows his power cards are at the bottom of the deck. I mean, he pitched away 2 codexes, maybe willing to take this game later, but could be very dangerous against Verdance.
Yeah, and I think there's some concept of keeping your life total high. You know that you can control a lot of the physical damage, but you can't control as much as the arcane.
Yeah.
So maybe blocking a little bit better. You know you have a lot of disruptive effects as well that your opponent is going to want to block. So keeping that in mind, just saving life total overall is probably what Robert wants to do. If his hand is not either threatening a massive amount of damage or meaningful on hit, then it doesn't need to be doing anything except blocking.
Robert really comfortable blocking, taking a defensive posture in this matchup. But is just repeatedly getting Felling of the Crown. All 3 Felling of the Crowns down.
So 2 of them are being decomposed here, which is very important on the off chance that Niels is one of those lists that runs the So tomorrow.
Okay.
I know a lot of Verdances are off of it, and it's more of a Florian card. But this is the power card in Verdance. All 3 gone. Robert still at a pretty healthy life total, just above half their starting life total.
But critically, still has 1 in graveyard for a codex, as a codex target. Looking maybe for a judge call. Let's see.
I believe the life tracker.
Oh, looks like the life tracker died.
Had an error, or they clicked something on accident to open up the menu, so we will have to solve
so we'll
this
get a
issue.
judge over there. Okay. All right, we'll go out there and find a judge for
I
them.
believe a judge is on the way, and the issue should be resolved shortly. In the meantime, we will just have a nice little chat.
Yeah, looks like they're back.
Okay. Then never mind on the chat. We are back into the game itself.
Okay. 25-22, Robert Ramsey passing. I believe Verdant's ability online, Niels has at least decomposed 3 times with those Felling of the Crowns and has decomposed with Rootbound Carapace. I can't imagine that his Verdant's hero ability is not online right now.
Yeah, and I believe he's marking that by turning the hero upside down
Yeah,
to show that the hero is online.
yeah. So now we're starting to see the life totals kind of separate. Niels gaining life, Robert taking damage through the pings is going to take this one at from the discarded Fruits of the Forest. Still 3 cards in hand. Cadaver's Tilling.
Yeah, so Cadaver's Tilling going to come out, just push another 8 damage, and I believe I saw a Plow Under in the hand as well that is going to be parked in Arsenal. And so next turn it'll be that effect. So Verdant's able to just block out very well and swing these 2-card 8s.
Niels banishing his own Felling of the Crown, so won't have that Felling of the Crown as an Arsenal, as a Codex target should Robert eventually get to pitch stack. Choosing to prioritize damage here.
Yeah, Niels all of a sudden gaining a little bit of extra life, and Robert is slowly taking damage.
Yeah.
Life total whittling away at this point.
I mean, these attacks are coming in for 8. Robert really choosing only to block with 2. Everything is leaking over.
Yeah, and it's just Robert hasn't found just the really disruptive hands
Yeah.
that he would like to do. And I say that as it is going to be the Orb Weaver Spinneret into the Persuasive Prognosis. This one is going to threaten to banish cards from hand, but I do see a Sink Below and a Rootbound Carapace in the hand for Niels, so I doubt that this is going to hit.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Robert.
and the Razor's Edge coming out, going to pump this up to 7. Unfortunately, 2 defense reactions in the hand. It's going to cover this up nicely.
Robert Niels not even choosing to decompose on that Rootbound Carapace.
No, he's been going on 2 or 3 cards engraved that are Earth, and I think he would rather just stack it up a little bit more to make sure that he'll always have cards to decompose.
So Robert has been holding on to that Razor's Edge for a very long time.
But it's a good thing that he did use it, because now this Plow Under is coming through. Niels not needing to decompose because neither player has an arsenal, so it's just going to be a 2 for 6. We're going to get a card blocked here and a 3-card hand back for Robert.
Command and Conquer for 6. What do you think that Robert is looking for in this situation?
Well,
I mean,
we did see the Justin Nick get pitched very early on, so we know that we have 2 more of those. And seeing as there are shreds in the list as well, I assume that Robert is looking for
maybe a big Bonds of Agony turn.
potentially a big Bonds, maybe trying to get through the Persuasive. Seeing the mark, of course, we have the mark of the Black Widow. But just as good as the disruption is against a deck that will just block you out, it's
Yeah.
not going to do as much.
Yeah.
And I think Robert
It's just really
wants
putting
to find the hand that does a lot, but he's struggling to piece together that kind of hand.
Yeah. I mean, thankfully has weathered all of the Felling of the Crowns. I think a couple, maybe at least 1 Plow Under.
And we're seeing
Evergreen.
Evergreen coming through.
Just a little bit of recursion to combat fatigue.
Yeah, so Neil's thinking that this game is going to go very long and has decided to board in Evergreen.
And Robert, I mean, is blocking, does not have a lot of damage otherwise. It could go long.
Yeah, and when you are just swinging these 2-card 7, 2-card 8s, and slowly chipping away your opponent's life total, he also needs to find that combo Arcane kill. We know one Emeritus Scolding that was left got pitched very early, so until that pitch stack shows up, he won't have access to that. And I don't know how many burn bears Niels is running, but I think we've seen 1 or 2 of them already be blocked with. So without that big combo arcane finisher, you really need to make sure this game goes long.
Verdance really just has all the answers in all of these situations. As soon as Robert comes in with a dagger, Niels has the shelter from the storm.
Yeah, when you're a deck that is running 12 to 15 defense reactions,
Yeah.
it's definitely going to be hard to hit them. If you pair that with the life gain that they have access to as well.
I mean, this game used to be 25-22, and now the life totals have just really started to separate. And Robert, kind of in the danger zone where if he reaches something like 11-10, could get comboed out.
Yeah, luckily Niels does not have the plume of Evergrowth,
Yes.
if that matters. And it also looks like Niels is off of the Rampant Growth life in this matchup, as we haven't seen one. Doesn't
Yeah, we
want
haven't
to go
seen.
for that kind of big combo during his turn. He just wants to push these 2 for 8s, 2 for 7s.
And it's been really effective.
Yeah, and we also haven't even seen the Waning Moon really be activated either.
Yeah.
He's just really deciding that he's going to block and just swing attacks.
Neil's going to take this one probably just so that they don't get blown out by Tarantula Toxin.
Yeah, so the Kiss of Death, very tricky. Should this be a spike with Blood Rot, this could threaten 2 Blood Rot Pox tokens, but instead it's going to be the flick on the Hunter's Glaive as the mental block comes through. The instant ability, it's going to prevent the next 2 damage, and if damage is prevented, it's going to make a Ponder token. It's going to make sure Niels can try to draw into as many of these defense reactions as possible.
I mean, again, Neil seems to have all of the answers every time. Mental block for the flicks.
Yeah, and we can see why Robert did not want to go into this matchup,
Yeah.
as there's just not a whole lot that he's been able to piece together.
Even though he had the Tarantula Toxin here. Yeah, but taking a lot of damage off this Kiss of Death, and then a Command and Conquer. Here are the nice disruptive effects. Unfortunately, isn't able to catch Niels with defense reactions in hand.
Yeah, 3 cards that block for 3, or at least 2 of them that do. I believe there's either Fruits of Forest or Cadaver's Tilling in the hand. One thing that I also want to talk about for Verdant's endgame, something that we saw in the new versus Verdant's game of Majin Bay versus Bird Cabrera at the Nationals, was the fact that you can use the Evergreen Life to put back another, or Everbloom Life back into deck, and then pitch a card to the Waning Moon, and so you effectively have a weapon that can attack forever.
Every turn.
And not only are you gaining life to trigger Verdance's ability, you're doing the extra 2 arcane off of the Waning Moon, and so you're forcing your opponent in these very long matchups to slowly start to leak arcane damage.
Neil's finally cashing in his equipment in order to protect both the arsenal and the Fruits of the Forest, I believe, in hand, and Heart of the Candlehold.
So Heartbeat of Candlehold, it's going to come through. It's going to gain 3 life, deal 1 instance of arcane 3 times. It's also going to have 2 floating in case Niels would like to activate the Waning Moon. So Robert deciding just to take the 3 arcane.
Taking 2, okay, took all 3.
And Waning Moon for 2. Robert falling to 6.
Dangerous situation.
So Niels is getting very close to the kill zone in this case.
Found another. Oh my gosh!
Is
Just
that
D-reacts mental block.
2 sink below,
Yeah.
2 arcane blocks? I think it's a fully defensive hand.
Fully defensive hand. Would have really struggled against that Command and Conquer last turn. Just did not line up with the disruption.
And a shelter from the storm being played onto this pick up the point. Pain in the
Robert-
backside being played. It's just going to be another 3 go again. Looks like Niels is just going to sink below. What will he sink?
Probably one of the mental blocks.
It looks like it was one of the mental
Infect
blocks.
is the final attack.
Looks like Niels might
Has
just
go again.
choose to sink this as well.
No. Taking it, getting a Blood Rot, decides I still need these cards in hand because he has another Heartbeat of Candlehold. Robert up against an impenetrable wall here, except when Niels chooses to be penetrable.
Yeah, so another Heartbeat of Candlehold coming through. It's going to do the same thing as last turn. 1 instance of Arcane 3 times. 2 floating in case Niels would like to activate that Waning Moon. And that last Sink Blow is going to be put into the arsenal. So if Robert wants to take this damage and try to swing something, Niels will have the advantage on defense.
Choosing to use the Arcane Barrier that he brought, but has to give up a lot of cards to do it. Robert in the Verdance blender as
Yeah.
the life totals continue to drift apart.
Yeah, and down to 4 life is Robert Ramsey. It's getting very precarious for him as he still just hasn't been able to find that turn that really gets him back into the game.
Assassin, I mean, Assassin just doesn't do the damage that you would hope to see. And Niels is snap taking this infect. Or I thought he was going to take it. But could take the infect and just come back, but has a defense reaction. Again, always has the answers.
Sink below in Arsenal is going to cover that up. Drawing into the plow.
Shred.
Under. The shred will come through. The Rootbound Carapace is in the hand, though, which will be deployed. Once again, covering up this infect. No Arsenal for Robert means that the Cadaverous Tilling is going to come out for Niels. Once again, pressing 8 damage. It's most likely by 3 cards. Unless Robert would like to fall dangerously low.
Really clinical match from Niels corner up on Verdance. Kind of dismantling Slippy. Having all the answers at all the right times. Just has become an impenetrable wall.
So
there's the first Bonds of Agony and the Justinix together.
And that was a very good hand should Robert have kept it, but at this point he can't.
It's just going to come again with a go again, Kiss of Death.
And we saw the
and
Emeritus
he's
Scolding.
dead.
And that is going to be the game. All right, well, what did you think about that? I think it went about what you'd expect this game to go. Unfortunately, Robert not able to push his advantage or tried to get that disruption in as Verdant's player just had all of the defensive options available to him.
All the right answers at all the right times. Niels corner up takes it, is now 7-1 at the end of our 8 rounds of Swiss here at Battle Hardened Houston at Game Guys. We will have a top 8 bracket. Are you ready for top 8, Charles?
Yeah, we've got, I think, a lot of interesting heroes going into the top 8. Looking at kind of perusing some of the tables on the end of last game, or last round, rather. So after all these games clear up, we'll be able to see the top 8, and then we will get right into it. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here at Battle Hardened Houston, hosted by Blood on the Bayou at Game Guys here in Houston, Texas. World Tour weekend, and we are getting ready to show our top 8.
All right, and let's take a look at it.
Our top 8 here, first seed, Michael Hamilton going undefeated. And
Yeah, you might recognize that name if you are an avid Flesh and Blood player.
I hear he's okay at the game.
I think maybe only a couple major events. I don't know.
Couple of them. Dave Cordero coming in on second on Arachne Slip Through the Cracks. Michael Fung, you may have heard of him as well. Just a little
Potentially.
maybe. Third on Gravy as well. Our fourth seed is Niels on Verdance. Fifth, we have Michael Ramsey on Local Legend. Michael Ramsey on Kasai. Sixth, we have our Fang. I don't know how to say that name.
Alluvial Arnett.
Alluvial. Thank you so much for the assist. Alluvial on Fang. Seventh, Bird Cabrera. She is piloting Syndra. Bird having a really good run at U.S. Nationals, and here showing up again. Having a really good run at Battle Hardened Houston. And our eighth and final seed, Robert Ramsey. Believe it or not, Michael Ramsey, Robert Ramsey, they're brothers. Imagine that.
They are just that good that they somehow seem to top 8 every major event together.
So here we are looking. So if we look at our hero breakdown, 2 Gravies, 2 Arachne Slip Through the Cracks, and a smattering of other things. Kasai, Verdance, Fang, Syndra. I mean, let me level with you, Charles. Game's in a good place.
I think the game is in a very good place where we're seeing a lot of heroes coming out of their shell, breaking free of some of the bonds that might have shackled them with the heroes LLing in
Some of the
recent
agony.
months.
Some of the agony that was caused by those bonds, being persuaded that they can now be real heroes and play without being warded away from the sun.
So it looks like everyone is slowly gathering around. No
So-
one in the stream room just yet. We're just waiting for everyone to get situated, make sure everyone is here and accounted for. So we will be back shortly. We're just here to give you the update of the top 8, and we will leave this up here for you.
Leave this graphic up, and we'll be back whenever we're ready for our feature match. Welcome back. Syndra.
Just gonna be an aggro deck all the way.
Aggro all the way down. So how do you feel about this matchup here? What do you think's going on?
I
Here,
think they're just
Charles.
gonna no blocks for the most part and just throw their whole hands at each other.
Do you think that Bird can afford to just do that with the disruption that Slippy is going to provide or present?
Well, I think at some degree that Bird has no choice, right?
That's, I mean, a fair assessment. But let's also hold on. These playmats are gorgeous.
Yeah, these nice Hunter's Clave playmats for all of the top 8 finishers are beautiful to see in person, and they even look beautiful on stream.
They are. Um. So yeah, this I'm not. I don't know. I mean,
Now,
I
I,
don't.
I say it's just going to be no blocks and attacks. Of course, these are two of the best players in the area. And of course, Bird, top 4 finish at US Nats, definitely knows what she's going to be doing in this game.
I'm excited to
Although,
watch these players navigate this
yeah,
this aggro mirror, as you have said.
yeah, Bird
Uh,
did say that she was a little concerned about this matchup. So we'll see if the disruption from Arachne is good enough to put a stop to what Syndra wants to do, as
it
they are getting everything ready.
it may be a relatively fast one, but we also have a lot of other matchups that we are going to be watching or keeping an eye on through our top 8 bracket. But right now we are getting ready, gearing up to start the first round of our top 8 here at Battle Hardened Houston. We have had 8 hard-fought Swiss rounds by these players, and now 3 more to determine the winner of this Battle Hardened, hosted here by Blood on the Bayou at Game Guys. Super exciting stuff.
Yeah, not only have they received these cool Hunter's Glaive playmats, the winner will get the gold foil and the majority of the $2,000 prize pool. So there is a lot on the line for each and every one of these games.
PTI is also coming up, as Worlds this year is in Philly.
That is true.
So it is stateside, a little bit easier to get to. And it looks like we are going to start presenting our equipment.
All right, and the game looks like it's starting off. Everything seems stock standard and to what these two heroes want in terms of equipment and weapons. Nothing spicy, nothing fancy. The only thing I guess you could note is the Black Tech Whispers on the side of Dave Cordero.
We are seeing Mask of Momentum here. I have heard a couple of rumblings about Mask in not in some Syndra being wanting to focus more on Mask of the Pouncing Lynx instead, just for the big burst turns. But it looks like Bird here going to opt for more of the more value, overturn. Gonna go ahead and flick the dagger here and keep the mask chain alive.
Yeah, I think when playing against a deck that also doesn't really want to block, Mask of Momentum gets slightly better. Against decks that do want to block, you really want to punish the turns that they either don't block or that they allow something to hit for the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx. So just having consistency here is going to go very far. as we see the Ignite into the breaking point, and then the rebuy from Syndra getting that kunai back.
Leaving one kunai in the graveyard, as only one was flicked.
Dave also leaking 4 damage on turn 0. So this definitely could matter in the long run. He did keep 1 card in hand. And we know exactly why that 1 card was left in hand, as the Schism of Chaos gets pitched here.
What a spicy card.
Yeah, when pitched, both players will shuffle their decks.
And put the top card of their deck face down in their arsenal. So a way to
Now,
get an arsenal card
Bird
here.
already has an arsenal, so it won't do anything for her. But Dave basically getting an arsenal for free by just pitching a card. Seems pretty good.
That's pretty good. I hear there's another card that does that. I think we call it a Codex Frailty, Codex of Inertia. There's a few of those cards. Few of those cards see play.
So let's see if Dave is able to rip a spicy one off the top here. Unfortunately, not flashing it to the camera, so we will have to see.
We're gonna take the one and get marked here. Turning on a few of the cards, a few of the attack reactions that Slippy is going to be running. We will see what the follow-up is going to be here.
Do
to
see
the
a Persuasive Prognosis in the hand of Dave.
one of those big power cards for the Assassins.
Think it very carefully. This will have go again. It's also for 1. 2 cards in hand, 1 random card in the arsenal. If Bird wants to respect it, or just give the Dragon Scalar flight path here.
We're saying you need some sort of reaction here. Just going to move past it and attack with another dagger.
Yeah, so just leaking 1 through, and here comes the Leave No Witnesses, threatening that arsenal. Of course, the 1 block on the Dragon Scalars was committed to the Persuasive, so now there's not an easy 1 block for this Leave No Witnesses.
We're going to have a think here about whether or not she wants to keep the arsenal.
Yeah, it's either commit 2 cards to the block here or just lose the 1 card on arsenal.
See how much value is going to be put on keeping this arsenal here. Of course, with the Black Tech Whisperers on board, denying silver also going to be a priority.
Yeah, and we're seeing the Bloodstained Vest as the block, getting no value off of it.
Just committed super early. Turn 1, first turn of the game, committed the Blood Splatter Vest.
And we see why. It is a Spreading Flames coming through. Probably one of the most impactful cards that Fi had access to, and now one of the most impactful cards that a lot of these Syndra decks are running as well. It's just going to give almost every other card of the turn an extra +1 buff, and this is the kind of power turn that you want to see in Syndra.
This little mini Art of War, if you will. So going to see what else Bird can put on the combat chain here.
Yeah, I believe this could be a kunai follow-up, as it will be for 2, but it looks like it's going to be the Throw Dagger instead. Just going to flick that other kunai.
Going to draw a card for her efforts. And see how much further that can get Bird down this combat chain. Try and get more cards here with the spreading flame criteria active.
When is another Spreading Flames coming through here? The random draw from the Throw Dagger.
So this Spreading Flames coming in for 3 as well. And then we're going to see I don't remember the name of this card. Coming in for 4, getting 2 of the triggers off of, or getting 2 of the pumps from the Spreading Flames and then into the kunai for 3.
Yeah, so the buyback of the daggers. Unfortunately, I'm sure Bird would have loved to have had the Blood Spattered Vest there for the extra resources. But unfortunately, that will be the turn. Not really doing that much damage, only 4 points of damage. You committed basically your tunic in a sense, as well as burning 2 of your power cards.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a tough break, but also had to deal with some disruption beforehand.
So it is the bonds, or yeah, the Bonds of Attraction coming through. It's going to threaten the top card of the deck, and a card from Grave. Should this hit, the kunai could be at risk. So Bird having to decide whether or not she wants to defend this card. Bird thinking hard about this. Does not want to lose the kunai for free just on an on hit of a 1 attack. Of course, no good defensive equipment left. So Lava Burst gets banished off of the Bonds of Attraction. And the kunai as well. Bird now down to only 1 kunai for the rest of the game, unless there is a concealed blade in the deck that could retrieve 1 from the inventory.
We're going to start this turn off with just a kunai for 1, which is the good way to start, which is a good way that Center starts most of these nasty combat chains.
Yeah, and I think it also says that Bird doesn't have a starter for the turn. Some cards in the deck also require you to have 2 Draconic Chain Links.
Shelter going to be discarded here to cover up 1, and then going to follow that up with a loyalty, a display loyalty, which, like you said, needed 2 Draconic Chain Links to get the go again.
Yep, and then we're just going to see the Blaze Hedgelong, just a 0 for 4 go again. Bird just trying to push as much damage as she can over the course of this turn.
Just a 0 for 4, but you have to have already played the red cards. So sequencing here pretty important, and then going to finish up the chain with a Lava Burst.
Yeah, and I think this turn ended up being very good. You had the card that had to be spent on the kunai, but then everything just worked going through the rest of the turn.
Little 13 damage turn. Little 4 card 13.
And this is also going to threaten the mask trigger. Since the shelter did prevent the kunai's damage, it did not prevent all of the damage from the other 3 cards. So should this card hit, Mask of Momentum will trigger and Bird will end up with an arsenal.
Could break the scalers if she so wanted to have, if this draw is really good. As that is the advantage that the scalers give over Snapdragons. They are at instant speed. So the draw is going to happen. Going to buy back the kunai. It looks like she is just going to pass along for an arsenal.
Yeah, and I think keeping these 5-card hands are very important for Syndra. As we see another Persuasive Prognosis come through by Dave. Once again, threatening card from hand and some life gain, which could be very impactful here.
As Dave is staring down 19 plays 32 in this first round of our Battle Hardened top 8. Slippy going up into Syndra here. Going to just put 3 block
Just-
into it and move on to the dagger.
It's a Hunter's Clave coming through, threatening to mark Syndra. Syndra not really caring, deciding that is okay, as we see a Codex in the hand for Dave. And as we know, there is the Leave No Witnesses in the graveyard.
I'm super
And we also have the CNC, so that Tunic counter going to be put to use here. Going to go ahead, swing a nice 6 damage. Bird has to decide, do you take the 6 and lose the arsenal, or do you commit 2 more cards from hand when you've already committed 1 on the Persuasive itself?
I'm interested to think about the value here. If you do pick up Leave No, I know that you're trying to use your Tunic and your resources you have left, but running the Black Tech Whisperers here, if you really just want to be able to use them, you know you're most likely going to hit a red out of the arsenal and a red off the top to get 2 silver and be able to basically just buy back the Black Tech off of a single Leave No. So
Ooh, this
also
is
think
good.
about that.
Fealty token into Art of Dragon Scale.
It's the Art of Dragon Scale saying that when this attacks, if it's Draconic, which we had the fealty to do so, when this hits a hero, you put a -1 counter on equipment they control. If it has 0, destroy it. So could be able to get rid of the Flick Knives.
So could get rid of the Flick Knives, Tunic, or the Black Tech Whispers. So definitely a potent on-hit and just a very good 2-card play.
She's going to come in 4-5 here. Pretty awkward block at 5. One direct doesn't do it. There's a Leave No that's going to come out along with the crown, maybe? The crown?
And I think something you have to be maybe cautious of is the Concealed Blade or the Ancestral Empowerment. As we see the Ancestral Empowerment coming through, giving +1 to the attack and drawing Bird an additional card.
So the arsenal going to get refreshed. Looking like Bird going to be able to push through this pretty devastating on-hit, flicking the kunai as well.
Yeah, so not only is it going to be 1 damage, Dave also committed the Tunic to this, and he'll lose the Flick Knives as well.
So yeah, very good point. So just narrowing down the options that Bird has to put the -1 counter on. And puts on the Flick Knives, getting rid of a lot of that inevitability, getting rid of the really easy mark and a flick. So really big turn here.
Yeah, and I think Dave put that Black Tech Whispers in the grave with the other 2 pieces of equipment. That card does have Battle Worn. We'll see if he catches it, as this Infiltrate is going to come through with Go Again, threatening, banish the top card of the deck, allowing Dave to play it till the end of his next turn.
And some of those cards are a little bit of a dud that Dave can hit off a Bird, because Dave obviously can't make Draconic chain links, and hitting a second Draconic chain link can make it basically just a 0 for 3 finisher on some of these cases. So
But I think Dave is fine with that. Should he have to block with his whole hand, he would still have an option to at least swing some points of damage back.
looks like we may have a Razor Reflex in here.
So yeah, we
Just
see
taking the
a
3.
Bonds of Agony, a Razor's Edge, and maybe another Codex in the hand. Ancestral Empowerment, not the most amazing card off of this Infiltrate, as it only buffs ninja cards, if I'm not mistaken.
Only does hit ninja cards. So a rough hit for Dave off the top there. Not going to get the value that Infiltrate, hoping to get on Infiltrate.
It looks like we're just going to overpitch for the Hunter's Clave because there is a Codex in the hand. And I think we are just going to Codex, grab the Command and Conquer back again, and just swing it and keep trying to keep Bird off of these larger hands.
Taking the damage, getting marked. And like you said, here comes the Codex. And grabbing the CNC. called shot by Charles. Way to go. Good job, Charles.
Yeah, so Bird now has to decide whether or not that Arsenal is worth taking 6 damage for or defending with 2 cards for. And it looks like Bird would
Bird-
rather have the 4-card hand over that Arsenal card.
Bert already writing down the damage before Dave even puts it on the chain. Going to start off with the kunai.
Kunai for 0 because there's a frailty token here. But like we mentioned earlier, we need those draconic chain links. So even with the 0 attack, it still counts as 1 chain link in this situation. And it's going to allow Bird to continue chaining this turn.
Shall see what Bird wants to follow up here.
I see another Ancestral Empowerment, and I believe that's a Devotion Never Dies in the hand, which is about to be played. And I think Dave just now realizing that he should have that Black Tech Whispers, that it is a battle-worn piece of equipment and not a Blade Break.
Just going to correct the game state here.
For thinking about the play, thumbing a couple cards here.
Going to send out the Display Loyalty, making another fealty token. This time the Double Trouble going to find its way to the combat chain to block. Going to flick the kunai, get the 1 damage off of it.
And this is a good play because getting the fealty means that Bird can keep chaining together draconic attacks for this Devotion Never Dies and keep replaying it over and over and over again if Dave allows us to hit.
Devotion Never Dies. Allows you to banish it and you may play it again this turn. Yep. A 1 for 4.
So that Display Loyalty being draconic will now give the on-hit to Devotion Never Dies. Devotion Never Dies will be banished. And it looks like Bird is just deciding to play it
Immediately
not with
play
the
it back
on-hit,
out.
but just get an extra chain link going. Bird once again trying to set up that 5-card hand. Keeping back that card, wanting to arsenal it. Trying to be just very aggressive right out the gate as soon as she has the opportunity to. But Dave doing a good job keeping Bird off that arsenal, trying to stem some of the bleeding that Syndra is leaking through here.
Doing the assassin thing and trying to present disruption on as many turns as possible to make the other aggro deck a little more uncomfortable to play.
Dave reading that Ancestral Empowerment, realizing that it doesn't really provide him any value. And it looks like Dave has a judge call here.
So we are going to go ahead and let's cut back to commentary so that we can take care of this judge call.
So I
And
believe Dave has a question of maybe whether or not he's allowed to play the Ancestral Empowerment on that chain to get the card draw from it. I think that might be what he's trying to consider.
maybe play it on a previous link that's there and pump it. That is a
So we're
it is a
just
solid
going to
question.
get some clarification, make sure if that is the correct play or not before he decides what to do. And it looks like he is back at the table, and we will switch on over. As Bird plays an Ancestral Empowerment of her own, going to redraw.
And draw off the mask. So 2 cards picked up right there.
So the Art of Dragon Blood, and I didn't quite see. So maybe a Hot on Their Heels, if I'm not mistaken.
Shall see what Bird puts down. Has the fealty to make the Art of Dragon Blood Draconic? And it is going to be a Hot on Her Heels. Bird going to get the crown block here. Hot on their heels. And then going to finish off with the Art of Dragon Blood. Just
Yeah,
sending
so
it
just
across.
trying to be very aggressive. You know, the devotion never dies, hitting, allowing it to be attacked with again. Dave not respecting it, resulting in the ancestral empowerment plus the mass draw, just presenting 7 more damage on a turn that he could have stopped.
Yeah, I mean, well, the Art of the Dragon Blood was 6, and then Hot on Their Heels is another 3, so another 9. Big value coming out from there. Going to see another Infiltrate come across. See if Dave can get a little more value out of this one. Bird declaring no blocks, taking the 3 down to 12.
And a Blaze Headlong is the banish.
And a red has been played, so this is going to be a 0 for 4.
What a amazing top deck for Dave as we go into the Infect as well. Dave just turned a pretty decent hand into a very good hand. An extra 4 damage just sneaking up on Bird.
So another 10, so 10, possibly 12 on this turn off of 3 cards. Pretty good. So we have now 8 all as Bird considers some blocks with going to leave 3 cards left in hand. I believe she is off an arsenal.
Yeah, and this red infect represents basically a 0 for 5 because there is no way Bird is paying the 3 resources needed to prevent the 2 damage.
It's very, very true.
So blood runs deep in the hand. Bird was looking like she might block with it just because there is only the 1 kunai. In the end, it will just be the 3 damage coming through, the blood rot pox being given out, and the turn passing over to Bird. Dave doing a really good job keeping these life totals close together, despite the fact that Bird has had some very impressive turns.
So Bird going to start off with the Ignite, making the kunai going to be able to be played for free if she decides that is the next play. Try and get more Draconic Train links for the Blood Runs Deep. Haven't seen any loyalty from Beyond the Grave.
Yeah, it could just be that Bird hasn't drawn any. It could be that Bird takes him out in this matchup just to stay as aggressive as possible. Doesn't want to take the chance of having to find the second one to get the value. 1 damage coming through, 5 to 5. Bird still has 3 cards in hand. Here comes the Blood Runs Deep. It's going to flick the kunai on attack, and then 2 damage coming through. Dave getting dangerously close, considering that the Flick Knives hasn't even been activated on this turn. Can't go too low or he will just die.
And respecting the mask trigger here. And then another display loyalty coming across for another 3. Go again, make a fealty.
Yeah, and because the Blood Runs Deep flicked that kunai, the mask is still live here. So Dave is going to have to commit another card to prevent that on hit.
And if even in most of the cards you can think of is at least averaging 3 damage coming off the top here. So Dave gonna have to put something in front of this.
Yeah, but if you think about it this way, Flick Knives has not been used yet. So if Dave covers up this card, then Bird can buy back the 1 dagger, flick it, keep the mask alive again, and then continue on to the next chain link and just keep threatening the mask trigger.
That is true, as we have a Savor Bloodshed being blocked with, going to buy back the dagger. And is it going to be flicked here to keep the mask alive? We're going to flick the dagger, keeping the mass train alive, keeping the mass potential alive, and going to have a
Rising Resentment, just a
Rising
0 for
Resentment.
3, gets easily covered up. Bird taking 2 from the Bloodrot Pox. 3 to 3, both of these heroes have been just keeping their life totals very low as Codex of Frailty coming out. Going to put a little bit of a hamper on Bird's turn, as well as this Leave No Witnesses coming through.
And one of the better cards in Flesh and Blood with Leave No Witnesses coming out. Let's see what Bird is going to pick up here to put in the arsenal. Probably to be eaten up, but could be blocked. Could use the mass to help block this out, as the game is getting dangerously close to just being over.
Yeah, Bird could also just choose a random attack, only give up the mask, keep the Flick Knives, go to 1, as Dave no longer has his Flick Knives, and just try to play off of a 3-card hand.
So we do have Bird trying to see what to discard here to this Codex.
Yeah, so at this point in time, the Mask of Momentum is definitely not going to get as much value. So we could see a block of it with an additional card here. Bird has to think the Art of Dragon Blood is a good one. There's no the Art of Dragon that does the 2 direct damage. We haven't seen any of those yet.
So Art of Dragon Blood is the discount one. I think I mistakenly said that was
Although
the 2 damage earlier.
I think we have an Art of Dragon Fire in the hand for Bird, which can be lethal to direct damage from the Art of Dragon Fire, and then trying to buy back with the blue, the kunai, and then flicking the kunai could be lethal if Bird sees that playline. And it looks like that might be what we're going for, as Bird is lining up a block along with that mask.
So needing 2 more block to help cover up this Leave No Witnesses as this game draws to a close here. Blocking with the hot on their heels. Blocks are going to be good.
Yeah, so the arsenal from Dave and the start of turn for Bird. It's going to be
Pops the
the
fealty.
fealty to give Draconic to this Art of Dragon Blood. It's going to reduce the cost of that Art of Dragon Fire as well.
Blocks 3 as the fealty is giving this a -1. Another fealty going to be popped.
Is the Art of Dragon Fire on attack. If it is Draconic, it'll deal 2 damage. Bird really thinking.
Trying to make sure that the resources line up.
Yep. Already 1 Draconic Chain Link. The fealty on this Art of Dragon Fire will be 2 Draconic Chain Links. Hero ability will only cost 1. She can easily pitch the blue here to get back her kunai. And then the Flick Knives will be there to end the game.
Assuming we don't see another shelter out of Dave. Dave has shown us 1 shelter already.
And from the cards that I can see in his hand, it doesn't look like it.
So you're gonna go ahead and get the kunai back now.
And this is also a good heads-up play. It's just going to push 1 additional damage on the turn. Or just shortcutting just to get it now. So Art of Dragon Fire coming through, 2 direct damage to Dave Cordero, going to go to 1. We are in blocks, and then in reactions, the Flick Knife is going to come through, and there is no response from Dave.
And that is going to be Bird taking down the first round of the top 8 against Dave on Arachne slip through the cracks.
That was a very well played on this last turn by Bird, really finding the line for lethal and closing it out. And here she was, worried about this matchup. Very close game, 1-3. The Slippy really able to keep the life totals close.
So we will see where where that puts Bird now, but that was a very well piloted matchup here by Bird. A difficult one into so much disruption that the Assassins can present all of the time, continually stripping her arsenal and threatening it, and she was able to play through it. Just really good play. Let's go back to the top 8 bracket and see what she possibly will be playing into. The possibility here is that Bird.
It would
will
be either Robert Ramsey on Slip Through the Cracks or Michael Hamilton on Gravy Bones Shipwrecked Looter.
And I think if I'm Bird, I'm hoping to see the Gravy Bones.
Most likely. The win here against the Slippy was very close. I'm sure she doesn't want to have to face a second Slippy and would much rather face that Gravy Bones. We will get this graphic updated, see how the other top 8 games are going, and we will see you in the semifinals.
Welcome back to Blood on the Bayou, or Battle Hardened Houston, hosted by Blood on the Bayou, with Game Guys here at Game Guys Houston. We are back from the quarterfinals of our top 8 bracket of Battle Hardened Houston, and here we have your semifinals. There was a little bit of a mix-up with the bracket, but looks like we've got Michael Hamilton versus Neil Corner Up, Gravy Bones versus Verdance, and then Michael Fung on Gravy Bones versus Bird Cabrera, who we just saw take down Slippy, Dave Cordero on Slippy.
Yeah, and it is so it looks like we could possibly end up with a gravy mirror here in the finals.
Yes, Michael versus Michael. We've had a lot of Michael battles in this day, and we could end up with Michael versus Michael, Gravy Bones mirror in the finals.
But this matchup of Gravy Bones versus Syndra is said to be a pretty difficult one to do.
On the Gravy Bones side.
On the Gravy Bones side, yeah, that is said to be a little difficult for them. The Verdance matchup, we saw that play out at US Nats.
We did see it play out at US Nats. Obviously, in that game, the Verdance or the Gravy Bones did not pack any AB.
And was also under the impression that Verdance was going to be kind of targeting allies, and
Okay.
Verdance just went face.
Went face the entire time.
And so-
Obviously, I think Michael Hamilton probably prepared for that kind of ordeal.
Yes, and so I think that now with kind of the way that people have started understanding the matchup more and more, and as it is currently starting to evolve, that we may see that play out a little bit differently. But this matchup with Syndra into Gravy Bones, I think that's going to be our feature match.
Yeah, we're
going to
bring
versus
Bird
Michael
back
Fung.
up so that we can see Michael Fung on camera this for this Battle Hardened. We have not seen him at all this entire Battle Hardened. He's here. Gravy Bones went 7-1 in Swiss, was 3rd seed going into top 8, and was able to take down a Fang, Illuvial on Fang.
Yes. So I think that the players have not even started getting in the feature match area. We're going to come back to this, and we will come back in a moment once our players are starting to get ready and getting set up to go. Until
Thanks.
then, we're just going to leave the bracket up.
All right, we are back with Battle Hardened Houston semifinals. Josh, it's late. We're getting
It is late.
tired.
It is.
We've been here 10 hours or so almost.
I actually don't want to count the hours.
Yeah,
I think it
but-
may make me more tired to know the amount of hours.
We are almost here to the end. And just to, to give you guys some context, I mean, this is a $250 match, right? Second place gets $500 PTI and a chance to win the gold foil. Third and fourth get $250. And then we also have the Blood on the Bayou circuit points, which are being calculated as we speak. And I think Bird Cabrera, with her semifinal berth here, is getting a lion's share of that money at the Blood on the Bayou circuit points.
I've had a sneak peek, and I have a suspicion that Bird is going to come out on top.
Yeah,
That there.
she, if winning here could net her almost $1,000 just for playing Flesh and Blood all day today.
Singapore may be a little bit of an easier trip for her.
Yeah.
I know that she is going to Pro Tour, and that could help it. you
Yeah.
know, that could help it getting over there. And getting back.
So Bird obviously showing her chops. U.S. Nats semifinalists, Battle Hardened Houston semifinalists, hopefully finalist. Unless Michael Fung has something to say about it.
We'll
And let's go to
see.
the game.
We'll see. We will go over here to the intro here.
Syndra. So, Michael Feng probably on a very similar Gravy Bones list as Michael Hamilton, and so could see herself having the same difficulties that she had in that Swiss round.
I think that we've even seen a little bit of an evolution on the sideboarding as the day has gone by with Gravy Bones, as they've kind of learned what's working and what's not, and kind of adapting over the 8 rounds that we have played for today. And we will see what Michael can do against what some call a cursed or unwinnable matchup. And we will see what how this goes. It looks like Bird here gonna have the same loadout that she had last game, and Michael going to present Balance of Justice.
Balance of Justice instead of Crown of Dominion, which is what these Gravy Bones have been kind of mainly relying on to get that initial kickstart of gold generation. Already some kind of deviations from what we saw from Michael Hamilton.
Yeah, and then also the quick dodge flexors. So a really defensive loadout here for Michael Fung and the equipment, and it should be that Michael, being the higher seed,
Gets to decide.
Gets to decide if he wants to go first or second.
I believe maybe thinking probably going first in order to maybe play out something if they want to.
The kind of traditional, I say traditional
Yeah.
as if this deck has been around for a long time.
Yeah.
The kind of the traditional thinking, for lack of better words, for Gravy Buns has been to go first, just to get the graveyard fill as much as possible.
On your own terms.
On your own terms, and get those allies into graveyard. And
It looks like that's exactly what's going on.
we're gonna call to the grave
Twice.
twice.
What a killer start by Michael.
So we're gonna see Chum coming out and see what other, and then also an Oyston.
Oisin.
I like Oyston. I know there's some people that are off it, but I like Oyston. I mean, it costs 0 to get out. It's 3 to swing, and once it gets broken, it gives you gold. So able to start getting the gold train going pretty quickly, since he didn't start with the crown.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's a pretty good play. If anything, my play here is to pull out the Oyston now and just swing it and say, hey, give me a gold, I dare you. So we'll see what Michael opts here after what opts to do.
Two
Getting
cards left, has a resource,
dead threads.
is doing both.
Just,
just
do
wants both.
Doesn't even swing. Just says, "Hey, here's 2 allies. Do something."
Bird
about it."
Cabrera kind of already on the back foot, having to deal with, 7 effective life on the board.
Yeah, because Oyston's 1, Chum being 6, and at any time Michael can, if he has the ally in hand, can just say,
You
"Hey,
got to deal with this first.
You gotta deal with Chum first."
So this is the beginning, round 1, or turn 1 of the semifinals of Battle Hardened Houston. Here at World Tour Houston, we've got an entire weekend of flesh and blood for the players who came out all the way here to Houston. And it's almost at the end.
Gonna start with an ignite. Looks like Bird is going to be targeting one of the allies. Going to be targeting the Chum. So 4 life left on the Chum. And then a free swing into the Oyston. And I don't remember what that card is called, but it is going to clear up all of the allies.
It's a devotion. Some type of devotion.
They're all devotion. We're all pledging fealty and devoting
Yes,
ourselves.
exactly. A firm loyalty, a firm devotion, something like that. But does make a fealty token, which we have seen Bird kind of use to great effect with the Art of the Dragons that we saw in the last game. And I think
So clearing up the allies and still going to pledge loyalty and send 3 at face for Michael to deal with and make the 2 fealty. And yeah, she did use the fealty tokens. They weren't just a game piece on the board. They actually were very useful in finishing out the last game that Bird was playing. So we'll see what Michael wants to do here. If he wants to just go ahead and take the 3. Bird's still sitting on an extra card. And Michael getting oriented to the streaming
stream room.
space.
it's first time in the stream room today.
We've been so kind to him. And then
Oh,
a
there it
breaking
is.
point.
Breaking point, attacking the Arsenal, one of the only, kind of disruptive pieces that Syndra has access to. But it is a big one. Really awkward 5 attack swing.
I guess we did fail to mention that because of taking out the allies, all 3 swings into the allies did trigger the mask. So we do have 5 cards that are being used here. And Bird opting to keep the has not flicked yet.
But can flick on this and still buy back that one knife.
Yes.
Kunai, sorry, dagger.
Put the Avasti and the Balance of Justice out to go ahead and protect our arsenal. Flicking the knife and then buying it back immediately. Pretty effective turn. Cleaning up a lot from the gravy.
And still doing 4 damage.
And still doing 4 damage and respecting the allies and not just saying, I can just race you.
Yeah. The last time we saw a Gravy Bones on the stream was Michael Ramsey versus Michael Hamilton. And there was that one point where he just really disrespected the amount of Sawbones and how much health they had, effective health they had with the protection. And Bird not giving this Michael, the exact same kind of deference in terms of allies.
So the Golden Tipple coming in, pitching a Golden Tipple. And then the Saltwater Swell going to be followed up. On the Golden Tipple, we were able to discard a Rigor Mortis. Saltwater Swell going to hit and put it looks like a Murderous Rabble into
yeah.
pitch.
So these,
All
these
day.
gravy lists are getting a lot of go again and finding a lot of go again. I may be preparing for kind of the mirror that they're expecting, finding saltwater sloops, saltwater swells, golden tipples, all of these types of big go again, murderous rabbles.
Michael going to crack a gold here, going digging for a little bit more. and going to send the big old Conqueror of the High Seas with a hook activated on the backside, as he already made a gold. So even if this is blocked out, it is a vanilla 8. Well, I guess it's not quite a vanilla 8. It is 8 with a gold.
With a gold, yeah, but Bird rightfully
Arsenal.
staying off Arsenal.
So we will see the big boat coming in, Conqueror of the High Seas. For 8, go again with 1 floating, so can still get Rigger out, and with the Death Thread, swing Rigger for another 6 behind this. So tons of damage being presented, making another gold. Bird correcting her life. Down to 24.
And a rigor mortis coming through.
Just taking the next. So Bird preemptively taking all of the damage, knowing what's coming out, as it was all face up. Just going to swing. I'm going to swing into the rigor and take care of the rigor mortis, cleaning it up. And then going to send the dagger.
Bird very, patiently on cleanup duty, but is really low on life here. I mean, is at a 12-point deficit, has a lot to make up.
But
Doesn't really make up that in 2 cards left in the 2 cards left in hand.
But Michael did see a big power card in the Conquer the High Seas, and Bird not seeing any spreading flames yet. So that is important to keep note of the amount of power cards that we have seen, as we are just really kind of in the mid game here. Going to block out this dagger here. Is this the card that adds the extra on hit of whenever it hits, you take a bunch of extra damage? I don't remember. I can't tell what the first card is on the card.
Oh, the first card? Yeah.
So Michael going to use his compass and look at the top, see if there's anything there that can help him out. I definitely see a few allies in the hand here for Michael. So maybe seeing if he wants to use one of his golds to filter with the gravy ability. And no blocks. Taking 2. So there is an on hit that is here, and then going to pop a fealty and the Art of Dragon Blood.
Blood, yes.
To make the next attacks cost less. So another 4 go again. Going to be able to flick the dagger for at least another 2 as well. So pretty good amount of damage coming out here on this turn as well, on a pretty small amount of cards. So we have the Michael going to give it a good think here. Bird being careful not to flick without the ability to get it back, as there is the Sunken Treasure card of being able to just flip it over.
Yeah. Art
And
of the Dragon Scale again.
Art of the Dragon Scale. This card was huge in the last game for Bird. This is also going to be very big, as Bird can break the Balance of Justice. I don't remember the block on Dead Threads.
Dead Threads is 1 block.
So would be able to just break the Dead Threads as well.
Yeah.
So
really has her pick of equipment if this ends up hitting.
Michael needing to cover up this 5 here. With a 3 block and a blue, can do it with the boots. Or a 3 block and some pitch, can do it with the boots. Is lining up a block here. Going to block with Tip the Barkeep, flicking a knife as the block has been done. So
Taking 2 off this. Not exactly updating it just quite yet, but we'll be able to.
not sure what resource he used there.
Because the rigor mortis died, he used the dead threads ability.
Because it's, yes. Oh, heads up. Heads up play there. That's why Michael is there and I am sitting here watching him play. So he's going to use the gravy filter, get a chum out, and a tip the barkeep. Making the goal kiss rum. I think the goal kiss rum are pretty valuable here. Going to pitch 2 allies to get the chum out, swinging for 4. 6 is a fair amount of damage for Bird to have to deal with. Is most of the ninja damage is in little chips. But it also gives a good outlet for trying to get a mask trigger as well.
Yeah, can definitely. These Kasais have kind of leaned a little bit away from just vanilla 0 for 3s and 0 for 4s into more of
Syndra.
these kind of, or sorry, Syndras, and have a little bit more on hits. Things like Poison Blades, things like these Art of the Dragon Scales, and maybe trying to kind of benefit or maximize the value they get from also hitting these allies.
Reserve a little bit of life, and most likely still going to be able to clear up this chum. It's going to be a dagger into the chum, followed by a hot on their heels, followed by a hot
Double
on their
hot
heels.
on their heels.
Flick the dagger. And Michael going to go down to 27, just cleaning up in a
Display loyalty.
display loyalty, getting another fealty back, as Bird has used to used his fealty to a lot
Great
of
effect.
success.
Great effect.
Great effect. We're even gonna look at the top here.
But Michael, I mean, has a full card, full grip. Down to 23 life.
Getting both of the
I
kunai back, not getting any eaten, and just gonna go ahead and send 1 kunai.
Now that Bird feels that she's free to use these kunais for not without getting eaten by the sunken treasure, just sends another.
Well, it looks like it can be. It looks like it can be eaten now, as it's gonna sit in the graveyard. I guess it's not. You're right. But starting the next combat could happen on her next turn. Got a chart here,
Oh, perfect chart.
and just perfect chart
Just
every time.
binks it. Absolutely binks it.
Can't draw it up much better with the
With a rigor mortis.
4 floating and the rigor in there. Michael now going to have a good think about what to do with the rest of this turn now that he is flush with resources. And 1 ally in the bin waiting to be
Chart the high seas a little bit like a book, if you think about it.
Well, don't tell LSS.
They might burn this chart.
Murderous rabble flipping over the chum. Gonna be 2 go again. Bird saying that. Send me the bill. That's fine. Not worried about 2. Make it matter, because at least there is 6 that is just staring in the graveyard at her.
Michael can freely make a gold off the gold baited hook here on his next attack.
Where did he make a gold this turn?
There it is.
Oh, he did make the gold because of the chart the high seas.
Yeah,
Yep.
because of the chart the high seas.
So trying to find the timing of
I
where.
think has another boat. Yeah,
And there it is.
Conqueror of the
There's
High Seas.
Big Conqueror coming in for 8. Go again. Gonna be down to 0 floating.
I mean, this game is just back and forth. I mean, trading blows, cleaning allies.
It looks like Bird has a blue and spreading flames in hand.
Yeah,
So just saying,
I
well,
will eat this.
because I need to have a power turn
I
as
need
well.
all of these cards.
So down to 13, 10 life deficit.
Michael with nothing floating can't get this rigor mortis out unless
Still has dead threads to
dead
pull
threads.
it out. And then even if that's a red,
There it is.
just
Okay.
gonna put the chum in there. Dead
Dead
threads.
Wants the chum, maybe? Yes, wants the chum instead.
Making it
And
more difficult. It's a more difficult ally to clean up.
Yeah, absolutely more difficult ally to clean up. And Bird really wanted to use this entire hand on Michael's face. And so will not be able to do that with this chum on the board. Now at a huge life deficit. Spreading flames at
So this is going to be a little bit of a power turn that Bird is looking for. The spreading flames in hand looks like it is going to be targeting Michael. Yeah, Michael gonna have a think. You're gonna go ahead and look at the top and see if there's something. Nope, deciding against that. If that doesn't seem like it's going to help him.
maybe doesn't have the watery grave ally. Looking at the top. Can I draw this? Yeah,
Couple
doesn't
tipples, some sea legs.
doesn't have an ally to discard for the chum ability here. Might just be end up facing all of this damage from Bird. Was lucky enough to find the chum, wasn't lucky in the next hand. But might have something on top if he wants to draw it.
Looks like a port side exchange, as well as a couple of tipples and a sea legs. I think that is the hand.
Good
She's-
cards to extend a hand, but doesn't protect him at this moment.
So facing down 3 as we are in the semifinals. 9 plays 23 at the Battle Hardened Houston.
$250 on the line of LSS's money.
The difference here between winning and losing. And just going to take the 3. And then this will be a kunai for 2.
Yeah. Bird says, make me redirect this to chum. Michael can't.
Using the Blood Splatter Fest to now have 2 floating.
All of these cards in Michael's hand block, though.
They do block, but it looks like Michael just wants to come back super hard and make Bird start blocking. So now going into the third link. Bird trying to make it a little difficult to block.
Bird 2 cards left in hand. Needs to threaten a mass trigger, but could get, Balance of Justice could get spicy here. Rising Resentment. 3 attack.
Nope, decided that is not the play
No.
that she wants to make. Continue thinking on these 2 cards.
Maybe trying to get Rising Resentment to the 4 breakpoint with the Spreading Flames.
Going
Yeah.
to just go ahead and swing the kunai again.
Yeah.
Getting on our third link.
Oh,
Okay, gonna target the chum.
okay. Targeting the chum because guaranteeing the mass trigger.
Mike Fung doing us a solid here, making sure that we understand how many links have been played.
So Rising Resentment,
Coming in for 4 because of the spreading
Draw.
flames and drawing, taking care of the chum.
so what is that Art of the Dragon Fire doing? Did she just reveal the last card in her hand? Okay.
Fealty into the Art of the Dragon Fire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it looks like it is still just going to be 5.
Yeah. Doesn't get the Spreading Flames buff. Bird Concealed Blade in hand, I believe. Not exactly what she wanted to rip.
Flick a dagger.
Flick a dagger.
Down to 10. Oh, never mind. Down to 15. I thought those life totals
Yeah.
moved a little quickly.
Yeah.
See if they're take stock of what has been played. There is to Conquer the High Seas in there. As the turn down cards are private information, you cannot look at those as the opponent. Just have to remember what has been played out. I think that we have seen
Two
have we seen
chums?
all 3 chums. Just
No,
2.
I believe it's
two.
been 2 chums, an Oisin, maybe 1 rigor mortis in banish or in water into the grave, and then 1 that's still able to be played.
Yeah.
Syndra ability is just cleaning up. Gonna
clean it up
park
and pass it.
park the concealed blade in arsenal, or just keep it. Okay, there it is. So Michael with a lot of cards.
The Golden Tipple going to make 2 tokens here, making the Gold Kiss Rum as well as another gold. This card, we've talked about it all day, is definitely just does everything you want it to do.
Bird kind of priced into blocking soon. Really scary stuff. Oh, another golden tipple.
So we just see the train of tipples come along. It's back alley break line. Popping a gold, gonna draw. Left with
Going
one
digging.
floating.
Yeah. 1 floating, golden tipples in hand. Did he find another ally?
I think he was digging for another ally,
Yeah.
and then with the Gold Kiss Rum, able to put out some
put out,
allies
yeah.
and swing a lot. So really trying to push as much damage here as possible. Gonna have the Avasti, so pulls out the Rigor Mortis and able to swing the Rigor Mortis with 6 go again on hit.
Gold.
On hit, more gold.
Gravy's gold. You know, Syndra might be favored in this matchup, but Michael is not making it easy for Bird.
It is
Threatening lethal right here.
quite difficult here on the Syndra side.
And Michael with, 1 card left in hand. We know it's a golden tipple. Might be forced to block a little bit more.
We're going to line up some blocks here. And then a tipple would come in for 3. So I think that Michael going to see how the blocks go and see if the tipple will present lethal. But still a little bit of equipment for Bird to block with here. Shall see what is going on. And block with the blood-splattered vest. Did get a little bit of value out of it this game. At least 1 resource off of it. So
Bird in a very scary position is facing lethal in a couple of different ways now. And Michael, I mean, has a card that, not this turn, but the Balance of Justice represents a card if Bird draws something off Mask of Momentum. Could use that to push through this final bit of damage. Bird going down to 1.
I think you have to draw 2 cards, right?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
That's why it's so good into the KO meta.
Bird going down to 1.
Bird at 1, 2 resources here. Michael gonna have to think about what to do next.
I think only has a golden tipple in hand. Could fire it off to just take 1 card or the rest of the equipment suite. But Bird has,
Trying to keep all
5
of them.
cards. I think it's see a Spreading Flame in there,
So a big turn.
and then a
could
Concealed
come
Blade
out.
in Arsenal. Can do 10 damage here. And, clear the Rigor Mortis if needed.
And if the mask is left over, Rigor Mortis will definitely be an easy target to just ping it and get your draw. The hook going to be activated. And
There it
going to
is.
send the red
Another
tipple for
golden tipple.
3.
Give me at least 1.
Could just shove all of the equipment in front of it.
Oh,
it's
just a
only
1.
So could just shove the flick knives. Could shove the mask. Now it's just a question of what does Bird want to give up on this turn.
The Flick Knives, a little bit of inevitability if Bird chooses to keep it.
But the mask could also represent another 3 or 4 damage in
Yeah.
a whole card. Not an easy decision to make here, but a critical one at this juncture. So going to see what Bird are going to make this hard choice here. We are in the semifinals of the Battle Hardened Houston, hosted by Blood on the Bayou at Game Guys. Getting into the very nitty gritty of the end of this semifinals matchup. The winner here will be going to the finals.
Not sure if the other finals match between Verdance and Michael Hamilton on Gravy Bones is finished, but whoever wins here will be facing that person in the finals, competing for a gold foil. Bird wants all the equipment. Take my brand from brand with Cinderclaw.
So now we will see what Bird tried to hold on to. It's a Spreading Flame
Yeah.
to start off the chain.
Exactly what you want to see on a turn where you have to send lethal. And Michael kind of incentivized to block because Mask is going to trigger on Rigor Mortis if he doesn't do something about it.
And with the Flick Knives, Bird still has Flick Knives to be able to keep these links alive if Michael does choose to block something. So Michael going to have a good think here about what he wants to do.
Chart the high seas, maybe 1 ally in the hand.
Does have the gold to filter.
Oh, just 1 gold, though.
Just 1 gold. It's only 1 filter, too. I'll have to look at the top and see.
I mean, Michael has made Bird work for this. This is not a simple... Oh, looks like...
I do see Michael Hamilton sitting in the front row watching this matchup. So his match has concluded. Not sure what the outcome of that was. But we have Michael Fang here going to look at the top, see if there is any help in blocking and getting through this turn alive. Very tense as we try to navigate these last few life points. think I do see a chart. I did see a chart in Michael's hand. And another tipple. Tipple critically only blocking for 2. That is the only downfall of that card.
These gravies have been drinking a lot of rum, lot of tipple, lot of tipple.
I'm sure that Michael would much rather be on the beach right now than in the blender. That is Syndra sending a spreading flames for 3 at his face. We'll see what he wants to do.
I cannot imagine this game going more than, 1 or 2 more turns.
Going to take the 3.
Michael takes the 3.
Kunai coming in
Classic.
for 2. And
Yeah, Bird targeting Michael with this kunai.
I will say it's never a good feeling when your ninja opponent moves the combat chain over, because you know
There's 2 more cards in hand,
that
1 in
things are,
arsenal,
and
all
things are
going
gonna-
for you.
and things are gonna get bad whenever that happens.
And remember, Bird concealed blade, I think, in arsenal. If Michael chooses kind of to block imprecisely, could get blown out.
Having another think on the 2, could go down to 5 here. Does have a little bit of block left in the dead threads, but that's not very much, and you don't want to be giving that up if you don't have to.
Michael looking at this kunai, innocuous, kind of 2 damage, a lot of his health, but also threatens draw if Bird goes after the rigor mortis. This is kind of what he's thinking about as he is in the tank on this 2 attack. Critically, no allies in the graveyard.
Michael definitely doing a very good job navigating this game, getting into this position to where he has Syndra down to 1, and he and Gravy sitting at 7 in a in what is said to be a very difficult matchup for Gravy Bones into Syndra. I think that we're seeing a lot more of the go again attacks and the saltwater swell, and I think they're even running all 9 of the tipples in this list, and I don't think that we have seen a huge amount of allies. Not seeing the Whaler come out, not seeing the Whaler shown.
Michael taking the 2.
Michael taking the 2, going down to. Did he
Going
update
down to
the line?
5.
Okay,
Bird
so he did update it.
pressing her kind of luck by giving Michael another opportunity to stop a mask draw.
But has the flick knives to keep the chain alive with
Yeah.
the hits.
All right,
Also,
Michael down
go
to
ahead.
3. Bird
A
on
hot-
hit, throw the dagger.
Hot on their heels. Coming in 4-4. Presenting a casual lethal here. Spreading flames, buffing for 3 so far. So for counting value right now, that is a 1-4-6. Pretty good.
Pretty good. 1 card in hand, I believe. 1 card.
I believe.
Oh, no cards in hand.
I believe
1
that
card
that
in
is
arsenal.
correct. So the flick is alive. So I sent at least 1 damage that is inevitable that Michael knows about. as well as the mask trigger here. Bird just saying, I've got to present lethal. I've got to get cards out of your hand. Not going to even clean up the ally. Extremely tight matchup here.
I think this is a Burning Blade dance and not the
Oh, you are correct.
yeah.
Yep.
So, I mean, this could be even more dangerous for Michael. On hit, deal dagger damage. And again, Bird has the concealed blade here. If, again, Michael doesn't block precisely what he needs to block.
One block left on the armor. Gonna put down 2 cards in front of it. Blocking 5. Flicking a dagger. Going down to 2.
This was the right block,
Going to get the dagger back.
and that's the
That's
entire
going to
turn.
be the turn. So now 2 cards available for
But Chart the
Michael.
High Seas in hand could really hit something really juicy if Michael chooses to go for it.
He knows what's on top.
Saltwater.
Saltwater swell.
Gets another blue.
That is a red. So still 2 floating. So this is going to be, looks like it's going to be 9 damage being presented with the saltwater swell for 3, followed by the rigor for 6. There is the rigor coming in for 6 to close out the chain. Does Bird have the block to cover this up and still present some damage back? Putting 1 card down to block. Covering it all up. Keeping as much equipment as possible. And just going to send 4.
But has to overblock here.
As there is the
Concealed Blade and the Flick Knives would take it if Michael doesn't block for 5 here.
Pull up Concealed Blade for me.
Bird may be regretting not taking care of this rigor mortis when she had the opportunity.
See what Michael's trying to play around here. Have a look in the graveyard. See if there's any
Bird had
information.
to block that last turn with a Concealed Blade, so maybe something now Michael is thinking about. Thinking about Ancestral Harmony, thinking about Concealed Blade when he's making these decisions. Otherwise, why would Bird keep something in the arsenal
And
if
we
it's not a buff?
respecting it and blocking with a Conquer and a Saltwater Swell, so blocking 6.
Yeah,
Bird just gonna flick the dagger.
keep the dagger train coming. Bird down.
We're now at 1 all.
But Michael with... Oh, there it is.
So another
Eye of Ophidia. Another
pitch
Saltwater.
for a Saltwater Swell.
Just so much go again in these decks now.
And going to pitch over the other pitch over a blue Saltwater Swell here. So going to be 5 floating and a gold that is left.
Yeah. Can definitely anticipate using the gold to draw a card, find something better.
Has not used the compass to look at the top yet. So if it is, can look at the top, and if it is an ally, we'll be able to just gravy it. Just choosing to draw.
Another saltwater.
Another saltwater swell.
Doesn't hit. But this is going to take all of Bird's cards. Oh, it's a blue, so just going to take the flick knives. The guaranteed lethal off the board.
Then 6.
Got to give 2 cards here. And the mask. That's not enough block, I don't think.
That would be 5. To the 6 that's coming. Looks like a Blaze Headlong is in the hand. That does block 2. Covering it all up, and you know that Michael has to be thinking that something's up here
something
now.
is up here. I don't think I cannot imagine Michael getting caught by this concealed blade.
Do you think this is a head? Do you think this is kind of like a head game move here, where you send the Cinderclaw for 3, whenever you could have kept the Blaze Headlong for 4, and just sent 4 there?
Don't know, man.
But he super respects it.
He's absolutely respecting it. And definitely wants to make a gold off this treasure. Bird again. Kind of in the blender here. 3 cards. One of them we know is an
Another
Anka.
and then an Anka.
I don't think Bird is making out of this.
This is going to be a tough turn to get out of.
Yeah.
As there is no blue that's hit the graveyard yet. So Michael going to draw.
Gonna go digging. Did he
Try-
find it?
I think that is that a tip the bark?
No, it's
no.
another golden
a
tipple.
blue.
But it is a blue golden tipple. The other one's a sunken treasure.
Sunken treasure here, just the block card. And gonna need
Could
the
go
resor-
digging again. Is that a blue?
Going to send the tipple. Guess we'll know by the blocks here.
And then 2 cards. Bird absolutely maybe regretting not killing this rigor mortis because it's been around for so long now.
It is definitely presented 6 over and over and over and over again. And I think that we're on turn like 3 or 4 of this rigor sending out 6. And it's only a matter of time until Michael can find the blue to get in a graveyard to get an Anka out, and then it's with the gold, with the rum, it's 6 into 5.
Tip the barkeep unlocks the Anka.
Michael has definitely been playing around this concealed blade for a long time, and rightfully so, especially with it sitting in Arsenal. Knows that something is up. It's not just an attack. A very good read on his part. Going to gravy.
Discard a lot of allies to discard. Yep, Swabby.
And there
Swabby
is
would
the Swabby.
absolutely close this game out.
There's an Avasti.
There it is. I think the writing is on the wall for Bird.
6, go again. Gonna take 3 cards to block the 6. The Swabby, and there it is.
Bird Cabrera.
Bird Cabrera gonna fall
Michael.
down to Michael Fang on gravy. a very, very tough matchup, a very good match, a lot of back and forth, and just not quite able to get there for Bird. But congratulations to Michael, and we will see what the finals looks like here pretty soon. Thank you all so much.
Thanks for all
joining
your
us.
patience.
Yes.
We're here. Battle Hardened Houston finals coming up very soon. Don't go anywhere. Hey, Charles, we're back here at Battle Hardened Houston at Game Guys, hosted by Blood on the Bayou. This is our final round. 130 people came to Houston to make their mark at the Blood on the Bayou, and we have 2 familiar names at the end of it.
Yeah, at the very end of this grueling 8 rounds of Swiss and this top 8 bracket, it is going to be Michael Hamilton and Michael Fong, both on Gravy Bones. It's
Yeah.
going to be the Gravy Mirror as the final game.
Gravy Mirror, untimed, final game. Both the players are getting a little bit of just a kind of a brain break before we get back into the final round
Yeah, this is
of Battle Hardened Houston.
definitely going to be a complicated mess of a game
Yes.
for the two of them. So we're going to give them a little bit of time to cool off, and then we will be back with y'all when it is time to decide the winner of this Battle Hardened.
Don't go anywhere.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time for the finals of our battle. To the top down.
Charles, I think we're in for a long game here. So let's buckle in.
This
and
is
get-
going to be very interesting. I have not seen very many gravy mirrors.
Yeah.
I just know that some people talk about them as being very grindy.
Yes.
I would assume it's somewhat similar to how the Dromai mirrors were back in the day.
Uh-huh.
Although no Phantasm on allies could make it a little more difficult.
I mean, both of these decks that we have seen, at least so far, are running a lot of go again attack actions. Your saltwater sloops, your saltwater swells. I mean, a lot of golden tipples. Maybe anticipating having to play gravy mirrors and wanting to have answers for some of these allies and still developing a board of their own. And so I think that is probably going to be a big key to this matchup. I would also add, I mean, as storied as Michael Hamilton and Michael Fung have been in the Flesh and Blood in this game, both champions in their own right, they've never played a finals against each other. They played several games against each other in high octane events, but this is the first time they're meeting in the finals, and I think it's kind of a special story for both of them, both friends and competitors.
Yeah, and teammates.
And teammates. Min-Max repped on their playmats, Min-Max games. So we're going to see this, storied rivalry, I guess, play out on our screens today. However long it takes, we'll be here.
Yep, as the finals is untimed, these players are allowed to make the best decisions that they can. Of course, you have to think Gravy Bones is a very mentally taxing deck, and this is their, 11th game?
Yes,
of
8
the
rounds of
day.
Swiss, 3 rounds
So-
in the top 8. I mean, they've been here for a long time, since 10 a.m. today.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to come down to the mental fortitude of the players to pilot this mirror to the best of their ability. As the deck's getting shuffled up, it looks like they are about to present. We're in the mirror, so nothing out of the ordinary in terms of equipment. I'm sure their lists are the exact same as well as their whole
At
team.
least maybe very similar. I mean, we did see that Michael Fung was on Balance of Justice against Syndra, whereas I don't believe Michael Hamilton was on Balance of Justice. So maybe some minor kind of discrepancies amongst their decks, but I mean, this is going to be a mirror.
This will
of-
be one of the mirrors of Flesh and Blood, to say the least.
Yeah, definitely a mirror in this game of Flesh and Blood. Untimed, so strap in.
Yeah, definitely after the Centra game, Michael had to took a little sit in a chair and
Yeah.
said, we'll sit and chill until someone tells us we have to play." And then the two of them decided that they might as well
Get this over with.
get this over with, as Michael's right. So the two of them are forced to be here regardless.
And I want to shout out both of them for coming all the way down here to Houston, Texas, to compete in our little event. As you guys know, as we've been talking about it, this Battle Hardened Houston is the capstone event of our Blood on the Bayou Circuit Series. And as the capstone event, all points are doubled. So Michael Hamilton and Michael Fung have both earned enough Circuit Series points to get prizing, beating out some of the people who've played in a lot more Circuit Series events. So not only is this game a game for the gold foil, for bragging rights between the two of them, it's also for a couple $100 in our Circuit Series.
Yeah, and I'll also like to shout out that after Bird Cabrera's amazing performance, she has now locked herself as the top point earner for our circuit series and getting the full benefits that come with that.
Yeah. So obviously these players have worked very hard today to get these wins clearly, and I think they're being rewarded for it.
Yeah, I don't know how many countless mirrors that they've played, considering that their whole team is on Gravy Bones.
Yeah.
So, but I'm sure they know exactly what they have to do as the equipment comes out, and lo and behold, it is the exact same.
Balance
even
of justice.
down to the balance of justice.
And Mage Master boots this time, something we did not see in their previous games against Syndra. And Kasai. Michael on the play could develop allies.
Gonna look at the top, tip the barkeep, gonna make the Gold Kiss rum. Start ramping off with those extra little items here to help in the late game, as we see a Sunken Treasure and a Swabby and a Golden Tipple in hand.
Not going to be able to develop an ally on this first turn is Michael Hamilton.
Yeah, I believe he chose to keep the Sunken Treasure on the off chance that Michael does something like this portside exchange where he discards an ally and most likely will play an ally unless Michael wants to be a little bit more greedy and play a Tipple or a Saltwater Swell.
Michael already pulling out the first ally of this game, and it's an Anka.
All right, now we are seeing the Golden Tipple come through as Fong. I guess we should refer to them as they are both the same name and same hero in this case.
Gravy Bones is attacking with Golden Tipple.
So just the one, the limpet in the grave for Michael Fong. We do know that there's that Sunken Treasure in the hand for Michael Hamilton should he defend for it and turn that limpet face down. And it looks like it is instead just going to be 1 damage leaking through. Down to 39 is Michael Hamilton as the Anka comes through.
I think that Limpet is probably going to be a very important card in this matchup as one of the only like on-board pieces of Go Again. Obviously, they have a lot of attack actions that do Go Again, but Limpet, I mean, really good at kind of just another little 2-piece of damage in order to kill some of these bigger targets.
Yeah, Michael Hamilton deciding on the block. It looks like 2 cards have been lined up, and he pulls it back. Not exactly sure what the best course of play is. Both players, like we mentioned, it's been a very long day of gravy, and I can't imagine that this game, or this deck rather, is easy to pilot.
Sunken Treasure. Limpet gone. So Michael Hamilton already advantaged in the number of limpets left in the deck. Not taking any damage off this turn.
Yeah, and we're just trying to see who can out-ally the other. Of course, since the allies only have 1 life, whoever gets to stick more allies per turn is going to be at the advantage. And whoever gets to clear more allies is going to be at a much more significant advantage.
Another
as well.
Anka. Really tough position for Michael Hamilton. Under threat of all these Ankas.
Yeah, Gravy Bones, a hero that does want to draw cards.
Yeah. But
will
may
get-
still just want to discard the card as well if they have to draw.
Yeah, if you have the option of discarding an ally, that might
Yeah.
just be the best play anyway.
Yeah.
The card selection there could benefit the Gravy Bones hero should Anka be activated on any turn other than this one. Michael Fong deciding on how he wants to go about the rest of this turn.
One card left in hand. Maybe really wanted this limpet.
And it looks like it'll just be the Arsenal pass. I believe maybe Michael Hamilton was looking at the top card with the compass, and so they were just waiting for priority to pass before Michael could end his turn.
Golden Tipple. I think we're going to see quite a few Golden Tipples pass around.
Yeah, I believe both of them are running 9 apiece.
The full rainbow.
So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this is the yellow, so this will just be for 2. Michael Fong did have an opportunity to respond to the tipple with that Anka, deciding not to in this case. As the big decisions are coming out, will Michael Fong take 2 or will he block with a card? Life totals, I don't know, are life totals going to be relevant in this matchup, or do you think it's more about just clearing the allies?
I think it's resources in deck, really, that is going to be important here.
So it looks like the balance of justice is going to be blocked here.
Yeah, both players really willing to use the balance of the justice as soon as feasibly possible.
And it makes a lot
Valuing-
of sense.
Valuing that
Yeah.
ability.
Already 1 card drawn on the turn. If Michael Hamilton wanted to activate Gravy Bones, then the ability would be online.
Saltwater Swell into the Anka.
So it looks like Anka down for the count. Swabby in grave for Michael Hamilton. A second Anka in grave for Michael Fong. Go again on this Saltwater Swell. 1 floating. Dread Threads can be activated on the turn. Michael Hamilton might be looking for a blue here, but decides to just dump that Anka and pass the turn, as Michael Fong briefly thought about using the balance of justice here, deciding not to, as Michael Hamilton passes the turn.
Does Michael want to pull out one of these? Oh no, going to end.
No, both players have a lot of priority windows, a lot of instants that they can use.
A lot of game actions.
And these decks definitely use a lot of game actions. So both players are going to be taking their time to make sure that everything is up to code, up to their standards. Over to Michael Fong. It's 4 card hand, plus an arsenal, 1 ally in grave. How does he want to develop his board on this turn? I'm interested to see if one or both of them are going to take an approach of just banking allies, maybe
Yeah.
putting 3 or 4 of them in grave before finally deciding to play them, and then just trying to have turns where they play 2 at once
Yeah.
to make it as hard as possible to
Using
clear both.
maybe something like those give no quarters. I wonder if Whaler Humperdinck makes an appearance in the sideboard for these guys in this matchup. Maybe as an endgame tool. So far, all we've seen are a lot of Ankas. Swabby as well. Another limpet.
Yeah,
Michael,
so-
3 allies in graveyard.
Yep, so the Golden Tipple giving the 3rd Anka that we've seen this game into grave, and of course the Portside Exchange putting that chum into grave as well. All generating extra gold for Michael Fong as he activates Gravy, doing a little bit more digging.
an Anka activation would go absolutely crazy. Wow,
We're seeing
more and more graveyard
second
allies.
chum in the bin. 2 floating. Michael Fong looking at the top of the compass. I'm wondering if he's deciding whether or not he wants to crack the gold in this situation. Two cards in hand.
I think the question here is if they're going to start playing out these allies. You were right, cracking the gold. Dead Threads. Gold Baited Hook is free here, right? I believe. Wow, another Golden Tipple and another ally in the grave. Just a veritable ship of allies.
Yeah, so 5 allies in access to Michael Fong.
That's a Rigor Mortis.
Michael Hamilton finally deciding to block with a card, one of his Golden Tipples being on the defense, as we see another Anka entering play and being attacked with.
Anka for 5. Both players really thinking about how they want to navigate and maneuver around this kind of both taking a drink.
Yeah, and I also want to point out that while the viewers cannot hear the in-game or the in-room audio, we casters are hearing it, and they are not even talking to each other. They have so many reps into this deck that they are just gesturing for the most part and just playing their hands out like they know exactly what the other person is doing.
Michael Hamilton popping the Balance of Justice, getting a card. Michael's done so much this turn, just developing an entire, let's say a zoo of graveyard allies.
Michael Hamilton is pondering that card drawn off the Balance of Justice, trying to decide whether or not he wants to draw the card or wants to block with the card drawn. Of course, the gold-baited hook on this activation, should this Anka hit, it will steal the gold from Michael Hamilton. And if Michael Hamilton is thinking that his turn needs that gold to be playable, that must be what he is thinking of in terms of the blocking situation.
The gold-baited hook is such a, interesting piece of equipment in these high seas matchups. Really not just creating gold on your side, but denying gold on the other side.
Yeah, and Gravy Bones is definitely a hero who likes the gold.
Yeah.
Not only is it something that can be used to filter with the ability, but it is something that with all of the extra resources that they have access to getting through the saltwater swells to chart the high seas, that is all dumped into gold tokens to help fuel the turn. So running out of gold or getting your gold stolen is definitely a detriment.
Chart the high seas in hand. Michael Hamilton with a lot of cards in hand to use either on the defense or on the offense of his next turn, falling behind in the resources in terms of allies available in the graveyard. Michael may be thinking, okay, I can put all of these allies in the graveyard. Hamilton is already down 1 sunken treasure. Yeah, we're here at the finals of Battle Hardened Houston. Michael Hamilton versus Michael Fung, Gravy, Bones, Mirror. Saltwater Swell on the backside for Michael Hamilton, taking out the Anka.
Yeah, just a nice clean go again here. It's going to generate all of those extra resources we've been talking about. Golden Tipple is the follow-up play.
And I think Michael Hamilton let the Anka hit. Did not need the gold because he was going to make another one himself.
Yeah, so Rigor Mortis entering the graveyard for Michael Hamilton. Michael Fong taking the early life lead as it is 31 to 40. He finally decides he would like to take 2 damage. Life is the resource for this game over anything else. And chart the high seas coming out for Michael Hamilton. We
Did
are
he hit?
seeing a blue and
a red.
a red.
Saltwater swell. So just resources here,
But
not
we are seeing
another gold.
7 resources floating.
7 resources floating, only 1 card in hand though, and only 1 gold to dump it into.
Now the Swabby that is in Michael Hamilton's grave will cost 3 to play, 2 to attack. So it will cost 5 of those resources. Michael Hamilton wants to develop this card. He can, and attack for 7.
So could present a lot of damage. But, you know, I'm thinking thinking of how valuable Swabby is as a, you know, an attacker with only 3 health, kind of easily taken out by all of these go-again attacks that both these Michaels are packing.
Yeah, it looks like Michael
is a
Hamilton
Swabby.
is just going to go ahead and play the Swabby. It is the most efficient use of the resources on the turn,
Yeah.
considering that you do have the 7 floating. Michael just flashed another Chart the High Seas that was in his hand, which is most likely going to hit the arsenal, and we are going to see
Oh, go
Gold
again
Kiss Rum.
on the Swabby attack for 7. Gold baited hook.
So this is a very nice play. With the 2 floating, Michael Hamilton could develop the Rigor Mortis and just have 2 allies in play. Or he could develop, I believe, was the Anka drag under as well for Michael.
So not just resources in the health sense, in the gold sense. Gold Kiss Rum, a very important resource, unlocks this turn by Michael Hamilton because he had the Gold Kiss Rum.
So 7 go again is the ask. Michael Fong, 38 life. Threatening to steal one of Michael Fong's 3 gold tokens. I think he has plenty to spare and plenty to share.
Plenty to share exactly. Michael taking the damage. All 7 from Swabby. Dead Threads getting in here for 3 resources. Mage Master Boots. All of these guys are coming to play. Or
Yeah.
at least attack.
Yeah, and it looks like Michael Hamilton is done trying to take this game slow. He's decided that he has had enough of a setup. 2 allies coming down. 13 damage off of these allies, just wanting to swing the life total in his favor.
Both Michaels maybe wanting to go home after this long day, just start developing allies and start swinging.
Yeah, Michael Fong is going to have to decide on what he would like to do.
Took 2
Knowing-
damage on this turn already from the Golden Tipple. Took 7 damage from the Swabby. Is facing another 6 from this Rigor Mortis.
Yeah, and now that your opponent has cracked their Mage Master Boots, do you see this as your opportunity to use your Mage Master Boost?
To develop the same amount of allies.
Yeah, to not only develop the same amount of allies, but to clear the allies that your opponent had worked so hard for.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at Michael Hamilton's graveyard. Only 1 Anka left in there after this is all done and over.
Yeah, and then for Michael Fong, we still have 1 Anka, 2 Chums, and a Rigor Mortis in grave and available.
Just resources available for Michael. We're here again, finals, Battle Hardened Houston, gold foil on the line. Michael Hamilton, Michael Fung, probably no strangers to gold foils. have probably accumulated quite a few in their storied career, but definitely helps make the travel maybe over to Singapore for Pro Tour a little more bearable.
Yeah, when you are a player of this caliber who gets to travel and do all these large events, there is, yep, definitely no stranger to the riches of your hard effort.
Maybe some riches of Tropal Dani.
Maybe. Looks like Michael Fong
Michael-
has decided to just take 6.
He looked
Okay.
like he was about to drop something on defense and just says, nope, I'll take all of that. Send me the bill. I'm coming back.
So let's see the gravy activation here. We are going to draw and discard.
Maybe another ally?
I would assume so, unless it could be the sea legs. Of course, the
Sea Legs unlocking another way to get go again on this turn.
Gold Kiss Rum definitely has value in this matchup.
All right,
No.
discarded. Unclear exactly which.
I believe that is the 3rd chump.
Okay.
As Murderous Rabble comes in, Sawbones revealed. I believe he discarded a Sawbones. So Sawbones on top, Sawbones in grave. The Murderous Rabble clearing up the Rigor Mortis. Swabby left in play.
Michael knowing exactly kind of what to target. Murderous Rabble, if sent at the Swabby, would not have cleared the Swabby.
It would have if it revealed blue, but
yeah,
he
but
did
it
not
did.
know what the top card of the deck was.
Yeah.
Did not want to take that chance.
Yeah. Comes in with a Saltwater Swell instead. Sees the same card again. Does not get pitched. So resources a little light for this turn. But was able to clear all of these allies that Michael Hamilton worked really hard to kind of establish. One ally left in grave on Michael Hamilton's side. Michael Fung, 2 cards left.
Yeah, and it looks like we have an ally in hand and a mystery card I can't quite figure out. With the 2 floating, Michael Fong has the option of cracking that gold. He could also try to develop maybe a chum of some sort. Chum, I would believe, would be very good against all of these golden tipples and saltwater swells, just able to soak up a lot of extra damage.
Yeah, especially now that Michael Hamilton has revealed that he does not have an ally that can kill the chum in 1 hit. A lot of posturing. I think that's kind of what we expected out of this game. A lot of posturing. Who can make the first move? Who can figure out which allies to develop first?
Yeah, and Michael Fong was reaching for the sawbones. He's having second thoughts. Hand on his head, really trying to rack his brain for what is the best possible play in this finals.
Sawbones we've seen in the Michael Hamilton, Michael Ramsey match against Kasai. Sawbones integral in clawing that game back.
Looks like now he is reaching for the chum. Or the rigor mortis.
All right. Battle Hardened Houston. It's been a long day. These players are really digging deep to close out this game. Thanks to everyone for watching. Thanks for everyone for showing up. 130 people at Battle Hardened Houston. We had several on-demand events fire. We've got a Pro Quest tomorrow. 50 people showed up at the Super Armory for World Tour Houston. And the Battle Hardened culminates in this Gravy Bones mirror. Michael trying to see which of his allies to choose from. Looks like a chum.
Looks like you're finally deciding that chum will be the play. Gold baited hook activated. interesting. Michael telling Michael that he has not created a gold on the turn, which I believe he played a tipple, but I might have been mistaken as this turn was well thought out and time has passed. And I believe this is an interesting choice. I think Michael Fong is attacking Michael Hamilton, knowing that the Anka cannot kill the chum and seeing no reason to clear it.
Oh, the Anka has not been developed.
That is right. I forget that
This is
they leave it off to the side like that, and sometimes I forget that that is how they represent that. So yes, no allies in play for Michael Hamilton, of course. Not only has it been a long day for the players, it has been a long day for us as well here in the casting booth.
thanks for this is a kind of a ramshackle run and gun operation that we have going on here, doing the best we can. Thanks for staying with us through the challenges that we face today. But, we're here at the very end of it to bring you this incredible game in the flesh and blood, this back and forth between two absolutely legendary players here. And I don't know if this kind of affects their Player of the Year standings as well, but Michael Hamilton, Michael Fung, definitely in that race as well.
So we are moving back to Michael Hamilton's turn. So we see 3-card grip here. What will be the first play of the turn? Very methodical, both of these players. Neither one wants to make a mistake that will cost them the game, as Chart the High Seas gets played here. Michael Hamilton revealing a Murderous Rabble and a Saltwater Swell, deciding to keep the Murderous Rabble for later for floating. Blue into grave.
Golden Tipple.
Golden Tippo, it's going to get that Sawbones into grave. Sawbones, an ally that can clear that chum. As we draw another Golden Tipple. Of course, the 9 Tipple game plan.
Michael Fung choosing not to discard anything to the chum on the Chart the High Seas activation. Maybe doesn't have a maybe doesn't have the Watery Grave ally to discard, or maybe just wants to kind of put the onus on Michael Hamilton to really take out this chum.
Here we're seeing the activation of Gravy Bones by Michael Fong, discarding the Sawbones that we knew was going to be in his hand. As the Sunken Treasure gets blocked here, as a very good play, sinking the Sawbones. Now, Michael Hamilton has to find a way to deal at least 1 damage to that chum if he wants to kill it with the Anka, as that is the only ally available to him.
Michael really starving Hamilton of resources in these allies. If you look at just the amount of allies that are available to Michael Fung versus Michael Hamilton, the difference is stark.
So Michael Hamilton has to think of a way to make this turn work. I do see a Conqueror of the High Seas in Michael Hamilton's hand. He still has 3 floating. Chum has not been activated, so Michael has full access to Michael Fong's face in terms of the direction that Conquer of the High Seas can go.
But might want to just attack the chum just to clear it out. I think both players know that have faced enough games, even just today, that kind of highlight how letting one ally on the board can just snowball out of control. Conquer the high seas.
The C and C, as some call it. What will be the target?
It
Looks
motioned,
like
yeah.
it will be the chum.
Will be the
Michael
chum.
Hamilton realizing that he has no good way of clearing that chum on this turn has decided to commit one of the most powerful cards in his deck for it. As we see the Anka coming through and attacking for 5.
Anka, drag under, attacking for 5. Gold baited hook. Would steal
The only gold
the
Michael
only
Fong
gold
has.
that Michael Fong has.
Now, one thing to note is that this is the only ally Michael Hamilton has access to. Only one in play, none in grave. Michael Fong still at 5 allies in grave. And if he's able to clear this Anka, which shouldn't be that hard with all the go again in the deck, then it is on Michael Hamilton to start developing a board from scratch once again.
And Michael Fung with the Mage Master's boots that can, develop multiple allies and swing with them in the same turn.
Yeah, and it looks like over the course of the last couple turns, Michael Fung has also got all 3 Sawbones in his graveyard.
We know how powerful these Sawbones can be.
So the two of them really thinking on this. Michael Fong deciding on how he would like to block. Of course, threat of this gold being stolen from him is on the line on this attack.
Again, gold baited hook provides such interesting texture. Actual on hit that actually matters for these Gravy Bones players.
Looks like we see 2 cards being feathered here as the defense. Michael Fong gonna think about it just a little bit more before he decides to commit.
Two Conqueror of the High Seas.
Yeah, so that must have been the deliberation
Yeah.
of the hand. 2 of those very powerful cards being committed to the block here. Not exactly what you want to see in this situation.
Could be scary if, Michael Hamilton is allowed to develop something really large that can only be taken out by Is this a simple turn? Just develop one ally and swing out? Which ally is that?
That is a Sawbones.
That's a Sawbones. Okay.
So the 1 prevention can be very useful, of course. Attacking for 6 is useful in its own right. It looks like Michael Hamilton has an Eye of Ophidia in the hand, being represented by that judge's signed cracked bauble.
Just no allies in grave for Michael Hamilton. Options limited, but has this chart the high seas?
Yeah, the 3rd chart, the high seas.
Can he bank it?
Cracking the gold with the Eye of Ophidia, so he's going to have information of the context of the next couple cards of his deck. From the way I think he's thinking about it, they may not be allies. Michael Hamilton may be thinking, it looks like we're going to top one, bottom the other, and then draw.
So
So
Figured out what he wanted to draw. Is going to see the top.
Yeah, so the random card off the top, seen with the compass.
Chart the high seas available. I mean, where are we in this matchup, Charles? I mean, both players still over 20 health. Have they used a lot of these resources, or do you think there's even more allies in this deck?
No, I think in terms of gravy list, they hover around 20 allies. Depending on the flavor of the deck as well as the sideboard options. So we've only seen maybe 3 or 4 on each side be taken out. So there's still plenty of allies left in the deck at this point in time.
Chart the high seas. Did he bink it? Binked it. One
So-
blue, one yellow makes a gold.
Yeah, and that is something
That's a
Michael
chum.
Hamilton wants to see, an extra ally in the bin. We also see a Conqueror of the High Seas in the hand for Michael Hamilton. But it
So-
looks like that might get arsenaled.
Resource, gold baited hook. Chart the high seas.
No, and it
Or
looks like
Conqueror high
we're
seas.
just going to run the Conqueror. It's going to be for 8 go again because I am sure by now there are 2 blue cards in the pitch zone for Michael Hamilton. Thankfully, Michael Fong has no card in Arsenal, so the on-hit destroy plus gold won't matter as he reaches for the Balance of Justice to go ahead and draw an additional card on the turn. So a 5-card hand for Michael Fong. Eight damage is no slouch. He is at the slight life deficit at this point in time, so taking 8 would just really put him in a precarious position.
Especially because Michael Fong has only one more Conqueror of the high seas. Whereas Michael Hamilton has been able to use both of his that he's seen so far. The players are dead quiet in this feature match room. Really, really contemplating each move that is available to them.
Looks like we're seeing one card either to be saved on the turn or to be defended with to help protect some of the life total here.
400 people watching this riveting Michael v. Michael violence.
It looks like he's just going to accept the damage.
Accepting all of the damage.
Falling
Now-
to 17 with that chum to finish the turn, an extra 4 damage. Michael Fong deciding to also take that, falling to 13. Michael Hamilton at a very stark life lead.
Yeah, this game was, really, these guys were above half their life, and now Michael getting in the danger zone.
Well, and Michael Hamilton took a lot of damage early while Michael Fong stayed at 40 life. And now all of a sudden, Michael Hamilton hasn't really lost any life since then. And instead, it's been Michael Fong to fall from 40 to 13 over the matter of the last 2 or 3 turns.
Okay.
So this Golden Tipple going to come out,
Sea legs.
discard the sea legs.
Finally has his first Gold Kiss Rum token. Is this coming to Michael Hamilton or to the chum? I believe it's coming out to the player. Gravy Bones himself. Yeah.
Yeah, Michael Hamilton just making sure that every procedure was followed here. The Golden Tipple should have drawn a card when the sea legs was discarded per its effect.
These guys have played each other many times. They know how each other plays.
3 cards left in hand for Michael Fong. Gold Kiss Rum able to be activated.
Yeah.
I believe a blue not played on this turn quite yet, so still one more step in the gravy action soup to be able to play the rest of this hand.
Charles, we haven't seen any Whaler Humperdinks here. Do you think either of these players are actually playing? I mean, we've seen Michael Hamilton on stream a couple times, Michael Fung as well. Neither has played a Whaler or discarded a Whaler Humperdinck.
I think in terms of aggro decks, you are not wanting to run it. Its
Yeah.
cost curve is way too high, and it
Yeah.
gets killed way too easily. You could say a similar thing about even this matchup.
Yeah.
The cost curve is very high to resolve Whaler and to attack with it even once. And when you're trying to build a board and stay aggressive on clearing your opponent's allies, Whaler is just not a good option that does either of those. So we could see them aborting on those Whalers and just deciding to keep their more standard allies in so that they can stay a little bit more aggressive. So Avasti being played here. Rigor Mortis being played from grave. It's going to be 6 go again is the call for Michael Fong. The onus is on Michael Hamilton for the defense. And I think we're going to see that Gold Kiss Rum be popped here after this attack resolves, just so Michael Fong can develop another ally on this turn.
Critically, Michael did not Hamilton did not target the chum, is targeting face. But now maybe is forced to, I think, discarded the Limpet Hopalong.
So
And is
yeah, we're just seeing
pulling
the
out a
Gold Kiss
Sawbones.
Run be activated, the Sawbones being played, and that used to kill the chum.
Yeah.
So now 2 allies, a Rigor Mortis and a Sawbones in play for Michael Fong. 2 very good allies when you are just trying to stay aggressive or play on small hands.
Yeah. Sawbones, could make it a little tricky to take care of this Rigor Mortis. Limpet Hopalong, though, could probably easily take care of the Rigor Mortis, even through the Sawbones protection effect. But we'll see what Michael Hamilton does. Has all the cards in the world.
So Michael Hamilton definitely has to get out of a rough situation here. 2 allies in play. Portside Exchange looks like the card that he wants to play. Taking it back, really having to think about how he wants this turn to develop. What is the best way to clear 2 allies? No gold for Michael Hamilton. Gravy ability is, sorry, 2 gold as he has it on the other side of the board here. So he has that option. Compass used to look at the top. I think I see a Rigor Mortis in the hand of Michael Hamilton. No real good way to get rid of it unless he plays that Portside Exchange.
Looks like Michael taking a little bit of a break, maybe going to the bathroom, or maybe looking for some water. This is a grind.
Looks like the grind is a little too much for Michael Fong as he needed to step away for a second. In that time, though, we can Take it over to us. Yes. We will be with you for this whole game
We're here.
till the end.
We've been here the entire time since 10 a.m. It is now 10 p.m. Thanks. Shout out to Charles. Shout out to Josh, who's still here. He could have gone home by now.
Oh, we're seeing Michael Fong running back to the
Michael
room.
Fung running back. Michael Hamilton saying that was fast. Didn't give him enough time to contemplate all of his moves. But they're going to get through this game. Some Michael will be crowned the winner of Battle Hardened Houston.
And it looks like Call to the
Call of the
Grave
Grave.
being the play. Michael Hamilton putting it back in Arsenal, deciding, is this the right play? Many options available to him. Blue and yellow in hand, Michael could get plethora of allies off this Call to the Grave, and it looks like he is going to resolve the card.
Yeah, Call to the Grave. What is he going to choose? Is
He's
that
going to
a
get the
back
alley
break
break line. It's going
Needs
to
the extra action point.
Yeah, it's going to enter the grave, trigger its ability to give Michael Hamilton an extra action point for the turn.
What a turn. You know, you would think, you know, we have seen Call to the Grave many times in these gravy matchups, always looking for something like a chum, sawbones, maybe a limpet hop along in this situation where the go again is necessary. Michael Hamilton says, "No, I need an extra action point to play out these allies."
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. This Call to the Grave is going to allow Michael to play the limpet, attack it into the rigor mortis so that the sawbones can't protect it, and then because he has the extra action point, allows him to play the other ally in his graveyard so that he can attack the sawbones as well. So Portside Exchange, going to add an extra ally, that Rigor Mortis, into the grave. Going to make another gold and redraw back up the one card.
How the tables have turned. Michael now with the ally deficit.
So it looks like Michael Hamilton just developing 2 allies on the turn, as
Clearing
well
the
as
others.
attacking and clearing both allies. Trying to maintain the board state with the additional life lead that he has access to in this game. So the onus is on Michael Fong to clear these allies. These are also both 1 health allies, so the Tipples and the Saltwater Swells can easily clear these. Should he
Or a
have the
limpet hop along. 11 health deficit in this final round of Battle Hardened Houston. 130 players. All
Yeah.
down to this Gravy Bones mirror.
Michael Fong gonna start us off Golden Tipple Yellow into the Lippet Hop Along. We are discarding another Golden Tipple. Presumably another yellow as he is creating the gold and drawing another card. As we see Murderous Rabble revealing the blue and giving Michael a decent amount of information. That Sunken Treasure on top of the deck for Michael Fong, which will be drawn at the end of his turn, is going to let Michael Hamilton know that if he wants to put any allies in the yard or play any allies, he should do it before he attacks. So the successful clear of both allies from Michael Fong still has access to a couple allies in his grave.
Has Mage Master Boots if he wants to develop both of them. 2 cards for resources. And could still just draw off of off the gold that he has developed. Saltwater Swell. Did he hit? Yes.
Going to reveal the sunken treasure that was revealed earlier off the ravenous or murderous rabble.
Yes.
So just 3 go again at Michael Hamilton. Michael Hamilton is going to have to choose how he wants to block, and I believe Michael Hamilton also has a sunken treasure in his hand.
Is it his turn to kind of flip some of these allies face down? I mean, Michael Hamilton also with a 11 life lead could just take this damage if he wants to use the resources differently.
Yeah, but I believe it's 1 Sawbones, 1 Chum left in grave for Michael Fong. And if Michael Hamilton would like to get rid of one of those forever, he can. Deciding instead to just take the 3, wants a little bit more information on the turn. Of course, there's 4 floating, still a card in hand, still allies in grave.
Allies in grave, 2 gold, 1 popped, 2 cards in hand for Michael Fung. Doesn't know what this card is.
Ivaphidia is the pitch here as the Chum enters play. Michael Fong trying to sculpt his hand a little bit, decide what'll be the best course of action before attacking with that Chum.
A lot of decision points here. Opt to seeing exactly kind of what he wants to see in his next 2 turns, in his next turn, or wants to see now with a gold.
Now, you don't get to be one of the best players in the world
Yeah.
by just not thinking through plays. Of course,
Couldn't be me.
these players are definitely going to be thinking through every single play for this entire game. Michael Fong, especially as he may be in the backseat of this game. It is hard to tell a lot of times, and from what I've seen, these mirrors aren't based off of actual life totals.
Yeah.
It's just based off of board state.
Resources
So,
available.
even though Michael Fong is definitely at a life deficit, still he could be just fine. And
I mean, he still has Mage Master's boots.
yeah, and I think that piece of equipment is just going to be very critical. Michael Hamilton may have burned it a little too early to push that life total closer.
Yeah, they're really thinking about what resources are left in the deck.
Yeah, and then one card that I don't think we've seen, and a card that has been pretty prevalent in a lot of lists from Gravy Bones, is the Give No Quarter.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that's just a card they're not playing with, as we haven't even seen it.
Yeah. We've seen Michael Hamilton and Michael Fung a couple times in this tournament on stream. Haven't pitched it, haven't seen it. Give No Quarter. One of the Majestics for Gravy Bones, not in their lists. Here we go, Mage Masters. Pitching the chart, the High Seas, just to develop the Sawbones.
Yeah, and it's going to be a lot more difficult to clear the Chum with the Sawbones protecting it.
Anka only 5 damage.
Can't
Won't be able to clear.
Can't clear the Chum, can clear
clear
the
the Chum.
Sawbones. But another thing this play does is it plays around the sunken treasure in the hand of Michael Hamilton. And I
Yeah.
bet he's regretting not blocking the Golden Tipple with it, because he could have bottomed one of these 2 allies
Yeah.
and not given Michael Fong the ability to play out this turn like it has been.
Sunken Treasure, another resource in this game. Hope to be used to great effect, eliminating an ally before it can be deployed.
Yeah,
Yep.
now that two of the best allies in the deck are in play for Michael Fong, it's going to be difficult, or we'll have to see the texture of Michael Hamilton's hand.
And these are
Whether-
two of the best allies together as well, right? Sawbones protecting Chum from getting eliminated
Yeah, and then
himself.
Chum also just having the ability to force Michael Hamilton to attack it.
Yeah. And a good discard outlet to get more allies in the grave should Michael Fung draw into one on his next turn.
So gold-baited hook was activated on the attack. Michael Fung stealing one of Michael Hamilton's golds, both at 2 apiece.
Taking damage, maybe not reflected yet in the life totals, but definitely marked on their own, notepads. Yeah, Michael Hamilton now having to pitch the Sunken Treasure instead of using it earlier.
Yeah, that 3 block on that Sunken Treasure could have prevented the Sawbones or the Chum from coming into play. But we are seeing the gold being pitched. The red golden tipple coming through. Oyston being the discard. A card that we haven't seen yet. Not
No.
pitched, not played, and the first time we're seeing it discarded. This may be a sideboard card for this matchup specifically.
We saw Michael Fung with it in the Syndra matchup.
Did we?
Yeah, it was the
Okay.
first turn he developed an Oyston, Heart of Gold. It did not last very long,
No, of
obviously,
course.
against the Syndra.
one life on the Oyston will not last very long. We were seeing a Murderous Rebel revealing the Heave Ho or the Avasti. 3 go again.
Looks like a stamped golden tipple, red golden tipple.
Yeah, and Michael Hamilton can develop this Oyston and help clear the rest of the Chum.
Yeah.
There's a tip of the Barkeep in the hand for Michael Hamilton as well, should he want to get that extra Gold Kiss Rum and save it for another turn that he's able to develop 2 allies. So a lot of options up for Michael Hamilton.
Looks like Michael with no allies in the hand.
Believe I saw a Marvel ally of some
Okay.
kind.
Yeah, I believe you're right. Didn't have the opportunity to activate, yeah, the Chum. Looks like a Tip the Barkeep in hand for Michael Hamilton. Dead Threads. Has a Murderous Rabble, so can develop something from Graveyard. Has played the Murderous Rabble.
Yeah, it's a very interesting decision points coming out. Do you develop the Anka and just clear the Chum, or do you develop the Oyston to clear the Chum?
Tip the Barkeep? Maybe to get a Gold Kiss Rum?
Now, is there any chance that you actually give Michael Fung the gold on the Tip the Barkeep just so it goes to the bottom of the
Yeah.
deck? So that you have a way of creating that go again resource
Yeah.
multiple times in this game?
Saltwater Swell. Going straight to face. Oh, no, Saltwater Swell going to the Chum.
I believe the Anka was developed, and that went to the
Okay,
Chum just to
Anka.
clear it out. So the Tip the Barkeep left in hand for Michael Hamilton. Going to be put into the arsenal, saved for a turn that he might need it. to develop a couple extra allies.
Yeah, I mean, this game really relies on having blues to play.
Yeah, and it looks like that'll just be the Arsenal pass for Michael Hamilton. It'll be Michael Fung's turn to develop a board as we see the portside exchange being played. What will be the discard in this situation?
Discard and then draw.
Michael Hamilton also
Importantly.
has the option of responding. Of course, he does have the Anka drag under in play if he wants to deny Michael Fung the extra card that the portside exchange will give him.
So it would be just a discard and then a discard.
Yes.
Could be brutal, but also could allow Michael to discard 2 allies in hand if he has those.
And another thing to point out is that just a turn or two ago, we were talking about the amazing life lead that Michael Hamilton had over Michael Fung. And now it's pretty much even. Of course, life is just the resource of this matchup. Board state is what is the deciding factor. As Michael Hamilton
There it
looks
is.
like he is deciding to use the ability of Anka.
Discard, draw. Can he draw?
Yes.
Okay. And then discard again.
So it looks like 2 allies being put into the bin. Looks like
Some Marvel ally.
so the rigor mortis entering the discard. That might be an Oyston Heart of Gold Marvel put on top there as well.
Michael helping out Michael Fung with his resource counter. Another using Gravy Bones' ability to draw and discard 3 allies again.
Yeah,
Back in
so
action.
out of thin air,
Out of thin air.
Michael Fung has been able to develop 3 allies in grave that he has access to. We're seeing the 2 float being used into the gold. Michael Fung drawing up 3-card hand. 3 allies in grave that he has access to. A blue has been played on the turn. Looks like it is the
It's
Oyston
Oyston.
Heart of Gold. A nice, easy 3 attack can clear the Anka very nicely. Gold baited hook coming out as we see a Conqueror of the High Seas with with go again as the first blue was pitched and the second blue was pitched along with that rigor mortis. So 8 go again is the play here. If this hits, it will destroy the arsenal for Michael Hamilton as well as giving Michael Fung an additional gold.
2 gold. Because he also used the gold-plated hook.
Yes.
Gold-baited hook. Michael looking at the top of the deck. Has defensive cards. Found another sunken treasure.
Yeah, 2 allies
3 cards.
in grave.
3 cards in hand. 1 sunken treasure. If one of those other cards is not a blocking card, this Conqueror is gonna hit.
So it looks like it's a Tipple, Sunken Treasure, and maybe an ally. I didn't quite see it. It looks like Call to the Grave.
Okay, blocking all.
So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is the block.
Exacxies.
But that's taking the whole hand from Michael Hamilton. Of course,
Yeah.
the Rigor Mortis is going to go away, and that Oyston most likely going to clear the Anka.
Yeah.
So a complete tempo shift in favor of Michael Fung here.
Yeah. Again, nice edge. Michael Hamilton with no cards in hand is still going to get to develop the tip the bar keep. Does he want to give the gold?
Are we generous today? No, but it looks like we will develop the Oyston since it is free to play and attack to remove Michael Fong's Oyston.
Again, back and forth, Oyston for Oyston. Even with no cards in hand, Michael Hamilton's still able to clean up the battlefield. Michael Fong, is that what, a Swabby or an Anka?
That is a Swabby
It's a Swabby.
engrave.
A little kind of too much damage just to send at an Oyston.
Yeah, I
Hopefully he has a go again
believe
attack.
He has a tipple in hand
Okay.
to help clear the Oyston. So it's gonna just be a deciding factor of how the turn wants to
Limpet
progress.
Hopalong is the discard off the Gravy Bones ability, looking at the top card of the deck. You can always assume that one of these Michaels has a tipple in hand in order to clear a small ally.
Yeah, I think with the rainbow tipples and the red and blue saltwater swells, a lot of 3 2s and 1s to help clear these smaller allies.
Both these Michaels prepared for the Gravy Bones mirror.
So yeah, tipple can be played to clear the Oyston. The limpet could be played to clear the Oyston with the go again. Looks like it will just be the tipple, the resource from the
Maybe
dead
sometime-
threads.
Maybe 15 cards, 16 cards left in deck for Michael Hamilton. This could come down to maybe a fatigue.
Yeah, and the most important thing about Gravy is that you don't just get to play the allies out of grave. There is a cost. You do have to play cards to make the allies playable. And so as the game drags on and the decks get lower and smaller and smaller and the game goes to fatigue, making sure you have a blue card to play in order to develop the allies becomes a lot more important. But we are seeing the Swabby be played out and a generous attack for 7 here.
Almost half of Michael Hamilton's life. Is that a gold baited hook as well to steal one of those golds from Michael Hamilton? Michael Hamilton having a think. Two allies in grave for Michael Fung, one ally in grave for Michael Hamilton. It's like a sea legs.
So there's a Sea Legs, Rigor Mortis, 2 mystery cards, maybe Call to the Grave is that top card in hand. And we're seeing
Michael
1
Fung
card.
counting the deck as well. This game is going to end sooner or later with one of these Michaels being crowned the victor of Battle Hardened Houston, taking away $500 PTI and a gold foil card. And then on top of that, enough points to break into the top standings of the Blood on the Bayou Circuit Series. Both of them coming away with some cash in their pocket.
Yeah, definitely this trip has been worthwhile for both players so far. It's just the deciding factor of who really gets the bling to go home with.
Is Hamilton still thinking about blocks here? I mean, he's taking it all the
No,
way.
Damage has been dealt.
Damage
Live
has been
total
dealt.
has been updated.
Yeah.
Gold stolen from the gold baited hook. I believe Michael Hamilton is just thinking about the priority window that he has before Michael Fong ends his turn.
Resetting. Michael Fong's deck looking slight.
Yeah, this game has definitely been going on for quite a while. These allies have been battling each other in combat. gold popped here for Michael
Michael
Hamilton.
Fung, no Sawbones left in deck.
No Sawbones, no Anka.
No Ankas. I think maybe one Rigor Mortis left. I mean,
One
they've
Rigor
gone through their
Mortis,
deck at
one
least once, right?
Chum, I believe, still at
Yeah.
this point. And for
I'm
Michael
thinking of-
Hamilton, we haven't seen, I don't think, any Sawbones.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of, what is left that could clear the Chum easily. And it may just be this Swabby left.
Yeah, the Swabby left engraved will definitely make it easy to clear the Chum, even if Michael Hamilton was somehow able to develop a Sawbones on this hand.
Michael Fung, no Conquer the High Seas left. We're talking about allies in grave right now, but maybe there's also allies in deck. What are the threats in deck that Michael Hamilton has kind of kept around for this endgame state? They've seen the deck a couple of times now. They're churning through it with these golds.
But at what point do you start to kind of ignore the allies, or do you ever just ignore the allies? Of course, Michael Hamilton at 8 life, Michael Fung at 13. Their life totals have been slowly trickling down as the turns pass by.
Another golden tipple. Don't know if it's targeting the Swabby or if it's targeting Michael Fung himself. But a Rigor Mortis is the discard.
I believe this is the blue.
Okay.
So only an attack for 1, although the gold-baited hook was activated for this attack.
I mean, they might only have blues left in their deck. Okay.
So
The golden tipple connects, steals a gold based on the gold-baited hook's ability.
Michael
Draw a
Hamilton
card.
drawing that additional. He does have a sea legs in hand, so he could discard the sea legs, make a second gold kiss rum.
Yeah.
Or it looks like he finally picked up a Sawbones, as we see that going into the grave instead.
Yeah, Sawbones is going to be huge in this endgame state. The 6 damage and the prevention effect.
And I want to point out once again that both of these players are not even talking to each other. They are just pushing their cardboard around the table and responding in kind. The only words out of the mouths are the declarations of attack.
Michael Hamilton clearing closing the chain link for his friend so that Michael Hamilton may play one of these allies out of the graveyard.
Yeah, so the Chum, Rigor Mortis, and Sawbones are all very good allies, although Michael Hamilton has used Gravy's ability and is unable to use the Gold Kiss Rum for the turn. So trying to develop both the Sawbones and the Chum is not going to happen unless he wants to forgo the attack, and leaving Swabby up is not what you want to do on this turn.
Especially if there's a Chum that you're trying to protect.
So
Michael
I would
Hamilton
expect,
in the tank here.
I would expect the Rigor Mortis being played at some point in this turn, and maybe trying to bank both the Chum and the Sawbones for a later turn to make sure that that is protected.
We've got 400 people watching this back and forth between true legends of Flesh and Blood, living legends, playing a hero that will not go to Living Legend for quite a while.
Yes, for those who are not aware or missed it, with the way LL points now accumulate, the first year after a hero is released, they will receive half LL points. So,
So
Gravy,
whatever living legend points that Gravy Bones will receive from winning this Battle Hardened will be halved.
just to make sure that Gravy gets to stick around a little bit longer.
You know, new players, grab your Gravy Bones Armory decks because he's going to stick around.
Seeing the gold get popped here, wanting more information, maybe trying to find
Four-
some go again.
4 cards in Arsenal, or in the pitch for Michael Hamilton. Does he even have any Golden Tipples, Saltwater Swells? Definitely no Saltwater Sloops here. How can he clear this Swabby efficiently?
I think if push comes to shove, you just play the Rigor Mortis and attack into it. I think that's just the play that has to happen if you don't have the go
but
again.
Michael
to clear
Fung
it.
could just, kind of take the Limpet Hop Along that's in his and take out the Rigor Mortis as well.
So this is good play. This is going to be an Avasti. It's going to give the Sawbones go again on the attack. So Michael Hamilton, I believe, gestured attacking Michael Fung directly and not the Swabby.
So could just
He could
Yeah.
develop just the Sawbones and the Rigor Mortis, because with a 2 and 1 health, you definitely don't want Swabby to attack into a 1 health ally.
Again, Limpet Hop Along is out there for that exact reason.
The blocking decision is going to be on Michael Fong here.
6
cards.
is half his life.
Yeah, 2 cards left in hand too. With this attack having go again, Michael Fong doesn't know what to expect after this attack. But if you take a 6, then you're falling dangerously low, where even the Rigor Mortis is threatening your life total.
Shouldn't really expect another attack from an ally this turn. But I mean, there's absolutely an availability for some type of go again attack.
Yeah, both players really taking their time, making sure that all of the plays are correct and the most optimal.
I can imagine both of these players knows exactly what cards are left in the other player's deck. They're basically playing, I assume, very similar lists, if not the same list.
I would assume that their whole team is playing the same list, just to give the most consistency. It looks like Michael Fong's taking 6 down to 6, 8 to
Sawbones.
6 as
Sawbones connects.
it's Michael Hamilton just coming through, and it looks like it's going to just be the sea legs attack into the Swabby.
Hamilton doesn't, value another Gold Kiss Rum when he already has one. Just values getting rid of that character. Getting rid of that ally.
So 1 Limpet, 1 Swabby available to Michael Fong, 1 Rigor Mortis, and 1 Chum available to Michael Hamilton, already engraved.
Pitching a
see-
saltwater swell. Can he clear the? Yes.
So that looks like that will be the case. It is the blue. We are going to float 5 resources on the rest of this turn. Plenty of resources to develop a Swabby or attack with any other big attack that Michael Fong might have in his deck.
Swabby again, maybe the right call here.
It is just the most damage.
Yeah,
Of
it's
course,
the
with Michael
most-
Hamilton at 8, any Golden Tipple or any other extra damage pushed on this turn, coupled with that Swabby, is going to start pushing lethal and forcing Michael
Cards.
Hamilton to start defending. And of course, Gravy Bones has access to a lot of no blocks, including the Eye of Ophidia currently in
Eye of
Michael
Ophidia,
Hamilton's hand.
no call to the grave.
So we saw the one back alley break line earlier in the game from Michael Hamilton off this call to the grave.
Yeah,
and it
that
looks
might be
like
the-
we are seeing it for Michael Fung on this turn, wanting 2 action points so that he can develop both the Limpet and the Swabby on this turn.
And attack with both.
And since the Limpet will have Go Again, it's going to let Michael Fong keep the 2 action points after
Yeah.
being played. So any other Go Again on the turn is just going to help Michael Fong extend out and force cards out of the hand of Michael Hamilton.
Really forcing lethal. I mean, Hamilton is gonna be faced with lethal here. We saw the same play earlier from Michael Hamilton, and it is a doozy.
Yeah, so Limpet, Hopalong being attacked here. 2 with natural Go Again.
Still 2 action points once this go again resolves.
It's the 1 action point because Michael Fong did play the Swabby after the Limpet.
Okay.
Playing around the 1 sunken treasure that Michael Fong knows that Michael Hamilton pitched earlier in the game.
Eye of Ophidia is a non-block here. Golden Tipple. Does this push lethal? Hamilton taking another 3.
Michael Hamilton down to 3. He can
This game is coming quickly to a close.
Michael Fong really having to think about this.
Do I pitch an attack with the Swabby?
I mean, I believe you have to.
I mean, you have to make him have it. Michael Hamilton will have to give 2 cards. And then we'll have
2 cards to stay alive, but also these tipples are 2 blocks.
Yeah. But it looks like a saltwater sloop.
That is also no, that one I believe is a 3 block.
Okay. Yeah, just saying it's not a tipple, you know. So 7 on hit, make a gold, steal a gold, only
Yes.
gold left.
Which matters.
Which matters because Michael Hamilton with an Eye of Ophidia would want to use that to draw.
Yeah, without anything to pitch to or play.
That Eye of Ophidia might be stuck.
So Michael Hamilton really in a tough spot here, trying to decide how to block. Might just have to commit 3 cards in hand to cover this up. He really can't afford to let this gold be taken from him, as he'd have no pitch outlet for that Eye of Ophidia.
They're trying to count how many allies have been bottomed, how many allies have been used. Michael Fung knows exactly how many allies are left in this deck. Having another count, what are the options here? What are the cards left in your deck?
Yeah, and you have to assume that there's probably between, I would say, 18 to 20 allies. And since the deck is identical to each other,
Yeah.
then counting each ally will just give you perfect information. Michael Hamilton using the compass, maybe wanting to just use the gold, try to find something that actually costs resources.
Yes, with the
Just
Gravy
so-
Bones ability as
Yeah,
an instant.
just so he can use the Eye of Ophidia. Of course, he could just pitch it to the Swiftwater Sloop. It wouldn't have Go Again because the High Tide wouldn't be active, but it would give him the option of getting the card out of the hand.
Maybe discarding the Eye of Ophidia.
If it comes
If
down
it comes
to that,
down to it, maybe he just doesn't want the no blocks in hand in this end game situation. Or giving the entire hand and drawing with the Eye of Ophidia and the gold token.
yeah, so we saw Michael look at the top card. He postured a little bit
Yeah.
like he was going to use the Gravy Bones activation and then decided that maybe it's just more worth it to protect the gold for the eye rather than activate Gravy, draw, discard, maybe block with 2 cards. You still leak 1 or 2 points of damage.
And he still gets the gold.
And he wouldn't get the gold if Gravy was activated as.
Would it steal the gold? But
Well, yes.
Yeah. Now Michael still gets the gold.
Yes. But maybe deciding that the life total is slightly more important at this point in time.
If at 3 health, life total is pretty important. I mean, there's also cards left in deck. All of these are resources that have to be accounted for. But if Michael Hamilton, gives the entire hand and doesn't have a blue that he can play off of, he doesn't have access to these allies stuck in graveyard. A lot of permutations between this battle between legends of the Flesh and Blood game. Blocking 2 cards for 6, leaking 1, could give up the dead threads to
that
really
could
protect.
be an option.
I mean, this gold, fighting over this one piece of gold is so valuable. Gold baited hook, again,
Well, it looks
brings
like
a lot of texture to
it
this
looks
to
like
this matchup.
maybe even giving the third card. I think that third card is a back alley break line, so not only is it a 2-block, but it's just a very just overall wimpy attack that doesn't advance Michael Hamilton's game state. So it looks like it is just going to be the full block out. We'll most likely see Michael Hamilton pitch to the gold with that Eye of Ophidia. Top card must be playable since he considered maybe using the Gravy Bones activation on the previous turn.
1 floating.
Yeah, blue still needs to be played in order to play out any of the allies. And Michael Fong with both the Limpet and the Swabby in play is going to make it very difficult. As the red Golden Tipple is picked up, going to clear the Swabby in this case.
Okay, was able to clear 1, but not able to clear both.
Yeah, and that
Limpet
Limpet,
is going to do damage.
the natural 2 go again that this ally provides is just going to keep pecking away at the life total of Michael Hamilton or keep forcing cards out of his hand.
That call to the grave, back alley break line, might have just sealed this game for Michael Fung. Chart the high seas.
Looks like we are going to keep the Sunken Treasure in deck, and it looks like the Avast was discarded from the chart. 4 floating, no ally in grave to benefit from these chart of the high seas. And we're seeing
Another
another
chart.
one be played. Michael Fung really digging for an ally to play on this turn. He really has to develop something.
Eye of
Ophidia
Ophidia finally discarded.
discarded from Michael Fung.
Lot of resources, no allies.
Yeah, 7 floating, no gold.
No gold, no attacks. Tip the barkeep. I mean, we know he doesn't have a Conqueror of the High Seas anymore. Just does not have any gas? Has run out of gas, this Michael Feng deck. Michael Hamilton going down to 1. But if this is not an attack, just has
Just
Arsenal.
the Arsenal pass, and unfortunately for Michael Fung, just really not able to find the aggression needed to force cards out of Michael Hamilton's hand. And Michael Hamilton has that Conquer of the High Seas in his hand, so the Arsenal is going to be
found a Conquer of the High
threatened.
Seas. Has go again. Has Rigor Mortis, 6 damage. I mean, that's 8 damage if he has the resources.
Yeah, I think Michael Fung
14?
drew 2 or 3 allies. So not a very good blocking hand. No gold to bail him out. So this might just be the turn that Michael Hamilton could close the game.
Wait, this game just turned on its head. The Call of the Grave that gave Michael Fung the kind of exact sequence of cards that he could to kind of eke out the board here may have just shuffled him into a losing hand.
Yeah, so Michael Hamilton running through all the steps, getting all the information that he can, playing this game to perfection. Looks like it's going to be Murderous Rabble flipping, revealing a chum off the top. It's going to be a yellow. So Conquer the High Seas in the hand, although it looks like Michael Hamilton might not have the 2 blues to make this happen.
He doesn't need the 2 blues to. Oh, does need 2 blues to give it go
needs
again.
the 2 blues to give it go again, but he also hasn't played. He has played the blue card, the Murderous Rabble, so he has access to the allies on this turn. He could just try to develop the chum, which looks like that is exactly what he's going to do. 1 card left in hand. It is a red. Does have 1 floating. He could Gold Kiss Rum just to play out the 2 allies, but it looks like he wants to keep that Conqueror. It's just, at this point in time, it is just such a bomb to play. Michael Fong, should he not block this, will be going to 2, making this game 1-2.
Might not be able to block it if he has allies in hand.
I know for sure I saw 2 allies. I'm not sure if maybe there was a 3rd one.
I mean, this is a back and forth if you've ever seen one before. It's 11 p.m. here in Houston, Texas. These guys have been playing since 10 a.m. Over 12 hours of flesh and blood between these Michaels. And it all comes down to these last few turns.
Yeah, neither Gravy having gold to filter their hands is just hampering them. Although they do both have the Gold Kiss Rum.
I think it's so clear that Gravy Bones is a very powerful deck with very powerful limitations. Having to use gold as a resource, having to generate gold to use, having to use blue cards.
Yeah, and 9 cards.
9 cards left in Michael Hamilton's deck.
Michael Hamilton. We can assume a similar amount left in Michael Fong's deck.
Let's see if they'll show us how much cards are left. Doesn't seem like a lot.
So Michael Hamilton just in a really good spot on Michael Fong's turn. At any point in time, he could activate the chum, force Michael Fong to kill the chum for the turn, almost stopping the turn entirely. And sure, he loses the chum, and Michael might have to defend with at least 1 card if it's because he is at 1 life, unless it's a blue tipple or something along those lines that he can block.
But how much more go again attacks does he have?
Yeah, and we know that Conquer the High Seas is in the arsenal.
Michael
for
Fong with a
Hamilton.
deep sigh. He's taking it. Going down to 2.
Michael Fong, his 5-card hand going into this turn. That chum's going to be very difficult. And it looks like it's a Restless Bones.
Wow, Restless Bones. It's the first time we've seen this card in this deck.
Or no, this is the 0-cost version.
Okay, Jittery Bones.
Jittery Bones is the play. Sunken Treasure being the block. Goodbye, the ally that Michael Fong would have liked to have deployed on the turn.
Is drinking the rum.
Chum in hand for Michael Hamilton, should he want to activate the chum in play. Looks like that is not the case, as the Rigor Mortis enters play and just kills the chum itself. But it's Michael Hamilton, 3-card hand, Conqueror of the High Seas in Arsenal. 1-2 as this game is starting to come to a close.
I mean, this game could have been over if Michael Fung just found an attack out of the, double chart the high seas. If he had found an ally, but no, Michael Hamilton scratching and clawing his way back into this game. saltwater swell to take care of the rigor mortis.
And we're going
More
to get
resources.
that 5 floating, which plays so easily into that Conqueror. As we were just going to
There
develop it.
is.
8 go again on hit destroy Arsenal, and Michael Hamilton decided to hold on a second. He wants to play the rigor mortis first on the off chance that Michael Fong has the sunken treasure. Does not want to get his turn stuffed like he stuffed Michael Fong's turn. So 8 into 6. Another 14 damage on the turn. Most hands can only block for 12, but this is Gravy Bones deck that does not block with a lot of cards. Although we have seen a lot of allies be played over the course of the game.
A lot of
so-
allies been played, but also tipples that could change the math on the amount of blocks.
Yeah, so unless this is 4 3 blocks and that dead threads, Michael Fong's dead.
Good game.
And it looks like that
Michael
is going
Hamilton.
to finish it. Michael Hamilton.
In a grueling match between rival and friend, Michael Hamilton is the superior Michael out of 130 battle-hardened participants.
Yeah, and it looks like both of them are quite tired. As we if the judge will give out the gold pack, or if Michael
Yeah.
Hamilton would like to open the gold pack for us, either in the room or we'll try to get a quick interview. I know everyone has been exhausted. I know these two guys are absolutely exhausted from this mirror, so I won't get, too in depth. Just try to get a little hello, say hi to all the fans.
Thanks for tuning in with us. It's been a long day, but we have finally crowned the winner of Battle Hardened Houston, 130 players. Again, Charles, just from where we came from, Blood on the Bayou won, 40 players, Houston Locals, and now we're here, Battle Hardened Houston, sponsored by Blood on the Bayou, at Game Guys Houston, 130 players. Michael Hamilton, world champion, I believe, is
Yeah,
now the
just
champion of Houston.
Now the champion of Houston.
All right, we're going to go
So-
see if they want to get an interview. We're going to try to get an interview with Michael Hamilton, the winner of Battle Hardened Houston. We'll be right back.
All right, we are back, and I have here Michael Hamilton, the winner of our Battle Hardened. I know you must be very exhausted.
Yeah, that was actually my first gravy mirror this whole weekend, and it is a slog.
Yeah, and almost an over an hour and a half, and I think an hour and 40 minutes.
Jeez.
So definitely putting in the mental prowess.
I don't know. I definitely made a few mistakes in that game, but
But I think playing for 13 hours, I think you're prone to making a mistake. You are only human.
yeah, I strive to never make mistakes, but I think that's unrealistic. So you just gotta shake them off when they happen and keep going.
So once again, congratulations. If there's anything you would love to say, go ahead and say it.
Yeah, I want to shout out my wife back home. She's always really supportive of me traveling. Our kitty's sick, so I wasn't sure if I should come because our like I literally was at the vet with our cat before, and then I had to leave to go catch my plane when my wife Casey was there. I also want to shout out MinMax Games. They are a great place to buy cards from, and they have sponsored me for a little while now. And because of the sponsorship, I can travel to these Battle Hardens, and it makes financially a lot less. I don't know how to word this. Words aren't coming to me.
Taxing
Yes,
financially.
yes. So I really want to shout out MinMax for being awesome and letting me be here.
All right. Well, once again, congratulations with that gold foil in hand. Are you gonna hold on to it, or are you gonna open it for us?
I think I'm gonna hold on to it.
That is a-okay. We are just happy that y'all were able to come out here and play with us. We're just trying to make this best event, and of course, this finals was an absolute banger.
Yeah.
So once again, thank you so much, Michael, for coming out, and hope to see you again sometime in the future.
Thank you.
All right. So that'll be it for Battle Hardened Houston. We thank everyone for coming out and joining us, everyone who watching the stream, and y'all have a nice night. Thank y'all so much.